3, 2, 1. meaning from and Manfred, and for Warwickshire, Will Rose, Robert Yates, Alex Davis, Sam Payne, Ed Farmer, Chris Roach, Michael Burgess, Hassan Ali, Chris Rushton, Ollie Blomby, and Dan Bradley. The umpires for this match are Richard Greenwood and Martin Satters. The match referee is Will Smith, and the scorers Warwickshire, Kent, and Nelson for Warwickshire. Play is due to get underway at 10:30.
Today is our first Bears Business Club sustainability event of 2023. We've got some excellent speakers from Net Zero Now and from Drax. Also Lydia, our sustainability manager here at Edgbaston, talking about our journey and how we're going to get to net zero.
I'm Emily Trad and I'm joining you from Net Zero Now. We're a carbon accountancy and carbon reduction and certification platform, and our goal is to help SMEs reach net zero. So today I'm presenting just a bit about the company as a whole and how we are providing a tool for SMEs to get to net zero, what the barriers to entry are and how we're meeting those and creating a sector-specific approach.
My name's Fee Bush and I work for Drax, which is a renewable energy generator supplier, and we're now pioneering BECCS, which is bioenergy with carbon capture and storage. I'm here today to talk about carbon removals and the use of technology in the fight against climate change.
I'm Lydia Carrington. I'm Sustainability Manager here at Edgbaston Stadium, and we have lots of sustainability targets in place that we need to push forward and communicate out to our wider business and network, and really trying to get conversations started around sustainability and getting people talking and engaged.
Well, with a time at 5 to 11, it's time to say good morning and welcome to Edgbaston for the first time this season. This is Mike Taylor from BBC Radio WM, happily able to welcome you on time, because rather against the forecast at various stages of the last few days, it is sunny in Birmingham for the moment. It is bright and breezy. It's probably a two-coat job if you're on the far side of the ground, but we are going to start on time at 11 o'clock. The Warwickshire ground staff have been kept pretty energised over the last couple of weeks. It rained quite heavily in the city yesterday, but we are all set to go on time at 11 for the first championship match here at Edgbaston this season between Warwickshire and Kent. So whether you are joining this commentary through the BBC Sport website or app, through the respective websites of Warwickshire County Cricket Club and Kent County Cricket Club, through the YouTube feeds, those of you in the ground, I think those of you still have earpieces within the ground, there's new kit plugging into ours, which hopefully is getting us to you in marvellous stereo clearness, better than last year, hopefully, so hopefully you can hear it. And wherever you are joining this commentary, it's nice to have your company. We will be seeing the players and umpires hopefully emerging from the pavilion, suitably wrapped up in the next few moments. And the news from here is that Kent have won the toss and chosen to field first. So Warwickshire will have first use of the pitch, which is just slightly to our left as we look from the central commentary box in the pavilion. That is towards the Priory side of the ground. The sheeting is out to form the sight screen at the Birmingham end, so a slightly shorter boundary, if anything, on that side away toward the groundsman's dugouts. And Warwickshire will be batting first. There is one change to each team from the lineups in their first championship games last week. For Warwickshire, Chris Wokes does play. It was suggested even before the first game that he might be ready for the second, and so he is. So Chris Wokes replaces Jacob Bethel in the Warwickshire lineup that had the better of a drawn game in Taunton last weekend. And for Kent, who beat Northants in their opening fixture, Conor McCurr, who's recently, in the last few days, rejoined them from Surrey, on loan, he takes the place of Grant Stewart. So one change for either team. So briefly, Warwickshire: Yates, Davis, Rhodes, Hayne, Mosley, Barnard, Burgess, Wokes, Hassan Ali, Rushworth and Hannon Dolby. And Kent, Compton and Crawley, Bell Drummond, Denley, Leaning, Cox, Billings, the captain, Evison, McCurr, Quinn and Hogan. We shall obviously talk about them in a great deal more detail as we go through today and the next 4 days. The umpires are Richard Illingworth and Martin Saggers, who are making their way to the centre. And here come the Kent players following them out, fortified by their win last week, and Warwickshire's opening batters, Rob Yates and Alex Davis. During the day we shall hear from Matt Cole of BBC Radio Kent in due course, but Chloe Brewer is with me to open things up. Newly of this parish with the Central Sparks, Chloe.
Yep, it's been a good winter up here actually. Edgbaston has looked lovely all through the winter. The groundsmen recently have been working ever so hard with the amount of rain that we've had. It's been a very wet start to pre-season.
It's not normally like this in Birmingham. It's normally tropical and palm trees everywhere. That's what we tell everybody. But yes, you moved up from the south.
Yes, so I was recently with South East Stars, which is the regional team for Surrey and Kent. Mm-hmm. But then I moved up to Central Sparks, which covers a lot of the West Mids.
And it's still at the training stage. You're not far from the first games, are you?
We've had a couple of pre-season games.
Yeah.
Our game on Friday has been cancelled. We were meant to be up in Manchester. But outfields are literally bogs at the moment. It's very hard to get out on the pitch.
Yes, I did wonder at one point yesterday whether we would even start on time here today, but they managed to get a day of a pre-season game in here a couple of weeks ago, and then the rest of it just got washed away. But it's a particularly well-draining ground here these days, as most of the test grounds are.
Yeah.
So conditions are good. And Kent in the field, Rob Yates, the left-hander, is going to face the first ball of the match. And Quinn is the first, gets first use of the ball, and charging in from the Birmingham end towards the left-hander Yates, who is taken on the pad, and immediately an appeal for LBW from behind the stumps and from Quinn himself. But they get no joy, but immediately Quinn is on target straight away, and he goes back to scratch at the popping crease, because we want to be sure where he's landing, if it has been at all soft or slippery around. But right on target from the very start. That must be disconcerting if you're out for the first ball of the match.
That's really not what you want fastball. The ideal delivery would be a nice half volley outside off.
Well, he wouldn't mind one of those, but there are 4 slips, hoping that he might make a mistake as Quinn bowls. This is wider of the off stump, and it bounces a bit on Yates, who lifts his hands high and allows it to go through to Sam Billings, directing operations from behind the stumps. There's quite a strong seam attack for Kent. Quinn, Hogan, McCurr, of course, recently, or back with them, was with them briefly at the end of last season. I should say that, and those of you who are regulars on this service will know, that we break off to do local radio updates at regular intervals throughout the day. Matt's going to do one for Radio Kent shortly, and I'll be doing one for the Midland stations in a moment. As he's short from Quinn, the first runs from Yates, who hooks confidently, doesn't quite get all of that, but he's going to get 2 out to deep square leg, and that was a more confident stroke. It was banged in pretty short, and sat up for Yates to pull it hard away to the deep square leg boundary. It's 2 for none. So I shall update listeners to BBC Radio WM and BBC Coventry and Warwickshire in the next few moments before we press on. This is Mike Taylor at Edgbaston, where Warwickshire open their home programme in the county championship today with a fixture against Kent, and they are batting first. Kent have won the toss and chosen to field. Both teams make 1 change from their opening games. For Warwickshire, Chris Wokes does play in this game, as had been suggested a couple of weeks ago, and he takes the place of Jacob Bethel in the only alteration from the team that had the better of a draw against Somerset in Taunton last week. Rob Yates and Alex Davies opening up for Warwickshire, and they're 2 for none in the first over. That's them out of the way for now. Those updates will be popping up, hopefully not too annoyingly, as we go through the day. 2 for none in the first over. Quite windy, ruffling the tarpaulin that's serving as the sight screen at the Birmingham end, as Yates goes back in the crease and defends out on the leg side. The slips look well wrapped up. It's a 2-sweater job if you're going to be in the slips all day.
Absolutely. A couple of hand warmers in the pockets.
This is a new invention, the hand warmer.
Oh, they're fabulous.
Wind is tugging at Quinn's shirt as he goes back to the end of a long straight approach. Pauses now and then leans forward into his work, and it's a proper sprint. Right arm over the wicket, and this is starting wide and going wider of Yates' off stump. So he's not having anything to do with that. And it's 2 for none at the end of the first over. Umpires Illingworth and Saggers. I think it's going to be a brisk walk for the umpires today. You don't want to be standing about much. Umpire Saggers, he's marching into position at the pavilion end.
Yep, we're definitely going to try and keep warm today. It's fairly nippy out there, so if you're in the crowd as well, get a couple of coats on.
Yes.
And a cup of tea.
Yeah, there's a smattering of sun, and the sun worshippers here, as much as you can do that in the middle of April, they tend to go to the Birmingham end. That's what I'd recommend, because there's quite some dark spaces in this pavilion.
Yeah, it can get quite chilly.
Yes.
Hogan to continue for the second over of the game. He's just playing around with his run-up, popping down a marker. As there are 3 slips and a gully in, so he's just standing up top of his mark, and in he comes trundling in, and that's just on a length and it's worked into the leg side, picked up by mid-wicket, who chucks it back in, and it's passed back around the field to make its way. Can't see any numbers, everyone's got their jumpers on.
Well, I think it might be a while before they're peeled off.
Yeah.
I think.
I think we'll be lucky if
It's
we
the
see a
smart thing
number
to do.
today, yeah. Ball's just being chucked back to Hogan, and looking after this ball well at the moment, keep it nice and shiny as Hogan comes in again. Just on a length again, defended by Davies there, mid-wicket, comes to pick it up.
I notice, I'm looking at, because Matt's a traditionalist, the cable knit is still very much in vogue in Kent. It's not quite as common as it once was. A huge enormous thing that when you washed it took about a week and a half to dry. Hanging up in the garage.
Yeah, get a bit of a hairdryer on it.
Yes.
Try and get it dry. Hogan comes in again for the third ball of the over. It comes in just full of length, and that's beautifully driven back down the ground. Lovely on drive there. It's being chased, but that has gone away from 4 and signal umpires 4 runs. First boundary of the day for Davies there, off mark.
It was a handsome stroke.
It's a lovely shot.
Started the season in very good order, Davies, with a century in Taunton last week. Took a bit of time, I think it's fair to say, to win the home patrons over last season after he's moved from Lancashire. But he started in the right way last week. He started nicely there.
Yeah, definitely. As Hogan comes in again from far and has worked into the leg side, just beaten mid-on there, and again it's rolling itself over the boundary rope. So that is his second 4 in 2 balls.
Well, he timed it nicely. To be, he's not think it'd be to 10 past 11 to come out and be timing the ball as neat as that.
Yeah,
It's a bit of a statement to send 2 drives just either side of mid-on.
yeah, it definitely reduces Hogan's margin for error here. He's got to get it on the money, otherwise he's going to see a ball over the ropes. As Hogan comes in again just on the length, and that's defended by Davies where mid-wicket picks it up. Yeah, so Davies got his 7th century last week, so he's definitely going to come into this with a little bit of confidence off the back of that.
Yeah, last season was difficult. I think there were very high expectations of him from his previous exploits with Lancashire, and it wasn't an easy transition for him to come in. He didn't have an especially productive season. 649 championship runs at 28.
Hogan in again just on the length, and that's defended back to him, bringing the end of the over. So Warwickshire are 10th and after the second over.
Very satisfying start for Alex Davies. And a confident beginning from Warwickshire, having been put in here. Joined us a little late after the start. Kent choosing to field first and making just one alteration to their team from the side that won impressively, chased down 220 odd to win by 7 wickets against Northants. But Grant Stewart, I gather, not fit, so Connor McCurr, loaned from Surrey, has joined them. Matt Quinn is going to bowl over number 3 from the Birmingham end, and Yates is forward defending firmly to mid-on. The sun has gone in briefly. I think it's going to be that sort of day. It's quite breezy. Cricket rounds are always breezy.
Yeah, they are.
Round, watching my youngster in the nets at the club round the corner from us the other day. It was blowing a gale across.
Yeah, you can see how fast the clouds are moving.
So it's going to be in sunlight one moment and then in the shade. In comes Quinn and bowls to Yates, who is turning this with one hand coming off the bat, just round his front pad and away into the leg side. Bell Drummond, who's very particularly wrapped up. He's got his collar turned right up, standing next to the square leg umpire. He may even be using umpire Saggers as a windbreak there. He took him balls.
I don't blame him, to be fair. I would be doing the same. I love it in pre-season when you see people wearing bubble hats in the field, bubble hats and a pair of sunnies.
It's never quite become de rigueur for once the championship starts. Quinn tears in and bowls just not as wide of the off stump as I suspect Yates thought that was. We're not quite straight on behind the arm here, but that didn't look as though it was all that far away from off stump. But it's a good leave if it doesn't hit anything.
That's the one you don't want to leave, is when it's outside off and it's cut back in off the wicket. Especially in this early season, it's going to be nipping around.
We haven't seen anything go too prodigiously yet, but Quinn is trying to examine that area just outside Rob Yates' off stump. This one drifts onto the pads though, and Yates is going to help himself to a run here down to long leg. Smartly returned. But one to Rob Yates, he's 3, and it's 11 for none. Field changes around for the first time. Beltran's running across from square leg one side to the other. And umpire's trailing after him. Yates has come all the way right down the pitch to maybe give a bit of advice to Alex Davis. The right-hander is going to face Matt Quinn for the first time. A fidgeter in the crease, Alex Davis, but full of confidence, no doubt, after last week, and he certainly started confidently enough here. 3 slips in the gully wide, and Quinn bowls on his pads, and Davis turns this away into the leg side. It's smartly fielded, and again there's no run. More people beginning to drift in. As ever at Edgbaston, you can lose a decent crowd because it's such a big bowl. We can never tell from our commentary position here, which is in the 3rd floor of the pavilion, exactly how many people are around. You can sometimes hear them. Judge it by ear, but there are a smattering of people who ventured out in front of the executive boxes in the open seating at the Birmingham end, and they're watching Quinn run away from them and bowl a ball that holds its line outside off stump. Davis holds the pose with his bat behind his shoulder and lets it go through to Billings. 3 overs of Warwickshire's first innings are complete. Rob Yates is 3, Alex Davis 8, and Warwickshire are 11 without loss.
Yeah, not bad start. We're looking pretty solid, to be fair. It's Davies who's come in and really taken it to the Kent bowlers here and said, well, you've got to bowl your areas, otherwise it's going to go for 4. So,
but I mean, we only had 3 overs. But if you're winning the toss, I think nobody's in a better position than Sam Billings to judge it. But if you've put the other team in, I think in the first 15 minutes you want to see at least 1 or 2 nip about.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I mean, I'm sure Sam Billings is a pretty confident character, but there'll be a little voice on your shoulder saying, have we done the right thing here?
Yeah. Hogan's remaining right arm over to the left-hander of Yates, who's facing as he comes in and just on length and defended. Oh, a sneaking a cheeky one here, and they've made it safely. So Davies gets a strike for the next ball. Yeah, we definitely need to get a little bit more pressure if you're choosing to bowl. Just getting those areas right.
I always wonder what the conversations are with to what extent it's the captain going, lads, we're going to put him in today.
Yeah.
Or whether it's the bowlers, as it were, battering the captain's office door down and saying, today's the day, Skip.
Hogan coming in again, and it's half driven by Davies there. Extra cover picks it up. He's just got him slightly into out there. See, he's just practicing the shot afterwards and now doing a little bit of gardening halfway down the wicket, just where it pitched. Yeah, it's interesting who it comes in, who makes decisions. Like, obviously the captain makes a lot of the decisions, but whether the team has a bit of influence for coaches, how much influence they'll have on the toss decision. As Hogan turns and is trundling in. And again, it's on a length and defended back to him. Where mid-on, it comes and picks it up. Chucks it back to Billings there. He's just giving it a bit of a shine from 3rd slip there. looking after the ball well. Need to keep it swinging around. Not sure if it's doing anything. I can't really see from this angle whether it is swinging.
No, I don't think there's too much happening at the moment. Just look, I'm trying to look on the replay screen occasionally. It doesn't look as though there's too much. Certainly the batsmen don't seem to have been
Hogan
discomforted by it.
again, back of a length, and that's left alone by Davies there.
Because you'd be pretty watchful, wouldn't you, if you've been put in, especially at this time of the year. You'd be wanting to have a close look, but I don't think we've seen anything that's, apart from that very first ball that took Rob Yates on the pad, we've not really seen the batters discomforted yet.
No, absolutely not. It would have been good to see if Kent, well, we are only in the fourth over, really capitalise with it, but Hogan in again, full of a length, and that's driven by Davies, who finds mid-on, who throws it back into the keeper, just passes it round, keeping all the boys' hands warm, really.
Yes, any excuse to be involved.
Yep.
I can hear the work going on. If we could hear the drillers are out somewhere upwind of us.
Yeah, I think they're building some new flats or apartments.
There's a lot of building going on around here.
Hogan in again, full of a length, and defended by Davies there, who almost looks like he had the intent for a run there, but went against it. And that brings the end of the over, so Warwickshire at 12 for none after their fourth over.
He looks full of intent, Alex Davies. He's been very confident, pushing hard at the ball. He had those 2 drives in Hogan's first over. So he looks right up for it. If you want to drop a note through to the commentary box today, you can do. We'll take all your thoughts, comments, opinions, heckles, if they're nice. You can email me if you want to mike.taylor.02@bbc.co.uk. Don't forget the .02, otherwise it goes to a bloke who changes the clocks. It's true, that it does. In comes Quinn, who bowls full and straight to Yates. It's the start of a new over. He defends firmly back to the bowler, who, keeping the ball moving at all times, flings it through to Sam Billings. Mike, mike.taylor, taylor.02@bbc.co.uk. If you want to brave Twitter, you can tweet me to @MikeTaylorSport if you want. And Radio Kent listeners be used to getting hold of Matt, but he'll be popping up in a few minutes. Quinn leans forward into his charging run and has Yates very gently pushing forward here. Again, the bowler picks up and he's follow through.
It's interesting. So there's been a rule change. I'm not sure if it's been changed in the Mans for, well, I was aware of it before we started playing our first game the other day. You're not allowed to throw the ball back. You know how if a batter hits it back at you with some intent and they're kind of out of their crease and you normally wang it back to the keeper?
Yes.
You're not allowed to do that anymore unless it looks like they're going for a single, which I'm not sure if it's been changed in the Mans.
It feels open to a certain amount of interpretation, that. Here's Quinn running into bowl much wider of the off stump, and Yates sets himself as if he's going to throw everything at that, but he thinks better of it and lets it go through to Billings. It was pretty wide. Yeah, I can see that somewhere along the line some umpire is going to be asked to rule on that at some point this season.
Yeah, it's definitely, it's like that whole lot of man-cadding last season. There's a lot of, is that not?
Feel for the umpires sometimes. Quinn bowls to Yates, who's pushing forward and wants a short single there, and he's quickly away for it and pushed it into the covers, well short of the fieldsman. And they're through for a smartly taken single. So Yates is up to 5, and it is 13 without loss. And there's quite a bit of intent about Warwickshire's openers here. Having put in, you'd have thought they might be quite watchful to start with, especially at this time of the year where the ball might nip around a bit, but they've actually come out bristling a bit.
Yeah, it's really good to see, actually. They've really taken it to the Kent bowlers here, saying you've got to bowl in your areas, otherwise you're going to go for runs.
Quinn's going to bowl to Davies, who stands up straight, and he's taken on the pad here, looking to work this into the leg side. So the ball dribbles out the other way, and there's no run. stays 13 without loss. Oh, I should put it in context. They haven't gone out here like England under McCullum trying to smash it all over the place.
No.
But there is a degree of intent about the way they've started.
They've just played what's there, really, and haven't taken many risks. They've just played comfortably.
Davies stands up to his full height, which is not all that tall, but nevertheless makes the most of it as he waits for the next ball from Quinn and dabs it out into the offside. There's no run. 5 overs are complete. 13 without loss. And no real problems for the batters so far, which would slightly bother me if I was the Kent captain. I think you'd want to have seen at least one so far.
Yeah.
I can't really think of anything that's gone past the outside edge.
No, nothing's really beaten the outside edge here. We've just had like one first delivery really got wrapped on the pads, but other than that, the Warwickshire players have been, well, making right decisions really. We haven't had anything that's bothered them. Hogan now bowling across to the left-hander, and that's on a length and defended by Yates there. Mid-on picks it up and chucks it back to the keeper, who chucks it round, keeping all the Kent boys warm.
Particularly low-sounding aircraft. From here, there's the canopy of the next level means that we don't see all of the sky. Sort of like the view you get if you went to the pictures. So we hear the aircraft, but we don't always see them.
You can hear it.
Sounded like we were being buzzed a little bit there.
Hogan just coming in from the top of his mark. And that's just full of length. And that's the first player miss we've seen this morning. We thought, that's it. Eyed up the boundary there, but it's gone through to the keeper.
Well, it'd make a good photograph for Rob Yates there, because everything was right except that he missed it. I think he missed it by quite a bit, actually. It was wide-ish and going wider.
Yeah, as well.
Yes.
It's lucky you didn't get slightly closer and got a tickle on it.
Good one to miss. He had visions of pinging that through extra cover.
Hogan coming in from a pavilion on a length, and there we go. That's it again. Just beating the outside edge off a defensive shot. Not a massive drive like we saw before, but still sailing through to Bennings with the gloves there.
Well, that's the first one that's properly beaten, as you say, beaten the defensive push. Just looked as though it offered to move away a bit. This is a better line that Hogan is finding to the left-hander.
Yeah, it's definitely, this is where Kent would want to bowl now. Just applying the pressure onto Warwickshire a little bit more than previously. So Hogan just on a length, and that's again gone through to Bennings, beating the outside edge a little bit more. Looks like going on the pitch. Hogan just on a length, and that's again gone through to down a little bit, going outside edge a little bit more. Yates just takes a minute away from the crease.
Well, that's 3 in a row, and it's sometimes, I think, left-handers, it looks as though they push at them, and maybe they weren't, so they were sort of shielding the bat, but I reckon he did push at that third one. If we can wind back the stream to see it.
Hogan coming in again, just on the length, and that's defended by Yates this time. It's just slightly straight of that, so he's just patted it back to Hogan.
It's by far the trickiest over that we've seen so far from Michael Hogan. This is the line he wants, I think, the 3 that he's managed to get past the outside edge in this over.
Yeah, he's got slight advantage going across for left-handers, just a slightly different angle, forcing Yates to play at stuff. And again, Hogan just defended by Yates to extra cover, and that will bring the end of the over. So end of the 6th over, Warwickshire 13 for none, Yates is on 5 and Davies is on 8.
First maiden and by far the most threatening over that we've seen so far from either of the 2 opening bowlers.
Yeah, that's what you want really when you choose to bowl first. You want to apply a lot of pressure onto the Warwickshire batters, thinking, oh, if I play here I might get out. Whereas it just slightly missed their lengths in previous overs. You saw a couple of boundaries.
bright sunshine again as Quinn prepares to start his 4th over. Still with 3 slips and a gully, very orthodox field, and Davies is slightly checking his drive here, and it runs to Bale Drummond, moving to his left at square leg to pick up. And he stays 8, those 2 boundaries that he picked off earlier from Michael Hogan, who was an interesting signing for Kent in the winter. A sort of a coda on the end of his career, having given very good service indeed to Glamorgan. But now 41. Quinn runs in again, bowls, drifts onto Davies' pads, and Davies, if anything, slightly overbalances here as he turns this to mid-wicket. Takes a step forward to steady himself, and there's no run.
Yeah, well, Kent didn't re-sign Darren Stevens last year, so there was
room for a youngster.
Exactly, room for a youngster coming in.
Michael Hogan, 41. Fair play to her. For cricketers to still want to be putting it in, especially a quick bowler, it's tough business. Quinn runs in and bowls again to the right-handed Davies, who's defending this from the crease, and it runs down into the gully. There's no run. Began to think that Darren Stevens would just sort of be there as a sort of a fixture.
Yeah, that's for one of those people you think won't ever retire.
You've got to love the game to want to be still playing at this level with that level of commitment.
Yeah,
and I think it would be fair to say that the level of intensity of preparation has probably advanced a fair bit over the careers of Darren Stevens and Michael Hogan. This next ball from Quinn is outside the off stump, and Davies is just watching that carefully all the way through without playing at it. There was a time, and I think we're a long way past it now, when sort of county cricketers knocked off in September and sort of saw you in the 3rd week of March. But I don't know, here Warwickshire are back in some sort of training. Quinn's in trouble here, I think, and he didn't appear visibly to have a problem, but suddenly walked back to the umpire, taken his sweater, and he's walking a little awkwardly off. He didn't appear to be discomforted when he was running in, but there's no hesitation. He's decided he's off. So an early loss, and Kent, and as Matt will be telling us when he comes and joins the commentary in a few moments, have enough injury to deal with in their squad as it is. But now they've got another one, it would seem, because after 3 overs and 4 balls, Quinn has taken his sweater and he's walking off. He was pointing towards his groin on the left side when he went past one of his teammates. But he's away. So he's over. He's going to be finished by Conor McCurr. But that is the very last thing that Sam Billings and Kent needed, both in terms of this game, and let's hope it's nothing too bad and Quinn will be back bowling later in the game, if not today. But even in terms of this early stage of their season, from what I can gather, the last thing they need is another injury.
That's really not what you want, especially you haven't even made it to the 10th over yet of a second game of a season. I hope it's just a tiny niggle.
Yeah. Well, maybe they'll just take a look and check it out, but he certainly wasn't hesitating. Didn't try and battle through it. He knew that it was a problem. He's gone. So Conor McCurr, returning to Kent on loan, drifts his first ball down the leg side, and Davies picks him off for a run down to long leg. So he's going to complete Quinn's over, and it's 14 for no wicket.
Yeah, I suppose it's cold as well, so bowlers, once you're standing around, you're going to get a bit tight and you won't keep warm in this weather, so it's prime for little niggles here and there.
I'm going to have to take an athlete's word for that. But yes, I mean, it is cold, and there's nothing really to be gained by being a hero about it. And he obviously felt there was a problem. It wasn't immediately apparent, but he knew it. McCurr bowls and Yates drives his most authoritative shot so far, and he gets 4 through extra cover. It was not a flamboyant stroke. He's not a particularly flamboyant player, but it was well timed, and that was the hallmark of his real breakthrough season in 2021, and the first time we've seen it today. 4 to Rob Yates, he's 9, and Davies is also 9, and Warwickshire in 7 overs are 18 without loss, but Kent, I fear, literally hamstrung by the loss of Quinn. We'll find out in the fullness of time what the problem was, but it looked groin or hamstring-y, something of that nature.
Yeah, fingers crossed there's nothing too bad. See the physio quickly, and then up and ready to go. Fingers crossed, because you don't want to lose your opening bowlers, really.
No. Well, we'll hear from Matt. Matt's going to join you in a few moments after he spoke to Radio Kent, but he joins a list. They were already without Stewart, who has a side injury.
Hogan trundling in again, and dead ball. Batters walked away, and he's just returning to the top of his mark. You can see the wind blustering his t-shirt here. It's evidently very blustery out there today.
He's not a big man, Alex Davis, although he stands firmly in the crease. But it is the sort of gusty wind that would knock a less certain batter off his balance.
Hogan in again, just full of length, that's defended by Davies. He waited really late for that one, actually. He played it really beautifully under his eyes. His connection point there was really late, which is really good to see.
He looks very confident. A quick tweet that's arrived to me before I disappear. It says, have Kent put us into bat out of fear of our bowling attack? Wokes, Hannon, Dolby, Rushworth and Barnard is some serious bowling talent. I can't see any other reasoning. Add Hassan Ali to that list, because they're all in the lineup. It's a thought. It would be on my mind.
Hogan trundling in again, just on a length. That's defended by Davies there. A strong no call from him there. As previously they were looking to kind of like drop and run. Some of their runs they've taken very sneaky singles this morning.
I shall leave you with Matt Cole of BBC Radio Kent for the next half an hour or so.
Perfect. Be a little bit of musical chairs up here then. As Hogan's just given a little bit of a shine as he turns at the top of his mark and is running in again. It's just back of length and it's left alone by Davies, who remains on 9. Again, comes down for the routine, a little bit of gardening after that delivery. He's going quite high up and just turns back.
Well, good morning.
Hiya, how are you?
I'm fine. I'm absolutely fine, which is more than you'd say for Kent's seam bowling ranks at the moment. Isn't it? I'm a bit worried that I might pull something moving from one commentary position to another, but yeah, dreadful start for Kent to the season generally in the seam bowling ranks, but let's hope Matt Quinn can come back in.
Hogan in again, full of length, and that's left alone. He doesn't want to be playing about with free slips in a gully.
So yeah, just after Michael Hogan bowled that really good over, and I thought, oh, Kent are getting into it. They're getting the length sorted out. Hogan's got the line sorted out, but that is really desperate luck for Kent. We'll see what happens, obviously, but it doesn't look good to start, does it? But there we go, 18 for none. And yeah, Nathan Gilchrist and Grant Stewart, who a side injury kept him out of the second innings against Northamptonshire as well.
Hogan in again, short of length, and that's just worked into the leg side, and they take a single from that one. Yeah, that's really not what you want, is it?
No, it'll leave them with, for the moment anyway, with 3 seamers, and it's quite a batting heavy lineup, this one as well.
Yep.
So it'll be Everson in addition to these 2, and then the part-time spin of Joe Denley and Jack Leaning. I say part-time, they might be full-time. Also, Danny Bell-Drummond bowled quite a lot of overs against Northamptonshire in the second innings and took a couple of wickets, so he'll probably be pressed into action before long.
Hogan again, and that's driven. I think he's just got the inside edge there. So mid-wicket picks it up and checks it back, bringing the end of the over. So Warwickshire in 19 for none after their 8th over. Yates is on 9 and Davies is on 10. Yeah, especially with a new ball, you just don't want an injury of your opening bowlers, do you?
But otherwise, good morning, I should say, shouldn't I? I've come. What a ray of sunshine I've been. I've come straight on the commentary. Woe is me. Woe is Kent. Andrew on Twitter on @BBC Kent Sport just saying, looks like we need an experienced seamer. He says, who could we call upon? Who could you possibly be talking about, Andrew? I wonder. I think Chloe might already have mentioned him this morning. Darren Stevens not part of the Kent squad, but goodness me, that's a pretty wretched start in terms of injuries. But what could they do with the ball here? It's McCurr then bowls to Davis. That straightens him up. That's a great delivery.
Very nice delivery, that.
I'll say first up for Conor McCurr because he was drafted in for the first 2 balls, wasn't he? Sorry, the last 2 balls that Matt went over. But that's you'd be happy with that first ball, wouldn't you?
Absolutely, yeah. That's what you want. You just want the batter just have a little go at it and just beat the outside edge. Just very satisfying. So hopefully they'll resettle Kent bowlers here.
Yeah, Alex Davis certainly looked like he settled in pretty early, didn't he, with those 2 crisp 4s, I think, in the second over, but a little bit more circumspect as Kent have found their line. McCurr fuller this time, is clipped through square leg, and that'll be 4 runs. Seeing who the fielder is there, can't quite pick them out. Might be Fred Clarkson actually on as a sub for Matt Quinn, but lovely shot that one, all timing, and it's gone across the cut strips, isn't it? And they're now having trouble finding it under the hover cover. I think that's Clarkson. I'd normally say sunglasses on the back of it. Is he going to throw this left? He is indeed. So I think Clarkson's on as sub fielder, as a 12th man. But that's a lovely shot from Alex Davis, isn't it? Great timing.
You can see from last week, he's just got a little bit of confidence. There's something about him today that he's just seeing the ball, timing it well, not playing anything really dangerous.
McCurr now bowls to Davis, driven straight past him. Chloe Brewer calls it straight away, shot, straight drive. It's up the slope. Is it going to be caught there? It's a diving attempt at a stop. I think it might be Joey Everson again, who's made a great effort. Has he stopped that for 3? I think he has. Goodness me. Yeah, that's some good work.
Fair enough.
Really worth looking out there. In fact, the sawdust just took a bit of momentum off it, didn't it, I think?
Yeah, just...
So, unlucky, I would say, not to get a boundary, consecutive boundaries there. They come back for 3. Davis on 17 from 28 balls, 9 from 23 for Yates. The greatest season last year by all accounts. Hoping to start this one with a bang. McCurr bowls to him, and again it's a full length, and that's clipped into the onside for the left-hander. And after it goes Michael Hogan, back for 2. And the run starting to flow once again after a great first ball from Conor McCurr, who played 2 games for Kent at the end of last season on loan when they had some injury problems. Both of those were victories actually, but it just took a single wicket in each one. Yeah, Surrey have such immense reserves in terms of, well, as you all know, being a Surrey cricketer, but certainly the men's team have a great depth in seamers, and McCurr bowling, rising delivery to Yates, decent one as well. It's fielded by Denley at the gully. I think he's found his career somewhat becalmed there, trying to get first team cricket, so good to see him play.
No, definitely. I say, well, sorry, they just have so much depth. They've got a lot of potential England players as well, current England players as well. So it's a hard team, especially after last year when they won the championship. Yeah. So it'll be a hard team to crack. Don't fix it if it's not broken.
Just getting past the Curran family and that is hard enough, isn't it? Trying to get in the bowling lineup.
Yeah.
28 for none. Say nothing of the rest of them. McCurr over the wicket then to Yates. Defends that on off stump out towards the offside towards cover, and that's Compton. Kent still attacking with 3 slips in, but that's a dot ball at the end of the over. 28 for none. Cloudy skies now here at Edgbaston. Looking at the forecast, possibility of a couple of showers today. Maybe we hope they'll skirt us, but otherwise, I was looking at the forecast last week. This looked like a write-off today, but it's been getting better at least, I think. We're having forecast. So.
Yeah, I think tomorrow there could be quite... Just don't look at the weather forecast, that's what I'm going to say.
No.
Ignorance is bliss.
as weather forecasters say, with showers, the pitch can change very quickly. I think it's going to need to tomorrow for us to get some significant play. But yeah, as you say, let's live in the present.
Hogan trundling in again, but that's short of length, and that's controlled well by Davies there. It's just pulled it into the ground up to deep square where Bell Drummond is fielding. It's just chucked it back in. Yeah, a bit of cloud. Yeah, it was raining yesterday actually. The groundsmen have been working ever so hard to try and keep the strips dry and cut and ready really. Yeah, it was interesting. The boys were training yesterday actually across there, and it's had a little crowd going on yesterday.
Oh, nice. Yeah, I saw some of the photos from people, yeah.
Hogan coming in again, full of length, that's defended late underneath Yates' eyes there. Yeah, I was driving past, I was like, cricket fans are great.
Yeah. I'll start the new season, was very exciting. Well, the home start, I should say, after the draw last week, but nothing quite like being here at Edgbaston, I'm sure. But yeah, I saw a few selfies from yesterday. The Warwickshire comms team had those out. That's fantastic. Michael Hogan here, it's bowling well. Mike was talking about the...
Yeah, he's definitely...
The youngster at 41.
And he comes again, just on a length that's defended by Yates there, yeah. He's definitely found his length, especially after losing his opening bowling partner. It's just keep on applying the pressure onto the Warwickshire batters, because they've shown that they can capitalise on the balls that aren't on a length. They've put away the bad balls, really. And that's what you do when you're in form as a batter, really. If you can get onto those deliveries quickly and slowly keep ticking the runs over, as Hogan is running in again. It's just on a length defended by Yates there, where Point picks it up, chucks it back around. You can see a lot of the sunglasses going on and off as the cloud cover keeps on moving.
I think at the far end we see spectators, it's just layers going on at this point. I'm thinking it must be pretty brutal when the sun goes in, because you could see the Warwickshire flag just across and to our right at the Birmingham, the city end. It is blowing left to right, isn't it, the wind there? So some hardy souls out there.
Definitely. Hogan coming in again, just on a left, patted back to him there by Yates. Yeah, hardcore cricket fans are hardcore.
This is, as you say, the hardcore, the very beating heart of county cricket.
Absolutely.
That brave this weather. But Mike was mentioning Michael Hogan, and a stat almost came out of the blue, and not surprising in some ways, but Michael Hogan, despite being 41, last week was his first bowling in County Championship Division 1, having been Glamorgan his whole of his County Championship career.
Hogan, again, all of that's just beating the outside edge there. He's played at it with hard hands, actually. You can see as he couldn't stop the bat as it came through. But that's just beating the outside edge. That's a very good delivery to finish the over on, and that will transfer pressure for the next over, so hopefully this can be upheld by McKenna from the city end.
But if you ignore the fact that Michael Hogan is 41 and look at his raw stats from last year, took 45 wickets in Division 2 at about 27, and there were, as you may remember, there were quite a lot of runs around last summer. And that's an underestimate. I think it was a particular spike last year. Took 20 odd wickets in T20 and in the 100 as well. So he did well last year. McKerr to Davis, just straying onto the leg and middle, and Davis just turns that to the man at mid-wicket. That's Ben Compton. Field changes over now for the left-handed Yates. Davis goes on to 19. I'm getting confused by McKerr's bowling figures already, because he's bowled 2 stray balls, hasn't he, when Matt Quinn went off. So that was the first ball of the over. 30 for none. Yates on 11, Davis 19. But he was going to retire. This is what makes it even stranger. So he was going to retire. Kent persuaded him out of retirement. He's going to do some coaching as well for Kent in the One Day Cup. Here's McKerr to bowl to Davis. That's a lovely shot. That's picked off. Sorry, it's to Yates, of course, the left-hander, and that has shot across the turf, full but just a roll of the wrists, all timing once again, as you say. He's timed the ball beautifully. 4 runs, 34 for none.
Yeah, it's a lovely shot. It's heavy clippage, that. You can see as well the square, though, it goes all the way across pretty much to the boundary. So that, as a batter, that's lush, really. It's flat ground.
Yeah, it comes off the bat and is disappearing pretty quickly, and no chance for Daniel Bell-Drummond on the leg side. As we were mentioning in Northamptonshire game, he tends to field in places where he's got quite a lot of ground to cover. You look at where Bell-Drummond is. Pretty much anything forward of square that's not going straight, and backward of square that's not reaching the man at fine leg. Here's McCurr to Yates' shoulders arms on that one. We're playing that a bit on length, just outside the off stump, the left-hander. He's just limbering up his, stretching his knees there, Daniel Bell-Drummond. As I said, without Matt Quinn, he may get through some overs as well.
Yeah.
They might turn to him, certainly, as took a couple of wickets in the Northampton second innings last week, and actually bowled pretty well. But as far as bowling long spells, that's I guess for a part-time bowler, that's very much an issue, isn't it? Consistency and keeping form. McCurr through the wicketkeeper. That's another good delivery actually from McCurr. 4 stump, but it's a deliberate lead by Yates as well. 34 for none. I'm going to get the cliche in right now. There's only 2 types of leaves. I think that's fair to say, isn't it? There's the good and there's the bad one, and that's got to be a good one.
Yep. Yeah, definitely for part-time bowlers, as you were saying, spike in a workload, especially if you're not bowling much, can actually cause a couple of niggles if you're not used to it, especially in bowlers' lower backs with so much force going through them.
That's McCurr, 3 slips in the gully still in for Kent. They're still attacking here. Lovely drive. Perhaps, I thought for a moment he hadn't quite timed it, but now it's racing away, and Ben Compton's in a chase to try and stop it. Getting to the boundary, he will do before it does, and they'll come back though for what's a comfortable 3. It's a big playing service here at Edgbaston, despite, as we look from the pavilion end, the ropes brought in from the right hand side, but it's a big old ground, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. You've got a slightly smaller boundary over towards that family stand over there, but as you go over towards the hobgoblin signs over there.
Thank you.
Caught myself in a little bit of a tongue twister there. Quite a long boundary, but as you say, the square goes up pretty much to 2 strips away.
Yeah, and that, yeah, is fast when hitting square of the wicket there. Davis just adjusts the shot a little bit. So McCurr took some pace off that one, end of the over, 37 for no wicket, and McCurr finishes his over. 18 Yates, 19 Davis. Kent won the toss and put Warwickshire in to bat to start the day, and Warwickshire have made a good fist of this, despite me moaning on about Kent losing Matt Quinn in just the 7th over, and obviously with their already injury hit lineup, no overseas signed yet either for Kent, and Gilchrist and now Stewart already out, and Matt Quinn may be adding to that. Not good for them. But for the home side, this is a really good promising start. I'd say 37 for none, a couple of past the bat, but otherwise these 2 have timed the ball really well, I think.
Yeah, they look like they're starting to settle in a little bit here. Dig it in. CV, well, one opening bowler left, off, and then just keep on taking along, really. Hogan across the left-hander, that's defended by Yates. Point picks it up, it gives it a little bit of a shine again. Yeah, no, this is a very promising start for Warwickshire. You want to get as many runs as you can in today, especially with not looking at the weather forecast, but looking at the weather forecast tomorrow. It could be limited for sure. A little bit of natter in the field from Kent.
Yeah, that'll come from Sam Billings first and foremost. You can hear his voice booming across Edgbaston here, but yeah, he tries to keep things lively.
Hogan coming in from pavilion end, and that's defended by Yates there, as Hogan chucks it back to the kind of a mid-wicket, mid-on kind of area. He's floating around there.
And that's Ben Compton. Kent not helping anybody. I mean, the cable knits look lovely, I think, and they're traditional, but they don't print on the back of them, so not too easy if you're coming afresh to the Kent fielding lineup. But yeah, that's Ben Compton now at mid-on.
Hogan trundling in again, just full of it. Oh, that's beaten about. As he's gone with hard hands, there has Yates, and it's just gone through to a keeper there. He's just taken himself off towards square leg there, having a little bit of a chat with himself.
Is that one you do when you've? I mean, you probably never do that, Chloe. A bit of a play and a miss over middle stumper. Do you go for a little wander? Does that help?
I don't really leave the. I don't leave the strip very often. I might have a little bit of gardening down, have a chat. But Hogan coming in from the end on a length that's defended a lot better than a previous ball by Yates. Yeah, I've never been much of a wanderer really. Quite happy. Just quite happy to keep going.
Just talking about the chat coming from Kent, and I think actually they're quite, and their head coach Matt Walker said this before, that sometimes a bit quiet in the field, but Sam Billings, normally with the IPL this time of year, I think he's making an effort to make them a little bit more vocal. Yeah,
Hogan in again, it's defended into the leg side, looking for a run there, but Drummond picks it up. That's what you want, isn't it? And a full day game. I'm losing my marbles. Just want a lively field, really.
Well, I was going to ask about that again. I mean, I don't know if this is a sort of a myth that cricketers tell themselves, that, you know, this helps, but maybe in keeping momentum when heads are going down, you think? Or?
Definitely. It just keeps the atmosphere nice and lively, really. It makes it go a lot quicker. I shouldn't really say that, but...
I appreciate it.
Hogan on a length, it's just off the back foot there, point picks up, bringing the end of you over. So Warwickshire 37 for none. Yates is on 18 and Davis is on 19. Yeah, you've got to keep your mind on the game. So you've got to switch off between balls and then switch back on. So you can't stay focused for all day, otherwise your brain will be gone by the end of the day.
I suppose there's a bit of a lull as well to help keep the fielders on their toes, does it, do you think? Or?
Yeah, absolutely. Also, when you have an atmosphere in the field, it actually creates a little bit of pressure for the batters. Because if you're coming in and the fielders are buzzing off each other, you're like, oh, it feels like you've got 11 against 1, or 11 against 2 in a partnership if you've got a strong partnership going on. But you really get a presence of fielders sometimes.
I think Sam Billings, if you've watched any franchise cricket, and he's played quite a lot over the winter, and there are stump mics, aren't they? You'll hear quite a lot of Sam Billings anyway. So if you watch cricket during the winter, if you're a Badger, you're watching the Pakistan Super League or the Big Bash, you would have heard the dulcet tones of Sam Billings. He is all action all the time. At the moment, his side really need a breakthrough though. 37 for none. Warwickshire going fairly comfortably. Kent haven't bowled badly. A couple of Kent fans getting in touch. KentCricket@gmail.com, by the way. If you're a Warwickshire fan, you're more than welcome. We're a broad church. David's been in touch. I'll get to your email very shortly, David. Is Everson first change in the bowling actually for Kent, or that's not been enforced? And this is a lovely shot. It's full and outside the off stump, to be fair, but Davis has treated that. The right-hander cuts that out towards the boundary, and once again, as Chloe was saying, flying across the cut strips for 4 runs.
I could be wrong, but it looked like it had a little bit of a waist swing on that delivery. Just slightly.
Just a little bit of a reach, maybe. Just
a little bit of a reach there, so might be able to get a little bit of movement here. So if he gets his lines and lengths right, a little bit with the ball could potentially cause some damage. I'm not sure.
I said this is the first unenforced change. Matt Quinn came off as injured in the 7th over. Everson now bowling outside the off stump. Gets some lift. We saw that at Canterbury as well. He's not that quick, Joey Everson, but off a good length. He's not just Canterbury, so Kent fans can be assured of that. Just got a little bit of lift outside the off stump on a good length.
That's it. When you're not as quick as a quickser, you need to get your areas right, because you can cause a lot of damage. Just getting your areas right, really. Bowl it straight, be great.
Is Everson to... it's chopped on, and Everson has the wicket. 3 balls after being brought into the attack, and Davis, looking just to run that perhaps past gully, has chopped on inside edge, and Kent do have that first victory. Or breakthrough, I should say. Let's not say it's a victory from here. Small steps for them. But Alex Davis was looking very good as well. He'll be very, I'm sure, frustrated. Not a great way to get out, is it, from a batter's point of view?
No.
Lots of ifs and buts in your mind after that. But plays on, and it's 41 for 1 and a breakthrough for Kent. Otherwise, it had been all Warwickshire this morning so far. 41 for 1. Davis goes for 23 in the 13th over here on BBC Radio WM, Coventry and Warwickshire and Kent, and on the live stream as well. And all around the ground, all roads will come out at number 3. But with what's gone on this morning, that'll be very welcome indeed for Kent. And Alex Davis looked like he was, well, obviously from the first ball of that over, looked like he was in good touch as well.
Yeah, he definitely looked like he's in a bit of good form. He got his century last week, so definitely a little bit of confidence about him. It's just unlucky. That's one of those dismissals, isn't it? But you go back to change him. Oh, why did I do that? I should have just played this shot instead. But don't play shots, you don't get runs, really. And do you want to keep on ticking along? But that's what Kent want, really, isn't it? Choosing to bowl first.
Yeah, it's a very good point. Sam Billings having won the toss. That, I'm not sure if it's a sigh of the relief from the captain, but when you're 41 for none, maybe just questioning the decision. But I was going to get to David's email. He says, first Stuart and now Quinn, he says, exactly why we shouldn't be playing county championship in early April. He said, well, maybe blaming the cold, as you were saying. It's difficult to get warmed up with the Kent injuries. Still, at least it'll be warm when the 100 comes around. Probably will. Hint of irony, David, do I detect there? But Joey Everson has made the breakthrough for Kent, 41 for 1 Warwickshire. Bowls now to Rhodes, leaves that beyond length as much as anything else, through to the wicket-keeper. Comes back a little bit, but after it's left the tall figure of Will Rhodes, 35 on his back. Ben on the emails. Hello, Ben. Does Conor McKerr have a squad number? I was confused when I thought that Grant Stewart had dyed his hair. Yes, he is wearing the 9 shirt, which would be Grant Stewart's, but I don't know if he officially does. Pressed into action on a 2-game loan for Kent because of the injuries they already had. Everson to Rhodes. Just plays that on middle. Just moves across his stumps a little bit, plays it straight back to Everson. 2 left-handers in now. Thank you both. Saw a tweet as well, which I'll get to in just a second, talking about Kent's lack of overseas bowlers. I'll find that in a second. There's my IT skills working really well. Let's get back to the cricket. Everson to Rhodes, clips out languidly off his pads, taken at mid-wicket by Joe Denley low down, and end of the over, 41 for 1. Finally a breakthrough for Kent. Just find that in a second. It wasn't Andrew saying, looks like we could do an experienced bowler. Piercy's been on there as well. Do the right thing, he says to Kent, and then has copied in Darren Stevens into that one. Robbo, is it saying, need an overseas bowler? They certainly have been trying. It's been, well, people asking, I know Kent supporters asking, well, did they have a plan B? They're on to plan D or E with overseas now. It has been a really difficult task, I think it's fair to say. Conor McKerr to bowl. While Chloe takes you for the first few balls of this, I shall make way, and Mike Taylor will take my place.
Perfect, yeah. So we continue from the pavilion end. It's McKerr bowling, yes. He's got different number in his back, different number and name on his back than it has on the scoreboard. So in he comes, right arm across left hander. That's just sailed through to keeper there. Actually, he's left about alone, has Yates. And back in.
I'm like a cuckoo clock, you see. They pop out on the hour.
Yeah, that's definitely the breakthrough that Kent kind of needed.
Yeah, you'd be really cross, wouldn't you, Alex Davis? He looked in very good order until that.
Yeah, he definitely looked in some good nick. It's showing positive for the remaining of the season, really, if you start off well. In McKerr comes again, back of length, and that's been cut away. It sails towards the longer boundary over there. It's a beautiful cut shot. It's just out of crease, just rehearsing again. Has Yates as he moves on to 22. The batters are just having a little bit of a natter in the middle there.
It's a very confident stroke from Rob Yates, who found the first hour a little bit harder going than Alex Davis.
Yeah.
But starting to open out a bit now.
Yeah, he's gone off. He's faced 43 deliveries, so he's taken his time. So a bit of a slow burner, but he's got all day to bat. So McKerr comes in again, is left alone by Yates there as it's gone through to the keeper again. Just a little bit of that routine gardening after the delivery.
Will Rhodes is remaking the wicket at the in front of the umpire. I thought they'd have squared it up by now. He's just fidgeting his nose at the crease.
Yeah.
Got to be finding something to do out there.
McKerr coming in again, right arm over from the end, short of length, and it's defended off the back foot by Yates there as Point picks it up and just gives it a little bit of a shine again. There's quite a few over in that little corner over there, isn't there, towards the city end?
That's where the best, if you're going to get the best of the sun, not that you're going to really get much of a tan today, I wouldn't have thought.
You never know.
Well, you never know. Sometimes you can get it a bit, can't you? And the sort of when it's windy days, and you can almost like you've been wind blasted.
Yeah. No. So, a bit of sun cream. 3 coats maybe. McKerr coming in from the end, short of length, it's just pushed off back foot into the offside as person at a kind of mid-off extra covers comes round to pick it up.
He's they've been able to pick off rather too many runs from Conor McKerr. He had a quick go at short notice from the Birmingham end. I'm going to cut across you briefly here because I'm about to update our local radio listeners in the West Midlands. But he's going to switch round the wicket to complete this over. This is Mike Taylor at Edgbaston, where on the first day of the county championship match between Warwickshire and Kent, the Bears have made steady progress throughout the first hour, but have just lost their first wicket. They were put into bat, and Alex Davis started particularly confidently with a couple of fine drives down the ground, but having made his way to 23 and looking to be playing with more intent, he under-edged a ball from Joey Everson into his stumps. Rob Yates had 1 or 2 awkward moments, but he's now starting to play with more confidence. He's unbeaten on 23, joined by Will Rhodes, and Warwickshire after an hour are 46 for 1. And that's concluded McKerr's over, but he hasn't really settled yet. He's had sort of 2.5 overs from the Birmingham end, switched to the Pavilion end where we're commentating from, but he doesn't look entirely settled down.
Not yet, no. I suppose it's one of those when you come on to bowl remaining 2 balls of an over, haven't quite warmed up yet, so it'll take a little bit to get into his stride, especially then changing ends as well. It's a lot of different things you have to combat with, really. So
I don't know how much preparation he would have had either, because he only joined on loan from Surrey this week. Start of a new over from Joey Everson, who was successful in his first, and Yates is driving firmly to mid-on, and they don't take a run. But I imagine it's been I don't know how soon they would have had that in the planning. He was loaned to Kent last week, last season rather, but I think it was only at the start of this week that he'd been brought in, and then straight up here to Birmingham. So his feet want to touch the ground this week. Yates drives without any foot movement here, but it's firmly up to mid-off and there's no run.
I suppose that's the thing as well. If he's only come up this week, he wouldn't have had much practice on the pitch, and just not as much experience as the other lads on the field with Edgbaston. Just the ground, really.
And look, you want to feel settled, don't you? And I think sometimes Everson offered a slightly shorter run. 3 slips waiting, he's bowling short, and Yates sets himself for this, gets into position early and pulls it hard through mid-wicket for 4. And now he really is settling down, Rob Yates, and he brings up 50 runs for Warwickshire with perhaps the most aggressive stroke we've seen so far today.
Yep, that was a lovely shot. It was played beautifully into the leg side there. Don't bowl there really. He's got onto it very quickly.
I don't think that Joey Everson will be trying too many sit-up short. He's not been slow to go. We haven't seen many short deliveries bowled so far, but Yates went after one in the first over, and he certainly went after that. Everson bowls again. This is wide of off stump. And Yates is... Oh, it's called wide, in fact. My umpire Illingworth.
It looks like he's popped some gloves on.
He has a bit. Oh, yes, I see that now. The replay. Well, he's not a bad judge, I don't think.
No.
51 for 1. And back goes Everson. He'll be slightly chastened by that. He won't be wided in first last game. And he runs in and bowls to Yates, who defends out into the offside. I do think sometimes we think with sportsmen and women that, I don't know whether it's because the generation's grown up with computer games, particularly footballers, you assume that you can just transplant them from one club to another, and it's like sort of getting a new bit of kit for your washing machine or something. You screw it in and it works. And actually the people, I mean, well, you know this, you've just come up through the winter, moved, you know, up here to Birmingham. Everson bowls and Yates hits this off the back foot. There's no run. Do you know what I mean? You're moving your... At short notice, you might be... It's not, I suppose it's not so far from Surrey to Kent, but you see what I mean? You're moving to new surroundings.
No, absolutely. I think, as well, during the season you move a lot as a sports person.
Yes.
You'll be on a coach constantly. So you're probably quite used to it.
Everson bowls, and Yates is defending firmly back up the pitch. It's the end of the over, 51 for 1, and Yates is 27 now. Yeah, but I think we only ever see people in action at the games, but this is the bit we don't see. Your life as a you know, professional athlete, essentially, you know, whatever the game is. There's all the bits that we don't see, and you know, if I were moving to a new job and moving, you know, a certain distance away, you'd take a while to get yourself settled down, especially if you're house and all the rest of it.
Yeah, I think it's just one of those, isn't it? Sports very cutthroat as well, especially. So if you have to move, you have to move, and we've just got to do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it definitely would take a while to get settled, especially if it's within a week's notice. McCurr coming in. Oh, he's looked like he's shaped up. He's just got a hand pass that's been driven back to him. He's started to come right arm round to the left-hander now, so changing the angle slightly, forcing Rose, who still is yet to get his first run of the day.
He's obviously come quick enough for them to not get him his own shirt, because it's got Stewart on the back.
That really confused me when he came on to bowl.
Well, I'm impressed you've got eyesight to be able to spot it with electronic aid, as I did.
Right, round again comes McCurr, on the left, defended back to him. His first 2 balls have been quite on the money, as I'd say. So hopefully he'll get settled in fairly quickly. Yeah, especially, well, himself, he would have trained at the Oval all winter. Well, in the marquee, I'm assuming. I don't know.
Are you suggesting the facilities at the Oval might be particularly good?
No. McCurr coming in, but it's a very snazzy leave there. At the Oval, they've got them a marquee, haven't they?
I don't know.
They've got a marquee during the winter.
Lovely.
So he would have been pretty used to their conditions by now. So coming up, it probably would take a little bit of notice. Yeah, you can't beat it up here, can you? Can't beat it. McCurr coming in again from a pavilion end, remaining right arm round, and that's just full of length. And again, quite a fancy leave from Rose there. Still remaining get his first run of the day.
I get the impression Will, the Warwickshire captain, has spent a certain amount of the winter in front of a mirror practicing his leaves. There's a certain flamboyance to that. Pointed the bat down the pitch.
It's very jazzy, isn't it?
Comment about that later. Second man's gone back on the pull here. Square leg has gone back to the rope for the first time.
Yeah, McCart coming in is just... I don't think he meant to... It's a lovely shot. He's just guided it between gully and point there and has found a boundary. You can hear a little ripple of applause from across the ground. Yeah, deep square goes out. So that's probably not where you want to bowl if that's the field that you've set.
Well, it was the maybe it was the double bluff, but certainly Rhodes was in position for it early, and it was a really controlled stroke, as you say, picking the gap between gully and point. That's a nice start.
No, definitely. So gets his first runs of the day with boundary. It's not too bad, is it? As McCart is just at the top of his mark at the pavilion end, and he's trundling in full of length, and that's kind of half driven back to him, bringing the end of the over. So Warwickshire 55 for 1, Yates is on 27 and Rose is on 4.
Well, it's been a very sound start for Warwickshire, having been put in 70 minutes into it, and losing Davis to one of very few false strokes, really. Having been invited to bat first, I might have thought they'd be putting more trouble than that. But not much has gone Kent's way, with the exception of that under edge from Davis in Everson's first over.
Yeah, the Warwickshire batters haven't seemed unsettled at all, really, as of yet. There's been a couple of deliveries that kind of applied the pressure back onto them, but...
Everson, right arm over the wicket from the Birmingham end. He's drifting outside leg stump here, and Yates is helping himself to runs. It might go all the way to the long leg rope. Oh, it's a fielder teaser, and there are two of them. In fact, Billings, with the gloves on, has gone all the way to the boundary here, setting the right tone to his teammates, but neither of them get there. And it is 4 runs to Rob Yates.
No, he's done well there to get down to a boundary pretty much just before it went over.
I thought the whole point of being captain was you didn't have to do all that. Fair play to Sam Billings. But it's 48, who's 31 now, and he's waiting for Everson. Chest on approach, and he bowls, and it's cut over the slips for 4 more by Yates. He wasn't in control of that. Leaned back and went to cut hard, and it came right off the top edge and popped over the slips for 4. Which would be just, you would think, a source of some encouragement for Everson, if frustration as well, because that was a mistake.
Yeah, that's an annoying one when it goes over slips there. But
still 3 slips awaiting. There's no third man back. Here's Everson running into bowl, and Yates leaves that close to the off stump. And he watched it very closely past his off bail. And he's happy with it. Umpire Illingworth is not entirely happy with where Everson is putting his feet. Goes for a scratch around on the crease. That's
always a bit of a subtle hint from the umpire there. Just come on, get your foot a bit further behind the line for me.
Off goes Everson, and Yates this time gets that one right out of the middle. It was short again and sat up for Yates, so he's not being hurried by any of the short stuff by Everson, and he hits that hard in front of square for 4 runs. It's the one he was trying a moment or 2 ago.
Yeah, that's a lovely shot. It's just got it behind the hover covers over there. Yeah, he's get it up really. He's
too short here.
Yeah, it's not bothering the Warwickshire batters, so you just really need to hammer a good length here.
7 boundaries now to Yates in 39, and Warwickshire up to 67 for 1. And now Yates is leaning forward to defend in front of his front pad. And out to mid-wicket. There's no run. Zach Crawley at second. I think that is at second slip has got it sorted with this the sort of muff, the hand warmer. It's sort of hanging in front of him like a sporran, and at every opportunity he's got both hands thrust deep inside it, which is the right thing to do. Only at the last moment does he get them into position, waiting in case Everson finds Yates' edge, but he doesn't. Yates defends out on the offside. 3 boundaries in that over, taking Rob Yates to 39 out of Warwickshire's 67 for 1 in 17 overs, having been asked to bat first. Will Rhodes is on 4. The man out was Davis for 23.
Yeah, I don't think Kent have got off to the start they would have thought they would have when they decided to bowl this morning. They have taken a 1 wicket, but 67 for 1 after 17 overs possibly isn't.
I think you'd want to see more balls that look like they were going to take wickets.
Yeah.
You know, it's all right. You don't always get nicks, don't go to hand, or things don't always go your way, but they haven't threatened all that much.
No, McCurr. And again, it's just slightly wider there. Could say pushing the wide line. It's just left alone by Rhodes. Yeah, you want to get the batter playing at balls that beat the outside edge, really, don't you? If you're applying pressure.
I think you'd have put his back out if he'd applied that. It was really wide.
That was, yeah, definitely on that wider line, wasn't it? McCurr running in again from the pavilion and just short of length and defended off the back foot by Rhodes as he passes it to the man in an extra cover area, giving it a good old shine.
For latecomers, there's 1 change to either team from their first game. So Kent, who won last week against Northampton, won very well, replaced Grant Stewart with Conor McCurr, but they have since lost Matt Quinn in his 4th over this morning. Went off with what appears to be a groin strain.
McCurr full of length, and that's driven handsomely towards mid-on, who's chasing it down, and they've just taken 2 from it. It's a lovely stroke, though.
This is settling in here, the Warwickshire captain. So Kent, Compton, Crawley, Bell Drummond, Denley, Leaning, Cox, Billings, Evison, McCurr, Quinn and Hogan. So Fred Classen was the member of the travelling party who's not playing, although he might be doing quite a lot of fielding there. And for Warwickshire, Chris Wokes replaced Jacob Bethel to make up what is a very strong looking seam attack.
And again, McCurr is left alone by Rhodes, just on a length. He didn't fancy that one. I'm very impressed with your scoring as well. You're doing a lot of multitasking. Scoring.
Well, don't be too impressed, because I've got it 28 for 4 on my sheet. No, look, it's a habit. So pretend that I'm paying attention, you see. Wonder. Racehorses have blinkers, I have this score sheet to keep my attention. It's a scruffy one.
McCurr trundling in again from pavilion hand, and it's just short of length, and that's, he's gone to pull that, he's gone very high here. Oh, and it's been caught. I didn't see where that went, to be honest. That's a 2nd wicket of the day. Rhodes goes for 6, and Warwickshire are now 69 for 2.
Well, he's pretty cross here with himself, Will Rhodes, I think. As soon as he hit that, he knew he was in trouble.
Yeah.
And sort of swung his bat over his shoulder. Again, he, like Alex Davis, he'd started very confidently, but trying to haul that from outside the line of off stump, I think. Seeing a replay now, and yeah, he's fetching that from quite wide of off stump.
Yeah.
And it's come off the top edge of the bat, but quite low on the blade, I think, and flown, just looped up to mid-on. So I think he might feel, the Warwickshire captain, that's a rather careless dismissal.
What? Yeah.
It's easy to sit here and say that, but he has the air of a fella walking off who would be, well, put it this way, he wouldn't want to go and face the captain. It's just as well he won't have to.
No. That's very true. So Warwickshire now at 69 for 2. Hayne is the next batter in at 4.
Yes, the third highest scorer in the county championship first division last season.
Yeah,
And a maker of stylish runs, as well as quite a lot of them. Still without international recognition, which is a sore point round here. Although, of course, by not being selected for anything, it makes him more available for Warwickshire. So,
yeah.
But he's a fine player.
Hopefully continues his form into this season.
Well, there's a little bit of work to be done all of a sudden for Warwickshire, who started very well. What is the umpire fidgeting about?
Not sure.
Signalling for something. He's in pretty earnest conversation with Sam Hain, who's only just walked out there.
I don't know.
What are they? It's as if indicating something either around his or the umpire's neck. I don't know what the problem is, but we're not carrying on. Is there a problem with Sam Hain's helmet?
Not sure.
Seems to be gesture. Put it this way, we're not going any further with this game until it's been attended to.
Might be. You know where you have them stem guards? Maybe that?
Yes, the little guards on the back of the helmet you're talking about, aren't you? I'm wondering if it's that too. But you'd have thought he'd have had all that in order before going out there. So, we've got a peculiar hold-up. So, on his way past the umpire, Hain's been stopped there in his tracks by...
He's been sent back to get something.
Saggers.
Or something's been sent out to him.
It's all very jolly. I mean, Hain and Sam Billings are having a bit of a joke about it. But we've got a hold-up. And umpire Saggers has got his arms folded like a man waiting a long time for a bus. Because you don't want to be doing that in this weather. And he's the one who's not smart. Everybody else seems to find this moderately amusing.
So he's being sent out 2 helmets.
Yeah.
Not sure quite what's going on.
Strange business. Sam Hain, having gone out to bat, would appear to have been told. I'm suddenly getting flashbacks of PE lessons. You certainly haven't got the right kit. You end up in detention. But anyway, the helmet number 1 has gone off, and here's helmet number 2.
What's on?
The umpire standing by here to have a look. He likes that one.
Might be them stem guards. I can't actually see from here.
Perhaps, yeah. The way he was gesturing there, Martin Saggers, was that it was something to do with it. But it's a strange business to have. It's not as if he's been, if a bat's been hit on the helmet, then the umpire comes and has a look and says, well, you need to change it or whatever, then that's fine. But he's just gone out there.
Weird game. That's for sure. So, Wicker remains from the pavilion end. And is it coming in? It's been quite a long break after that dismissal. He finally at the crease, just doing a little bit of gardening. Before I said a little bit of a stretch, bit of a
I'd be shattered by now if it was me. He's gone through all sorts of flexing and various stretches.
Wicker running in again, that's full of laps, Yorker level, and they've gone up as a big appeal. But I think umpires could have a discussion here.
Well, I think
he's done well to dig it out.
They fancied that on 2 counts, didn't they? Because it was a very sharp catch indeed at third slip. It seemed to go off the outside edge. So I think they were appealing for LBW in the first instance because it was speared right and it was a good ball.
It's a very good ball.
But I wonder then, well, I suspect they were also appealing for a catch off the outside edge at third slip.
Yep.
And it was quite a grab.
It's very sharp
it went
catch.
Very fast. On the it's hard to tell on this replay. I'm going to look again, but it looked as though it maybe came off the bat, then onto the ground.
Yeah.
And bounced up sharply to third slip. But it was a good ball first up. It's the start of Edgbaston bowling a new over to Rob Yates, who has feels like been waiting for a long time, but he drives this to mid-on and there's no run. And it stays 69 for 2, but that was a very awkward first delivery for Sam Hain to face from Conor McCurr. And suddenly things are happening for Kent. After Rhodes' miscue, this is short, and Yates thumps that with a tremendous rifle crack, which I'm sure you heard, and it rattles away not only over the rope, but then there's another 30 yards to go up to the front of the holly stand, and it fairly raced over it.
Yeah, that's a lovely shot, isn't it?
We think, I say we think, Matt thinks that Quinn is back on. And that not only is he back on, he was the catcher to get rid of Will Rhodes. So he sneaked back on there, Quinn, which is good news all round for Kent. Firstly, that he took the catch, but secondly, as Matt rightly points out, that he's back on the field. So he was, in that case, he would have been off for a little under an hour. And presumably they've checked him out and he's all right. Everson bowls and Yates is flexing his knees here to get low and guide it down backward of point. There's a man on the boundary in that role now, so they have one run. So yes, I don't think we said that Quinn was actually the catcher of Rhodes at mid-off.
It's good to see him back in the field, though. Shows us he's okay. Don't have another injury in the Kent bowling
Well, that's the
lineup.
last thing they need. So they must have checked him out. So if he went off as a precaution, it's probably a wise thing to do. Hain is on strike to Everson for the first time. Took the first wicket, 74 for 2. In goes Everson, bowls right arm over the wicket, and it's drifting onto the pads of Hain, who's going to help himself to his first run here. Nudging it down to deep backward square leg. And it's 75 for 2. Yates, by the way, I notice here, just lazily looking at the screen with that boundary in this over, brought up 2,000 first-class runs. Still pretty early in his career. Everson bowls short again, and Yates pulls again, and there's two men on the boundary here, and he beats them both. And I'm not sure this tactic is really working out for Joey Everson. He got one full stroke out of Yates, and that went for 4. But by and large, it's been target practice for Rob Yates, who's up to 48.
Yeah, if he's getting onto those short balls very quickly, there's nothing men can do there on the boundary, really. There's a lot of space out there. He's just getting the gaps.
Well, it's quite a long boundary there that Bell Drummond's gone out to patrol. And it wasn't all that many degrees of the circle away from him, but it went fast enough. Everson pitches this up and Yates defends. It's the end of the over. He's 48, Hain is 1, and it is now 79 for 2 in 19 overs. And Hain may be new to the crease, but Yates is batting with growing confidence.
Yeah, definitely. He's batted really well, actually. Hasn't taken much risk. He's just plodded along, really. Got onto balls which are there to hit, but defended the ones which haven't been. So it's been a very good display of batting.
I don't recall seeing him go so eagerly for the short ball. But I don't think he's ducked out of the way of any, has he?
No.
Today.
Hasn't got out of the way of
He's
any.
taken them all on.
Yeah, it's good intent, but it's not allowing bowlers to bowl short. It's just really reducing their margin for error here. As he has been punishing the slightly looser delivery. McCurr coming in from a pavilion and is just short of leverage. That's a tucked underneath by Hain there. Didn't fancy that one. He's only got 1 run under his belt so far today, so don't want to be taken on anything prematurely. Sure, as the ball's just been given a little bit of a shine as it's being passed back to McCurr, who seems like he's got into his stride a little bit more now. He's got into the rhythm of things slightly better as he's striding in from a pavilion, and it's just on and out defended back to him. by Hayne there, which just passes it round as he's returning to the top of his mark.
79 for 2. It's. I didn't feel it earlier, but I'm starting to feel the draft coming into this box again.
It's quite nippy, isn't it?
It does. We have to have the very scientifically got the window open here. Put the sound effects microphone out of. But I'm starting to feel the draft a bit.
McCare coming in again, just short of line, just tried to work into the leg side of the back foot there, but so passing just in mid wicket there, just giving it a little bit of a shine. Yeah, it's quite nippy. I wouldn't. Some brave souls in the crowd. That's all I'm saying.
But more of them. The crowd has grown a bit. I'd say it's always hard to guess how many people there are here because the ground holds thick end of 30,000, whatever it is. So you can have 10,000 people here and lose them, but I'm not suggesting it's that many. But there's certainly more as we go through the morning.
Yeah. McCare coming in again, just on a length that's defended into the leg side. He's definitely found a good line in length here, not giving the batters any room to get their hands through for these last few deliveries.
He's settled into it as it's gone on. His spell.
No, definitely. He's started to get settled in a bit.
Well, presumably Matt Quinn will be able to come back into the reckoning before too long.
I'd hope so. Just get that extra from those opening bowlers, don't you? As McCare, and again, short of the length, he's ducked underneath that. That's a very good bumper. I did not fancy that, did Hayne. It's sailed through to keeper.
He gets down low out of the way, Sam Hayne. I'm quite jealous of that. It's a long time since I've been as flexible as that.
McCare just taking a big breath there as he's returned to the top of his mark. Turning and striding in from pavilion end, and that's just full of length, and it's defended past slip there. He's just taken a single from it, so Warwickshire move on to 80 for 2.
That had the feel of a just give us one more over, didn't it? He sort of left everything in that over. Bang, 2 or 3 in short.
Yep.
And looks as though it's just starting to blow a little bit at the end of that over. But he's been put a bit of a shift in over the last hour.
No, that was a very good over for McCare there.
Kent are looks like they're having a bit of a rethink here. Kit has been brought on. They've started to make some progress at 80 for 2, and it's going to be Quinn coming back, I think. Is it from? Oh, Hogan. No, Hogan's going to change ends. Michael Hogan's going to go to bowled his first spell, bowled 6 overs to begin with from the pavilion end, but now he's going to have a go from the Birmingham end with half an hour to go till lunch. So we'll wait and see whether we see Quinn before lunch. We will see Matt Cole before lunch because he's going to be back with you in any moment now. So we're going. We know. I know you're not here with us all day, are you, Chloe?
Not
so
here
we're going to get full value out of you.
Might as well. Hogan from the city end is just at the top of his mark. Wind looks like he's blustering his t-shirt. Is being blown as he comes in, and that's just on a lap defended by Hayne here. Hogan's got a lot of experience under his belt, so hopefully he'll be able to just keep Warwickshire at bay. They've started off very well this morning. We've lost 2 wickets. We had dismissal earlier of Davies, who just chopped it onto his stumps, and then Rose got caught. So we were from 69 for 2, so they've added a couple since then. As Hogan striding in again, it's just full of length and defended by Hay very late there. So he's on 2 runs. Just remained on strike from the previous over, and I'm rejoined.
Hello, hello. Well, yeah, another Kent wicket since I last joined you. But yeah, both of them have looked, particularly the one for Rose looked like not the greatest shot selection, has to be said. But otherwise, I think Warwickshire, certainly Yates, is going like an absolute train, isn't he?
Yep, definitely. Hogan, and again, full of length. That's a handsome drive through the covers there. It's being chased down with turn for the second. It's just pushed back off the boundary, so they've taken 3 runs from it as it's being sent back. It's a long old boundary to chase that, isn't it?
It is indeed. Took a while.
Yeah.
See, the fielder is out there, but crikey, they're puffing and blowing a bit.
Yeah.
I'm hoping that's not Matt Quinn having just snuck back on the field. But I was keeping an eye on him. He was looking a little bit. Oh no, he's down here, Quinn, now at a deep fine leg. I'm just saying that for Kent supporters who be sort of take a breath when he went off at in the 7th over, and hoping he'll be all right. But let's see if he's fit enough to bowl eventually.
Hogan, and again, full of length, and that's driven again. They've taken one, not a tumbling stop from mid-on now. Where would you like to see Kent from choosing to bowl this morning? What would the ideal situation be by lunch?
Well, I think Mike had it on his score sheet. Was it 29 for 4, you said at one point, Mike? So that would be great. I mean, I think 2 down is, given what they've done with the ball, is okay. But I think a 3rd one puts them on a level footing.
Hogan, and again, full of length, and it's just left alone there by Hayne. Did not fancy that one.
It's been in a strange kind of morning for me in that respect, because Kent haven't bowled terribly badly, but every time they have strayed, gone short or full, it appears the ball's disappeared to the boundary very quickly. So I don't know, as a bowling side, if you can feel, even with 2 down, like you're on level pegging here. I don't know how you feel about that, but I feel like a 3rd wicket, and they think, well, we're into the top order here.
No, definitely, Hogan. And again, full of length, defended by Hayne there. I feel like they've bowled well individually, but as bowling partnerships go, it's just potentially just a bit on luck there. Just because he came off with Quinn early on, you can't settle into your rhythm really very well with bowling partnership, which brings the pressure off the batters a little bit.
I was going to make that point. You're talking about partnerships. I think it's a very astute point. Is that you don't. Maybe that's what I'm sort of grasping for. It doesn't feel like there's a lot of pressure on the batters. No. It doesn't feel like they've got a grip, Kent, here. But having said that, they've got the 2 breakthroughs. So
yeah, no, definitely.
But yeah, but that's no disrespect to them. It has been difficult. I'm just repeating exactly what you said, Chloe, in different words. Which is why Chloe Bruce with us as a current professional cricketer. So McCurr comes up the slight slope from the pavilion end, played with the offside. I don't know why Mike took a side step there, actually. If all we can do is just repeat what Curry says. I agree with my learned colleague, 84 for 2, why would I not? So Yates has 49 not out from 65. He's on the brink. He's looked good. I thought Davis looked really good earlier on as well, didn't he?
Yeah, they started off strong. Really took it to the Kent bowlers early on.
McCurr, I think, has somewhat shorter hair than when he joined Kent at the end of last season. He's had a haircut since then. This is massive news. Defended off the offside, and it's picked up, I think, by Hogan. He had his Hogan at mid-off. Kent with 3 slips. There's a point extra cover. That's Joe Denley there, a mid-on and mid-off. Michael Hogan is just shining the ball, I think. Should be him in his dark blue Kent cap. He's not got much wear out of it yet. It's a square leg, a long leg rather than a deep fine leg. It's quite backwards square. And McCurr is just short of the pile of sawdust coming up from the pavilion end. Bright sunshine for a bit here. A relief for the patrons who are braving the conditions. That's a good-looking drive, but straight at Denley. And there's no run. Been checking out Chloe's stats from last year, and I can understand why Central Sparks have signed you, Chloe, because there you go. It wouldn't take the greatest scouts in the world to work out that you scored quite a lot of runs against them last year.
Yeah, I was I was lucky actually. I was actually dropped on 5. I'd snicked off, but it was put down, and I was like, "Oh, that's my chance." I was like, went on.
This occurred to in the block hole there, a little bit full perhaps. A drive by Yates, an attractive one, but still on 49 from 68. So was it 60 odd in the one dayer? Is that right, or 50 odd and 40 something in the T20 as well against him? So
yeah, something like that.
That it feels like we can't have her playing against us again. What's the best way of stopping that? We'll sign her. Excellent. There we go.
It's always a quick
no, if cricket scouting worked like that, I think I could do it. It would be easier. McCurr, a little bit short outside the off stump, and that's been dealt with by Haynes. That's a lovely shot, cutting it away behind square. Beautiful shot. He goes on to 53 from 69. Well-earned runs as well.
That's a lovely
good strike rate. Yeah, it really is, isn't it? Kind of typifies what he's done this morning. 53 off 69 balls, and just the way he's disappearing off the bat, as I said, it just feels like Warwickshire have the upper hand here, notwithstanding a poor shot from Will Rhodes to get out. 88 for 2 they are.
Yates has definitely been the backbone of Warwickshire's innings here. He's put out 53 of the 88 runs. It's just been a steady end, really.
Yeah, he's looked very good indeed. As Rob Yates, 53 then, 88 out of 88 for 2. McCurr, good length delivery, that on middle stump. Applause from his wicketkeeper and captain Sam Billings. End of the over though, and the run rate itself has not been bad, has it? Just looking at the game at 4 and over. So certainly Kent, they have some kind of forfeit system if you mention the B word, but I'm talking about the England ethos of fast scoring, if we could talk about around that. But yeah, 4 and over will do them very nicely here.
Yeah, they're ticking along nicely. Their risk levels have been very low. They've just been onto the balls which have been there to hit, really. Haven't done anything too outrageous, I would say.
And Sam Hain at the other end, 5 from 13, but got a century against Somerset last week. Scores runs against everyone, to be fair. Here's Hogan.
Sorry, back of a length defended. Point picks it up.
It's entirely my fault. There we go. Got sharp elbows there, this commentary game. My apologies, Chloe. But yeah, Haynes prolific, isn't he? And a century last week.
No, definitely. That's what you want, really. Start off a season with a century. Can't ask for more, really. As Hogan's coming in again, short length, he's just worked it into the leg side of a deep square, comes and picks it up, chucks it, or bounce to keeper there.
Let's try and call his stats up from last year, but Kent with 3 slips in still, trying to keep their hands warm, definite hand warmers. I'm sure in the pockets, and as Mike was saying, that Zach Crawley has I've seen him quite a lot in quarterbacks in American football. Certainly when the hand warmer in front, the sort of, you call it
Hogan again. Oh, that's a LBW shout there, but it's no avail. The umpire's hands stay firmly in the gloves.
So if you if you see well, I mean, take Tom Brady, for instance, the most famous quarterback of the modern era. When he's playing, he was playing for Tampa Bay, obviously, so it's quite warm down there, but he's playing in Chicago or whatever, he'll have his hands in the, is it a muff, is that right? What's it called? Little roll that you have in the front to put your hands in. So, yeah, looks like Crawley's got one of those.
Hogan, and again, just short of length, and that's been pulled by Yates there, but just picks up a man at mid-wicket, he checks it back, so no run from that one. That's quite interesting, that.
I don't know if that's where he got it from or whether it is cricket attire. You looked a little bit quizzical when I mentioned that, so...
I didn't
Have you seen them in cricket? No.
No, I didn't expect quarterbacks to be brought up, to be honest. It caught me off guard.
Go. Cross-sport pollination, that is.
Yeah.
Maybe so.
Yeah, I do love a bit of cross-sport, don't you? We all. Hogan in again, just full of length, left alone by Yates. That's a good leave there.
Yeah, he's got his hands in that. Yeah, so it's a little roll of fabric. I guess it attaches to the belt or something, and he's just got his hands in it as if he was had his hands in a pocket of a coat or something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, I thought he had his hands in like, I thought he was wearing like a little jumper underneath with pockets in, but it might be that. That's a good nugget of knowledge, that.
Next time I speak to him, I'm going to ask him where he got it from.
Invest.
Spread it out, yeah. I'm sure if it works, there'll be cricketers already trying to work out where they can get one, especially this time of year.
Oh, absolutely. Hogan, and again, full of length, defended back to him. I remember, what did I get? I got an electric handle a few years ago. That was a great investment.
I like the idea of that.
Brings the end of it over. Warwickshire at 89 for 2. Yates is on 53 off 74 deliveries, and Hayne is 6 off 15.
I mean, I don't want to moan, but it's getting a little bit chilly in the commentary box, isn't it? But nothing like, I'm sure, as we were saying, it's like for the spectators at the far end. We can't actually see if there are any spectators this end. I'm assuming the stand this end is open. Yeah.
There's a couple, actually.
But you won't get any sun in here for a lot of the day, will you? Ah, okay, there's restaurants and stuff downstairs, says Mike, so that's where the posh folks rattling the jewellery are, is that right? Could be. I'm joking, of course. Wouldn't be so vulgar as to bring jewellery to the first day of cricket. Mike on the emails at kentcricket@gmail.com, by the way. Do get in touch. If you're a Warwickshire supporter, you're very welcome. It's just Kent supporters know this one so well, they're getting in touch. But Mike's saying, is Mr. Stevens still available? I'm not joking, says Mike. Supporters pointing out with Kent's injury woes, they'd like to perhaps a short-term contract for Steve-O. Is Everson, though, his ostensibly, I suppose, his replacement. Why so? But no one can replace Darren Stevens. But Everson bowled well in the second innings against Northamptonshire, got himself 4 wickets in there. It's looked lively for his medium pace. Now from the this end, the pavilion end. All the emails have been flying in.
Ooh.
Absolutely flying in. Everson then bowling to Hayne. Is on 6 so far. 2 slips in behind him. It's on off stump. He defends that out into the offside. Compton Fields at cover. Ian saying, enjoying watching the stream here in Norwich, he says, following the Matt Quinn injury, what are your thoughts on allowing a substitute as all other sports seem to? Just for Kent, Ian, I'm saying absolutely yes at this time of the season. They should be allowed one. But he is back on, fortunately. But interesting, I know the IPL are changing every year, aren't they? They seem to bring something in, and they are dipping their toes into substitutions in cricket as well. Here's Everson. This is turned off his pads neatly by Hayne, and Daniel Bell-Drummond has to chase after that. They'll come through for a comfortable 2. Looked like it kept just a tad low on him, but he's deflected that from outside off stump for a 2, 91 for 2. Bruce has been in touch from The Hague in Holland. Another glorious cricket season, says Bruce. Really enjoying the comms from Edgbaston. Looking forward to seeing how Kent get on in year 1 AD. That's after Darren. I'm liking that, Bruce.
Brilliant.
Like your style. Given the bowling injuries, I'm surprised Freddie Klaassen didn't get a start, especially he's relatively match fit after his stints with the Netherlands. Here's Everson. Very correct forward defensive, almost old-fashioned Hayne getting his front foot well down the pitch there. I think he may have been unfairly pigeonholed as a white ball specialist. Best wishes for many more hours ahead this summer. Here in the Netherlands, he says, we're just back from a pre-season tour to Ibiza. Not sure how well prepared it's left us under 60s for the league season ahead. What were you up to, dare I ask, Bruce? There we go. Got some... I'm sorry, I'm just teasing. Here's Everson again, a poor defensive from Hayne. Hope you got some sun, though. That's the important thing. The delay to the start of Hayne's innings because the umpire said a part was missing from his helmet is an interesting one. Says Chris, is there a law that states the batter has to wear a helmet, let alone a specific one? I think you were talking about the areas. Is it the guard, the stem guard, which is at the back of the helmet, just protecting the brainstem, I suppose. Is it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Here's Everson to Hayne. Don't really have to go into the the tragic consequences or the tragic reasons maybe why that is been brought into the game. But Chris, yeah, I mean, obviously it is up to the umpires to protect the players and protect them from themselves to an extent if he's come out without it by accident.
No,
I suppose.
exactly. There was a couple of things last year. I remember in the 100 there was a couple of illegal helmets.
Right.
That I know there was a couple of fines issued because of illegal helmets, and I think it is now you have to have a stem guard.
So you'll be wearing a stem guard going?
I think so.
Yeah.
I'll need to double check. I've got one on before
And
I start.
But that would feel about right from what the umpires were doing with Sam Hain. So yeah,
absolutely.
I'm sure he didn't willfully come out with it. Probably just an oversight. But
Hogan to remain from the city end as he's coming in bowling across the left hand, and it's just full of length and driven towards mid wicket where he picks up, gives it a bit of a shine. Yeah, because it is also the umpire's responsibility to keep play safe, isn't it? That's a very bad blow if you get it on the back of the head.
yeah, absolutely. Obviously if it's protocol and you say the umpires have to make sure they're properly attired when they come out. But yeah, it's just a short delay. Hain has 8 so far. Yates has been looking brilliant, frankly. 53 from 75 balls.
Hogan again, full of length, and that's driven back to him. And just dummies a little underarm there as he's turning back to the top of his mark. That's a really lovely sound of soaring, actually.
There's a lot of construction going. I mean, Warwickshire fans will be aware of it. I'm sure those sitting the ground will know. But there's on the 4th floor, there's construction going on the top of this stand. So yeah.
They've also got some flats going up, which start of the winter there was literally just scaffolding, but now it's gone up very quickly. Hogan in again, full of length, and he's shaped up to drive that, but he's ended up leaving that alone. He didn't fancy that in the end, did Yates. So some good decision making there. And the sun looks like it's going to join us for a minute or two.
Yeah, Mike warned me about the car parking here, and I might have to go early with that, make sure I could get in, because part of that is a part of the site, isn't it? I think cordoned off. So, but as we look out, it's a familiar scene, I suppose, of modern Edgbaston looking towards the city.
Hogan in again, just on a length, and that's defended towards point there by Yates as he's just going back towards the top of his mark. Yeah, as you can see, patch of blue sky above us.
Yeah.
We're not going to look over there or over there, but the blue sky above us is great. As Hogan's just going back to the top of the mark, he's still got 3 slips in play, but point, cover, mid on, mid off. Someone in at mid wicket and a deep fine down there. As he comes in again, just short of length, and that's been pulled over the boundary ropes. A call of catch, but that's sailed over. That is 6 runs for Yates, and he progresses on to 59 runs off 79 deliveries.
Yeah, he didn't swing hard at that, did he? He's just
helped it's on its way.
Yeah,
really.
as you say, it's more of a help, isn't it? And as you say, there was a cry of catch, and Matt Quinn, to give him full credit, he might be feeling a bit better than he was this morning, but it's gone well over the boundary. It was a very, very high indeed. So yeah, absolutely safe. 6 runs.
Hogan coming in again after that delivery, full of length this time, and he's been left alone. Nothing to get onto there, as Warwickshire are now 97 for 2. Yates is 59 of 80. Hain is 8 off 21.
Yeah, I was saying, I don't think he had the greatest season last year, Rob Yates, but was prolific the year before. But this ain't a bad start, is it?
No.
Certainly to the first home game of the season. Just looking up the Warwickshire stats from last year. I mean, I more or less go comatose during the winter, obviously, and just wake up during the cricket season. So to remind myself, Sam Hain did score a lot of runs last year, 1,100 at 63, which is it's not too shoddy.
Not at all. Can't complain.
But Rob Yates, he's just 17 and a half last year. That's not what we're seeing today, that's for sure. That sort of form, he's looking great. Hain leaves us outside the off stump, which will be great news for certainly Yates is initial knock in this game. Great news for Warwickshire supporters.
Yeah.
When does he get to say he's back, Mike? I wonder. Is it after certainly 59 from 80 balls? He's looking in great touch this morning. Kent has had the 2 wickets. You're just joining us, by the way. They won the toss and elected to field first. As Everson bowls to Hayne. Defends that, and there's no run.
It's a textbook defensive shot, that, isn't it?
Yeah, I said he gets his front foot a long way down, doesn't he? You see if you ever see photos from the 10s and 20s, 1910s and 20s, when the forward defensive appeared to, you had to stretch the full length of both legs, almost doing the splits to get out there. He's not quite doing that, but as I said, it's very, very classic forward defensive, well forward. Hints of confidence from Hayne. On the back foot there, and steer that through the offside, and that's Chloe once again picking it as soon as it's left the bat. That's 4 runs. 101 for 2 off 25 overs. So yeah, they're going at a 4 and over so far. And Hayne, that's a stylish looking shot.
Yeah, definitely. He's really showing his class really today. He's some lovely looking shots. So hopefully there'll be a cameraman somewhere taking some pictures today.
Stylish indeed. Say it's Everson bowls to Hayne. That's turned off his pads this time, down to long leg, and that'll be a single. 102 for 2. Hayne has 13. Yates 59 so far. And we'll take strike once again. The left-hand, left-right combination. Everson has 1 for 38. Been relatively expensive this morning.
Yeah, the left and right hand combo is always a killer because fielders have to move every ball if they're running every single ball.
For the bowlers, obviously, it's a different line of attack. Quite often Everson bowls. Some on the pad. A bit of a bat on that first, I think, because Everson's not appealing. A couple of slips went up, which is shows they're paying attention. Now I think Jordan Cox at 1 has the same thing as Zach Crawley. Oh, there we go. This is the way it spreads in sports. It's the fashion item. So yeah, it's just a little roll of material or something, or almost like a tubey grip. They just got there, keeping their hands in front, warming them up, trying to keep them warm. Everson on that same line, leg and middle, defended in the offside, and there's no run.
Their hands aren't out of those things long, are they?
Do they not come out during the delivery?
They come out during the delivery, but they go straight back in.
I was going to say, if they're not out during the delivery, the coach will have something to say about that.
There'll be some firm words coming on.
Yeah, quite. 102 for 2. Do they have? I'm just wondering if they've got a little bit of elastic round the edge there as you put them in to keep the hams jammed in there.
It looks really warm though.
Yeah. I wonder if there's some sort of insulating material in there as well. All those. Shall I bring Mike back? I think probably should do is I'll go off and do a 1 o'clock. Do you have a 1 as well, Mike? Probably is best then. Let's do the changeover now.
Okay.
And I'll leave you with Chloe Brewer and Mike Taylor very shortly.
Playing musical chairs once again in the commentary box. As Hogan's just at the top of his mark, as Haynes just taking a little bit of time before delivery. As in he comes from the city end, and it's just full of length and he's defended into the leg side. Looks like he's just got a little bit more bounces. Haynes looks slightly surprised there. It's hit splice with his bat. The square leg picks it up. It's just pressing some shots, and I'm rejoined.
But not for long, because this might well be the last over before lunch.
Perfect. You can hear the city there. Just in the background through the mic, as the window slightly ajar, and a little bit of that breeze in. As Hogan's running in from the city end, and it's played with soft hands by Hayne there, and it's just gone just past third slip, and they've come back for 2. So it's chucked back by Daniel Drummond. He's just come back to get that, given a bit of shine from third slip.
The best players have that assurance, don't they, that they can play gently where it's needed to do and stay in control of the ball.
Yeah, definitely. That's key, I'd say, going at the ball with soft hands sometimes, because
press on. Oh, we can hear the BBC Radio WM news bulletin in our headphones, but we'll ignore it for now. I'll do an update in a minute.
Hogan, and again, outside, off, left alone by Hainver. Yeah, last thing you want to do is go out ball with hard hands and pop it up.
Yeah.
Really, or...
Well, he can learn through a good school here, Sam Hain, in that he was very much likened to Jonathan Trott when he first came into the team. To the extent that you didn't have to narrow your eyes very much when they were batting together to quickly lose track of who was who. You had all the same mannerisms and the same fidgets, and it became almost amusing at one point. But you know, he's not a bad chap to take hints from if you were going to do that. And now he's well and truly established as a fine player in his own right, of course. Points come up to sort of 3rd and a half slip, more golly. It's a bit of a gap there.
Hogan, and again, short of a length this time, is just patted to mid on, who comes and picks it up. Yeah, we've got...
There's a clock on there. I'm not sure which timepiece the umpires are going by, but the digital clock on the scoreboard is showing 1:01.
Okay.
So this is a good shift from Michael Hogan. This is his 10th over of the morning.
Very good shift here.
So you always get the trick fielding positions, don't you, being the last over before lunch. There's a leg gully gone in now, in case Hain should turn one off his hip that way.
Hogan again, full of length, and it's just finding outside edge there, actually. He's just squared up slightly to that. Yeah, I love a good spicy field setting.
Yeah.
It just makes it interesting. Get the batter playing.
You're trying to get in the batter's head, aren't you?
Yeah. Spice it up. It'd be great, to be fair, if they stop the momentum just before lunch.
Hain is trying to look not bothered. He's sort of twirling his bat like Charlie Chaplin's cane.
Hogan in again, just full of that. It's defended by Hainver. And that brings the end of the over and lunch.
That is lunch, so I'm in the next few seconds going to update for our local radio listeners, and then we shall leave you in peace for 40 minutes. So thank you, Chloe. That was a noble shift there. 104 for 2 then at lunch in 27 overs, with Rob Yates 59 and Sam Hain 15. So yes, I'll say I'll update our WM and Coventry and Warwickshire listeners, and then we will resume the commentary just before 1:40. When play starts again. Yes, this is Mike Taylor at Edgbaston, where it's now lunch on the first day of Warwickshire's championship match against Kent, with the Bears 104 for 2 in 27 overs, having been asked to bat first. If anything, they've been guilty of a touch of overconfidence at times that perhaps contributed to the wickets of Alex Davis, an under edge onto the stumps for 23, and Will Rhodes caught pulling a ball from wide of off stump, caught at mid-on for 6. Rob Yates, though, has batted with assurance, taking on the short ball regularly, and has hit 10 boundaries in 59. He's unbeaten at the break, with Sam Hain 15 and Warwickshire 104 for 2. No, I suppose no. That's his I think it's two. It's down four down. First floor. That's it.
lunch, Middlesex by 86 for 2. At the CSBB, Riverside ground in Chester Street, the match between Durham and Worcestershire. Worcestershire on the toss to the left to hold, and at lunch, Durham for 79 for 1. Our down Chelmsford, the match between Essex and Lancashire. Lancashire on the toss and the left to bat, and at lunch for 70 for 4. At the CSBU Stadium in Bristol, the match between Gloucestershire and Yorkshire, no play at all today. At the match at Upton Street Ground Leicester between Leicestershire and Derbyshire, there is ground delay, lunch was taken at 12:30 and there was a ground inspection at 1:10. At Bedford, the match between Nottinghamshire and Sunset. Sunset on the toss and the left of the bowl, and at lunch Nottinghamshire were 106 without loss. And finally, at the Kia Oval, the match between Surrey and Hampshire. Hampshire won the toss and the left of the bat, and at lunch were 98 for 5.
No, I can understand that. When you're away.
Yes, and then you come out and say, yes, we'll do that, and then when Chloe goes, we'll say, straight upstairs. That's the best way to the press room.
Literally worth 190 seconds. Kent team there on Sunday.
Well, it was, you will have heard the announcement there from Mel Smith, the Warwickshire scorer, who's, as ever, on double duty on the public address for the county championship games here. The players and umpires are retaking the field. I say the players because I can't see the Warwickshire batters yet. But otherwise, we've got a full complement with Kent heading out into the field. And Warwickshire resuming at 104 for 2 in 27 overs. An especially productive morning for Rob Yates, who showed some reminders of his form in 2021, his big breakthrough season, by advancing to 59, and did so with assured confidence. And I wonder, Chloe, whether somebody got the idea in the Kent lineup that Rob Yates wasn't going to like the short ball very much, because they gave him plenty,
Yeah.
and despite his continuing habit of hammering them for 4.
Yeah, they definitely tested him out on a short
Yeah.
ball, and he surpassed the test with flying colours, I would say. That's for sure. He didn't miss one, I don't think.
No, there was the one that he edged over the slips, but other than that, and he took on everything. I mean, Hayne ducked the short balls he got in the run up to lunch, but Yates took them all on, and it was, I don't say out of character, but he established himself in the team as a very patient young opener in the sort of Michael Atherton style. But it was he batted rather aggressively in the session to make 59. He's out there and he's going to take first strike this afternoon. Sam Hain has 15, and Kent's bowling resources came under a little bit of strain before lunch, but Matt Quinn was out there and they will need him.
Yeah, definitely. They're struggling slightly for bowlers, are Kent, but they've done well really. Everson is to start off after lunch after a good feeding from Pavilion, and it's just a full of 11 defended by Yates. And that's shout with Steve-O on the pitch. Not sure if you heard that.
Yes, there was the much missed Darren Stevens. I know, Kent supporters, we heard you. Matt's emails were going like a fruit machine at one point this morning with you all want Darren Stevens back.
It's also my mistake. It is Quinn to continue. For the scoreboard didn't update. Just fan full of length is defended by Yates.
Well, this is good news for Kent because
definitely.
Matt Quinn was in his 4th over this morning when he very suddenly marched off the field with what appeared to be a tweak of the groin. But he was back an hour later to take the catch that dismissed Will Rhodes, and now this is his first bowl since then. So hopefully he's now okay.
Yep, he seems okay, getting into his stride nicely. So, and he comes again from Pavilion End, and it's on a length, and it's another dot ball. Yeah, he's done well. He must have, I don't know, must have just not been entirely warm this morning. Something like that. Would have seen a physio. Physio would have seen him quickly and sent him back on.
Wise to be cautious.
Absolutely, especially this early on in the season. You don't want an injury to push for a small niggle, do you? In again, Quinn comes full of love, and that's just beating outside edge. Excitement from a keeper there, but nothing comes from it. And another dot ball. This is very good area. This is how I'd say you want to start after lunch, putting pressure on the batters, because they've just had a bit of a reset going for lunch, so they've got to get themselves back in here. So
he groped very slightly at that. Yates. There were a few. There was one over, wasn't there, from Michael Hogan fairly early on where he was beaten 3 times. Other than that, he was fine.
Quinn again full of 11, defended back to him by Yates here. Yeah, no, it's been a productive morning from Warwickshire. We ended up lunch of 104 for 2, which are continuing on from now.
You spotted Daniel Bell-Drummond warming up during the break. I don't think there's going to be a lot of spin in the game because Warwickshire have taken Jacob Bethel out of their team, so they've got the 5 frontline seamers.
Quinn again full of lap, defended back to him. That's a lovely presentation of a batter face there, and that brings the end of the first over after lunch, and Warwickshire remain on 104 for 2. Yates 59 of 88 deliveries, and Hain is 15 of 31.
There's a collection of, I don't want to cause offence by calling them part-time spinners. Is that going to take offence at that? But it's not their primary role. So Warwickshire, will have Yates potentially himself, and Mosley a bit maybe, and Kent have got Denley and Bell-Drummond, and there's not a front-line spinner in the game now. Maybe it's April, so maybe that's such a shock. Conor McCurr's going to have a go from the Birmingham end. He bowled at both ends before lunch. Conditions are pretty much as they were this morning. There's some patches of blue sky above us, but no section of the sky remains the same colour for very long because it is still windy. The big tarpaulins forming the sight screen at the Birmingham end are rippling. tugging at the shirt of Conor McCurr as he bowls for the first time this afternoon outside the off stump of the right-handed Sam Hain. And Billings takes this with that flourish that wicketkeepers sometimes do and flicks the ball up to third slip.
Yeah, but love a little bit of flair. It's become a little bit more common, hasn't it? You see Steve Smith and Marnus Labuschagne being quite out there when they bat. It's fun to watch, keep it entertaining, that's for sure.
Well, that's what you got to do. You got to keep the folks entertained these days. And Billings, I don't know Sam Billings, but I get the impression he's quite a bouncy character. Looks to put on a show. Hain has put on a show here with a cover drive for 4 runs. The first runs this afternoon, and that has rolled always clear of the fielders away to extra cover, and it was a textbook stroke.
Yeah, it's a long old boundary out there, isn't it?
It's a bit of an announcement to make with the second ball he's faced after lunch. Sam Hain, he's 19.
Definitely, it shows that they're not going to allow the bowler to just bowl at them, so the areas have to be very good here. We had that intent from this morning though, so.
1 for 42, McCurr, as he runs past umpire Illingworth and bowls a little shorter. It pops up on Sam Hain's hip, and he guides it away to long leg for 1 run. Fieldsman down there seems to have found a sticky bit. I think there are 1 or 2 damper areas of the outfield. I noticed this morning, up until not that long before the start, they had one of those mobile heat lamps that was an operation down at this end of the ground. Because in previous years, it's been since the construction of this pavilion, the wettest areas, where we've had a lot of rain, have been down here in front of the pavilion. It doesn't get all that much sunlight. McCurr bowls, and Yates is up on his toes to push this out into the covers.
Yeah, there is a little bit of a slope as well.
Yes.
Just coming down, it's a bit, coming down here, so it's always going to gather down there.
And the pavilion is so big that there are small parts of the ground that probably hardly ever see the sun, I wouldn't think.
Yeah, I can't imagine it gets the sun in front of us.
Right in front of us. We can, even now, at 1:45, and the shadows are over the boundary rope here in front of us. This is full of length from McCurr, right on the toes of Yates, and he flicks it through mid-wicket. It's a long chase out to the boundary in front of the Thwaite scoreboard, and they have time for 3 runs. Yates' first runs this afternoon. He's 62. And it's 112 for 2. And it feels like a nice day for batting now, as nice as you're going to get in April.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it definitely keeps you cool. You can't overheat in this kind of temperature, can you?
No, I think we can personally testify to that, and we're inside. Want to hello to all the folks with the earpieces on outside. Hardy lot today, trust you're all suitably wrapped up. McCurr bowls a bouncer, and Hain is letting that go easily over his shoulder. 112 for 2 at the end of the over. Yates is 62, Hain is 20. Be nice to hear from you wherever you're listening or watching, indeed, if you're watching on YouTube today. You can drop me an email to mike.taylor.02@bbc.co.uk, mike.taylor.02@bbc.co.uk, or you can tweet me to @MikeTaylorSport. It'd be fun to hear, even if it's just the thrill of having your name read out on the radio or the internet, which essentially is the main reason I'm still doing this. It'd be nice to know where you are and where you're following the cricket from today.
Quinn is running in from the pavilion end, and it's just short of length and defended by Yates there. I feel like they've got more of a crowd since lunch. I feel like a lot of people are out in that little section over there at the city end.
That's the Sun Trap. And it's a nice place to watch the cricket from there, the Wyatt stand that wraps all the way round.
Yeah, no.
It's a good view.
Quinn is trundling in again, and just short of length has been worked into the leg side of it. Get a cheeky little single there, as they just rotate the strike once again, and We're on 113 for 2, so we're ticking along well here. What would you say Warwickshire's aim is for this session? What would you like to see out of
Well,
it?
having got this base now, what, 100 and, a bit over 100 for 2, and they've gone along at a decent clip. If you doubled the score, if you were 200 for 4 at tee, you'd think well away having been put in. So they went along at a nice clip this morning.
Quinn coming in again for Lev. He's tried to flick that as a half shout there, but umpire's really not interested in that one. He's just rehearsing a shot there, is Hayne.
Even his colleagues weren't very interested in that.
No.
Quinn, I think he took the hint. Third slip's been withdrawn now for the first time today, so there's it's his first backward step in the field from Kent. But there's a man going in that sort of flick driver mid-wicket, and Hayne does play that.
Quinn again, full of length, and it's defended by Hayne there. Yeah, it just shows what the Warwickshire bats have been doing, where we have been getting onto the ball. It's been there to hit, but we've done well since lunch. Obviously, it hasn't been too many overs, but just keeping the ones out, which are well bowled, really.
Yes, they've hit what's been on offer. It hasn't really felt like they've gone chasing for anything.
No, absolutely not. I let the runs come. As Quinn's in again, just left alone outside, off by Hayne as another ball goes by through to the keeper. And there's a little patch of blue sky above us, which is lovely to see.
A bit like this all summer now. It's your first summer in Birmingham, isn't it?
It is.
It's like this all the time. It is. There'd be no playing my garden until about August, by the way, I can tell you.
Quinn again, full of a length, and it's flicked into the leg side, picking a man at square leg there. And that is bringing the end of the overs. So Warwickshire 113 for 2, Yates is 63 off 92 deliveries, and Hayne is 20 off 39.
Happily for the gardener in our family, Mrs. Taylor, the kids now reach the point where they're not playing cricket in the garden, which means that there isn't a sort of bare patch in the grass. Because from my mum and dad, there was always a big bare patch in the grass for batting, you see. So we don't have that now.
I always find it impressive how the Aussies always, well, some people out in Australia have a strip cut in their garden. I just find it so impressive.
I'm more in favour of that. Third slip going back in here for McCurr to bowl to the left-handed Yates. 3 slips backward point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and quite a wide, long leg. And Yates goes to pull, and for the first time today, doesn't connect. And it wasn't very short there from McCurr. It was sort of a short-arm jab of a stroke from Yates, and he missed it. He made a lot of his 63 runs with cross-bat shots today.
Yeah, he's done well. He hasn't actually missed many. I think that's the first one, so...
I'm sure it was really there to hit. Encouragement for McCurr, who's 1 for 46 on the wicket of Will Rhodes. That was a miscued pull. Yates is forward more correctly here, turning these to mid-wicket. Around the rest of the country, it's a mixed bag in terms of where there's been play, and not all the teams that have been put into bat are going as well as Warwickshire. There's no play at all today in Bristol. They've knocked it on the head already, Gloucestershire against Yorkshire, because the outfield's wet. They haven't yet started at Grace Road in Leicester, between Leicester and Derbyshire, but they hope to have a go at 2:15. McCurr bowls and Yates is defending back down the pitch. Elsewhere, they have started at Chesterley Street, where Durham are 95 for 1, having been put in by Worcestershire. At the Oval, Hampshire 104 for 5 against Surrey, having won the toss and chosen to bat first. Ben Brown unbeaten with 39, trying to repair some of the damage there. Kemar Roach has 2 wickets. 113 for 2 here, and McCurr is waiting before he heads in again to bowl to the left-handed Yates, who's taken, not on the pad. I was going to take it on the pad, but his reaction, the way he crumples, suggested me that it might not have been. So there's no, I say no harm done. I think Rob Yates isn't entirely sure whether there is. But that was an awkward delivery.
That's the classic don't rub it, isn't it?
Yes. And he doesn't. He grits his teeth. Trent Bridge Notts going well against Somerset, but they have just lost their first wicket, having been put in by Somerset. 125 for 1. Ben Duckett is out for 75. Here's McCurr to bowl again to Yates, who is defending back to the bowler, and to the end of the over, 113 for 2. Just to rush through the other latest scores. At Chelmsford, Lancashire, who chose to bat against Essex, 83 for 4. They had a little bit of a recovery built by Bahanan, 27. Vilas is 24, not out, but not been an easy start. And at Northampton, Middlesex's top order, full of test players, again all missed out. A lot of single-figure scores again there, as this time Yates is defending out into the covers, and it is the end of the over this time. So it's 113 for 2. That was a maiden. Middlesex have recovered a bit to 91 for 7. But their top order fell in a heap 2 or 3 in both innings, I think, last week. And this time Ben Sanderson knocks over Robson 4, Stoneman 3, Milan 2. So they were 11 for 4, but now 91 for 7. Middlesex at Northampton. Reputation is nothing in the Kent Championship at this stage of the year. 113 for 2 here.
Lovely. Yeah, Quinn is to remain from the pavilion end. This according to Hayne, who is on strike on 20 runs as of yet, and he comes just on a level. Oh, big shout from the keeper. They celebrated as if they've got a wicket, but they haven't. Umpire seems very unbothered by that one. It's just looks like he's just done something by his reaction now. It looks like he's just pulled away from it.
He sort of flinched at that a bit, Sam Hayne. He didn't really have to play at it, and I don't think they were overly convinced by the appeal. But Hayne was cross with himself there. He put his back between his legs and looked up in the air, very annoyed that he pushed at that.
Quinn again full of length, that's left alone this time by Haynes. Just there again, just mirroring some shots. Don't look to the left of us because it doesn't look very promising.
It's the weather.
Yeah.
It's the way it always comes from here. You'll get to know this very well played here. Comes from over our left shoulder in the as we sit in the commentary box here. If they're playing at New Road, that's usually a good sign. If they stop playing at Worcester, they generally stop playing here about half an hour later.
Okay, Quinn again full of a length, and Haynes defended that to extra cover.
But the sky has filled in a bit, way to our left.
A little bit grumbly over there, but above us are blue skies for now, so see how long the blue skies last. Hopefully, quite a long time.
Yeah, weather forecast is not the greatest for tomorrow. No. Warming up after that.
Yeah, it's meant to be 20 degrees next week. Yeah. Hopefully. Quinn trundling in again, full of length, and that's left alone with a little bit of flair there from Hayne. Didn't fancy that one.
This is better from Quinn, though. His first spell before he had that injury, it didn't feel as though he really got it on the mark, but this is better, isn't it? He's finding a better line here.
Yeah, he's definitely, I'd say after lunch, their start from Kent has been a lot better than their start this morning. It's definitely a higher percentage of better balls bowled, I'd say. As Quinn comes in for a 5th ball of the over on a length, that's defended back to him. As he chucks it to mid-on, sorry. He gives it a bit of a shine. Still looking after his balls, still got to move around a little bit.
A tweeter, hello, who signs themselves Dutch, says, I've been a huge Kent fan for a long time. I'm from Pennsylvania in the United States. Well, good morning to you. Also, Kent, please bring back Stevens. You're not the first to say that today. You'd be surprised to hear.
Quinn again, full of length, left outside. It's a very good lead, that. And that brings the end of the over. So Warwickshire 113 for 2. Yates is 63 and Hayne is on 20.
That's good over that from Quinn. That's the areas he wants to be bowling in, I think.
Definitely.
I had Hayne a little unsure whether he was going to play at a couple of those deliveries or not.
Especially when the batters bring as much as intent as they have in this morning session, you really want to knuckle down and hit your length so you don't get punished, really.
McCurr is going to bowl again from the Birmingham end. Well, there are more people than there were this morning. Finding a spot over there. There's no cover over there, which might be worth bearing in mind. And McCurr beats Yates here on the outside edge. And that went through quickly. Sam Billings is wringing his hand a bit there, having taken that. That scooted through a bit and it beat Yates, who was only sort of half forward.
Yeah. No, that's not what you want to be, is in the middle of a decision there.
No. This is a good little spell for Kent the last few minutes. I'm going to update our local radio listeners in a moment. McCurr first is going to bowl to Yates. He drifts onto the pads, but Yates turns it only to mid-on. And there's no run. He stays 63. Bob from Hong Kong says, great to see Chris Wokes get a run out for the Bears and Rob Yates get his eye in early season. Long may it last. It's 9 o'clock here. It's great after work viewing. Good for you, Bob. This is Mike Taylor at Edgbaston on the first day of the championship match between Warwickshire and Kent. Warwickshire looking to settle back into their steady batting progress in the second session here at 114 for 2, but they found it rather more awkward in the 20 minutes since lunch. The bowling from Conor McCurr and Matt Quinn has been a little more accurate than some that we saw from Kent before the break, and Sam Hayne and Rob Yates have had to curb their attacking instincts. Yates still there unbeaten with 64, having played very impressively this morning against the short ball in particular. Sam Hayne has 20, and Warwickshire having been asked to bat are 114 for 2. In comes McCurr and bowls to Hayne. They took a single just while I was updating the local radio listeners there, and they'll have another one here as Hayne turns this off his pads to deep backward square leg. Matt's going to tell the Radio Kent listeners the update for them. There he is. And then he'll move back in here.
It's running like clockwork in here, isn't it?
It's always like this, you know. Nobody ever trips over a cable or anything. In comes McCurr. Spoke too soon now. Forward comes Yates, defends back up the pitch. And there's no run. It has clouded over quite quickly.
Clouds are moving quickly today. We've seen that.
That might help, because already at the sort of sun glinting off one of the white tower blocks that I can see away to the left. So maybe the dark cloud won't last long.
Yeah, hopefully it's April showers now, isn't it? So
it's the optimism that you get at the start of the cricket season. In comes McCurr and bowls to Yates, who's defending very correctly. A no ball back to the bowler. 117 for 2. First no ball of the day. McCurr just pauses as he comes past umpire Illingworth, just to find out exactly where his feet landed.
That's always a thing with the start of season, is little things are slightly off, so a couple of no balls here and there. Can't quite find lines and lamps.
In comes McCurr and bowls full and straight to Yates, who is very correctly pushing this to mid-off. It's the end of the over. Yates is 64. Sam Hayne 21. More sedate progress since lunch, but Warwickshire unbeaten since the break. Lost the wickets of Davis for 23 and Rhodes for 6 this morning. 117 for 2, and Matt Cole's going to rejoin Chloe Brewer.
There we go. Yeah, just a little bit of cloud coverage, but a good valiant effort from all the people here in the crowd today. We've sat over in that corner by the city, and wow, lots of scarves out. I can see a couple of hats. Definitely lots of layers on today. It's fairly nippy if you're outside. Quinn is remaining from a pavilion, and he's just stood there, end of his mark, tossing the ball up, and in he comes running in, and that's just short of length. Tried to work it, but he's not sure. Is Hayne fancied a run there, but ended up deciding against it. Just working it off the back foot here. We've got a man in just quite a close mid-wicket there, a square leg, and then a mid-on as well.
I'm going to interrupt you just for a moment because we need to make a slight change to the power here. So there'll be a brief pause in the commentary, but not for long. There, told you we wouldn't be long. You haven't missed a run as Hayne taps the next ball away to mid-wicket. So it is still 117 for 2, and it will now be Matt Cole and Chloe Brewer.
There we go. Just the 2 slips actually for now. It's point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. It's quite close there. Square leg and a man at deep fine. He's just warming his hands up as Quinn comes in again, full of length and defended by Hayne. He's got some intent there to kind of drop and run into that little pocket, but it's been well covered. And I've been rejoined.
Just think with Quinn that Kent have a chance of, you look at it, they're not scoring off Quinn's bowling. They seem to be quite happy just to push him about, as it were. Kent's got a chance with Quinn at one end, but they really need someone backing it up at the other, don't they? Just stifle his runs a bit, because they seem to have got away a bit here, Warwickshire, from Kent's point of view.
Quinn again off the back foot, punched, found the man at cover. Yeah, he's definitely found his areas. I would definitely have liked to see this morning. Instant pressure on the batters instead of... They pushed on really well, to be fair. They've taken what's there. But now you see the runs just drying up, having a bit of a dry spell with runs, but they're doing well to not force any loose shots. As Quinn is in again, and that's been left alone outside off. Did not fancy that one at all, and that brings the end of the over. That's very well bowled by Quinn. So Warwickshire 117 for 2, and Yates is 64 of 104 deliveries, and Haynes 21 of 52.
He held that pose very nicely, Robbie Yates, didn't he, after just leaving that one? Classic leave. As you say, look around for the cameras and see where they're...
Where are they?
You got the shot, it's all right. You can break now, Rob. There's a couple of... an emailer from Pennsylvania, I think Mike said, a Kent fan there. We've got a Warwickshire fan talking about the NFL here. I think you're a Bears fan, is that right? Yeah, Dominic saying, I just say I'm surprised but chuffed to hear discussion of the NFL on the first day of the Bears' first home game. That's not the Chicago Bears. Boom, boom, Dom. More on those hand warmer pouches in a second. Here's McCurr bowling to, you can barely wait, listeners, I'm sure. Yates driving up to mid-on, and there's no run. Tumbling stop from the field at there. 3 slips in behind Yates. He's on 64. Those hand warmer pouches are definitely needed, says Dom. It's pretty Baltic out here in Sturchley. That's just on the Pershaw Road from Edgbaston Keep up the good work, you bears, says Dom. So hand warmer pouches, is that what they're called? There we go. So yeah.
Might have a little look on Amazon later.
Yeah, much beloved of the quarterbacks in the NFL. Obviously, they need to keep their hands nice and warm, doing all the throwing and handing off to the running backs, etc. So defended back at Conor McCurr, and there's no run. 1 for 50. McCurr's been expensive, going at 5 and over so far. But I say he's been expensive. Or obviously the Warwickshire batters aren't doing badly either. This pair have been really good.
No, exactly. They've definitely taken it to the Kent bowlers this morning. Not so much after lunch, but I feel like the Kent bowlers have really found their lines afterwards. So doing well.
Yeah, you're at the run rate coming down a smidgen from 4 to about 3.5. That's a great delivery, and that looked like that was a play from Yates. I'm not sure he's withdrawn the bat, has he? That's gone across him and through to the wicket keeper. Good ball from McCurr, who's dropped short on occasions, gone a bit wide. I suppose you can understand it from his point of view. He's not played a lot of first-team cricket in the last couple of years. But that's better. 117 for 2. And maybe as the skies just cloud over, I'm talking just, you know, for Kent supporters, just maybe there's a little bit of hope, perhaps, of a breakthrough here.
Yeah, you can see it over there as a little bit of...
We don't want it to get too dark, obviously, but, you know, we want everything. Here's McCurr now to Yates. That's a good shot, though. Just a drive, straight drive, and on drive up to mid-on. Hogan Fields, there's no run. But, yeah, so there was a hint about, I think it's the weather forecast I'm sort of hanging on. It's now suggesting that a big showers at 3 might be pushed on towards 4. So, although as my long-suffering wife often says, why are you looking at an app on your phone? You just could look out the window.
Just look up.
That's a very 21st century. Here's McCurr. Nice stop by McCurr and his follow through. One bounce for another attractive-looking drive from Yates straight back at him. So out the window here, Chloe, we're looking at grey cloud, but there might be some rain on the horizon, I suppose, as we look. Is it coming towards us?
Showers, that looks like it's just going across.
Yeah, good spot to the right-hand side as we look from the pavilion.
There is blue sky over there, so hopefully we get that. That's what I want.
Which way is it? Which way are the clouds moving? Gently towards us, maybe? Here comes McCurr, as it does get a bit gloomy, and the lights are coming on now. Quick run taken, shy at the stumps by Everson, but I think Yates would have been in his ground anyway. He moves on to 65, 118 for 2. Better over from Conor McCurr from a Kent point of view. It's great for you all getting in touch. Love to hear it. kentcricket@gmail.com, mike.taylor.02@bbc.co.uk. Like me, Mike has an alter ego, I suppose. He said that he's the man that keeps the clocks going. Is that right? He's in charge of time, did you say? Yeah. Crikey. That's quite a big responsibility. In charge of time. What happened? Yeah. I'm sort of plays second fiddle to the more famous Matt Cole, who's on BBC News. But there we go. Anyway, it's Matt Quinn continuing.
Quinn's trundling in from a pavilion and just on a lap defended by Yates there. I feel like there's a little bit of pressure starting to build between these two bowlers. They're finding their lengths and they're not given any relief from either end, which is they're bowling well in partnerships now, which we didn't see this morning.
Yeah, I think that's fair to say. Quinn's return has obviously been, I mean, just on a sort of longer term, you know, if you zoom out a bit, is great for Kent that he's not been injured out of this match.
Quinn again, full of length, and that's driven handsomely down the ground, and that will find a boundary there. Ripple of applause across the ground, and there's a little bit of relief there as Yates moves on to 69. That's the first boundary in quite a while, I believe.
Yeah, certainly first boundary off Matt Quinn. Is it the first since lunch? Second since lunch. Thank you very much. Oh, it was one of the first over after lunch, was there? Yeah, thank you, yeah. Mike's actually scoring, so...
I'm so impressed with that.
I know. I can't walk and chew gum at the same time. It's,
Quinn again, short of length, is flicked off his legs there, and that will also find the ropes there. So just alleviating the pressure here as Yates as he moves on to 73. Warwickshire 8 runs from those last 2 balls. It was just dropping the ball back. It's been lost behind a little bit of wood over there. And giving it a good old shine as it's being sent back to the bowler of Quinn at the pavilion end.
The ground staff has suddenly got off from their little bench there. What have they seen?
Quinn again, just on the length, and that's tried to be worked into the leg side. It's never good when you see a groundsman.
No.
They are great.
It may have just been the ball went down there, but they're a bit like woodland
Maybe.
creatures. Suddenly they came to
Appear.
attention, didn't they? They're looking. What's going on? They're looking at the skies. But
Yeah, we had that yesterday in the nets. We were batting, it started to
Yeah.
drizzle. And when we saw all the ground stuff, we were like, oh no, we're going to be kicked off here soon.
it's the sign of something to come. But no,
It is.
looking a little bit at the skies. It's understandable. It's quite grey around. There's lights on though. At Edgbaston.
Definitely. Quinn again, full of length, and that's defended by Yates there. An old-fashioned style. Lovely textbook defensive shot. As a dot ball as Quinn returns to top of his mark for the final ball of the over. Yeah, there is quite a bit of blue sky to our left, which will signal
Yeah.
what's going on over there.
I like that. It's a great positive thinking from Chloe Brewer. Just ignore all that grey sky. That's a good metaphor for life, that, I think.
All ground staff are moving. In Quinn come again. Oh, big play. Miss there. A couple of shouts there from the slip cordon, but to no prevail. And that brings the end of the over. So Warwickshire 126 for 2. Yates is 73 off 116 deliveries. And Hayne is 21 off 52. As I've just routine, I'm just watching the ground staff now. They're sat on the covers.
The hover cover's not been. You'll hear it. Even over the drilling to our left, you'll hear that if the hover cover starts, I think, won't you? But yeah, you're right. They've just come out, just in case. Have these people that can forecast the weather by all sorts of natural phenomena, you know, when the trees are in bud, what direction the slugs are crawling in, I don't know, but a cricket. The ground staff are a more solid indication that maybe they think rain's on the way.
They
can sense it.
They can. They've got a sixth sense.
I mean, if it's your working life, I guess you would, wouldn't you?
No,
a
definitely.
little change in the air temperature, maybe. But there we are. But we're staying on for the moment. 126 for 2. This might give Kent could certainly do some help here with Warwickshire just opening up in that last over from Matt Quinn. Hayne just a little glance down to. Square leg there. Joe Denley shines the ball on the back of his whites. It's a relay now that goes to Ben Compton. He's shining on his sleeves there to Michael Hogan, who's at mid-on for the right-hander. Hayne. There's 3 slips in. Jordan Cox and Zach Crawley, both with the hand warmers, the tube hand warmers. Is Hayne just settling on that into the onside, using the pace to propel it into the mid-wicket area, fielded by Compton. It's a comfortable 2 for them. I'm going to have to go back to how Dom described them, because I'm not doing very well there. What did you say, Dom, on the emails? Hand warmer pouches. Nice.
I'll look on Amazon for them.
Yeah.
Actually, I'll see what.
If that's not a brand name, then you need to get that copyrighted, Dom. Hand warmer pouches. I'll back you up, don't you, Mark? You emailed first. The umpires are having a chat. They're looking towards the ground staff, or no, they can't be. They're looking. Well, they're looking at the blue sky, as you said, to our left. Was there just a little question of whether there was some rain in the air? Not sure.
I'm not sure.
But we're still going, and yeah, 3rd ball of this over from McCurr. To Hayne, little bend at the knees, he addresses the ball, it's hit the stumps at the far end. Stumps have fielded it effectively.
Well fielded for Stumps.
Yeah.
I found one actually, American football hand warmer.
There we go.
£15 from Decathlon by the looks of it.
Other online retailers are available, we have to say.
That's the only one I can find. There's an electric one on Amazon.
There's an electric one, there we go. Oh, so they're out there.
They
it's
are.
Not like, yeah. I mean, anything that's happening in American sport, surely there's going to be a way of getting those online.
Definitely.
But yeah, members Cox and Crawley both have them, first and second slip. This one's roll of the wrists from Hayne, and again Compton has to go off fielding square leg. They take themselves a single. 129 for two balls to come of this over. It definitely feels a bit cooler. I'm just wondering if these grey clouds are skirting us, because there seems to be more lighter cloud now in our view.
They've also got one which has 3 heat modes.
3 heat modes?
3 heat modes.
Crikey. I think Cox and Crawley probably have it on number 3 at the moment. It's chilly out there and windy too. McCurr bowls to Yates, defends it all the way on the ground, speeds up towards Michael Hogan Matt Quinn at mid-off. And Matt Quinn and Daniel Bell Drummond both did some warm-up bowling at lunch. Quinn, I'm sure, he was with the physio and having chats with him to make sure he was going to be fit enough to bowl this afternoon. Daniel Bell Drummond may get some action as well, as it seems that seam is the order of the day. I mean, it's the order of April, isn't it? Probably until about July for our county cricket. As this is a drive up towards mid-on, end of the over. 129 for 2. 73 for Yates, who's looked very good indeed. I should say that's the 60 partnership now, isn't it? So I've missed the 50 partnership, you probably already announced that. But yeah, 60 between these two. And Kent probably just haven't put enough pressure on them with the ball, but Yates has batted very, very well and quickly too, as the aforementioned Daniel Bell Drummond has been off the field, comes back on it. Fred Clarkson comes off. I was calling the other day for a announcement of subs, you know, like they do in football, but then after a passage of play where I think Kent changed players 3 or 4 times during an over, I suddenly realised why they don't do it, because you just have constant, wouldn't you? Constant announcements.
Yep.
So Bell Drummond's back on anyway. Joey Everson can come on from the pavilion to replace Matt Quinn. 2 4s off the previous over.
Yeah. There we go. So we've got our first change after lunch, as Everson is coming in from the pavilion end, and it's just back of a length, and it's been worked into towards square leg, and they just get a cheeky little single from that one.
Just blooped off the pad, I think. Yeah. Umpire Sagas just, it's a leg by, I think, yeah.
Yeah, these two have done well. They've built a really good partnership, to be fair. I feel like Kent will be looking to break this during this session. To try and change the momentum here. But their ball is definitely a lot better areas after lunch. Everson's steaming in from a pavilion end, and it's just on a lap, defended by Yates there. Looks like he's got an extra bit of energy after lunch. Sure, I think there is a little bit of rain in the air actually. You can see it now. Just it's not quite rain, it's just the rain in between not raining and just raining. It's the annoying stuff. As Everson coming in again on a lap, defended by Yates there. It's a bit baffling though, because we've actually got some blue sky above us, but it's actually raining. So
you're right. It's as bright as it's been since lunch, and it's also raining. There you go. Love England in the spring.
British weather, yeah. Everson again, full of length, and that's driven to mid-on there. He picks it up and just chucks it around over to mid-off. Because a little bit of looking after. Yeah, there's a bit of movement over there in the stand, so people doing well with their heads up in the ground. Yeah. Can't beat cricket supporters.
Oh yeah, heading inside now in their, well, maybe not droves.
Everson again, full of length, that's just flicked into the leg side. That's timed really well actually, and that deep square comes around to collect it, so we only get a single from it. A flat throw into the keeper there. Yeah, you can see the ground staff are standing now.
Yeah. It's like the opposite of cows lying down in a field, is it? Because if they're all lying down, it's supposed to signal rain, isn't it? If all the groundsmen are standing up. Umpire Saggers is just looking again to our left. I don't think that's where the weather's coming from.
I have no idea.
Obviously, the weather's coming straight, as I'm sure someone's going to point out, it's coming from the sky. But
Everton on a lip.
but I think you know what I mean.
Oh. Yeah, weather does tend to come from up there, yes. That brings
There's not a lot of rain coming from those stands. No, it's true.
That brings the end of the over. It's 131 for 2 from Warwickshire. Yates is on 74 and Haynes on 24 after building a very strong partnership between these two.
Yeah, absolutely. It came together at 69 for 2 when Will Rhodes, that missed time pull, blooped up to Matt Quinn at mid-on. Here's McCurr continuing 1 for 54 from his 12.2 through to the wicket-keeper. Good carry on that, good bounce. Applause from his captain. But it's a comfortable leave on length almost from Rob Yates. McCurr's just a bit quicker than the rest of the Kent attack, so I mean, I'm hoping that he'll be able to bowl Fulham, perhaps, well, even at that length. Doing some of these batters for pace. It hasn't really worked like that today, though. They've used his pace against him.
Definitely, he's quite a tall man as well. He's got long levers, so he'll have extra advantage there.
Strong as well, broad of the shoulder as he bowls now to Yates. Just settles on that one off stump and defends it up to mid-off, and there's no run. 131 for 2. That's not the hover cover, I should say. That is some drilling, I think. There's a construction going on to our left, isn't there? In this, and above us in the pavilion block here at Edgbaston. Brighter now, and no rain at the moment, I don't think. Just good news for the batting side. That's slightly clearer. As they look, McCurr bowls to Yates outside the off stump through to Sam Billings, and there's no run. He tosses it immediately to Jack Leaning, and then Sam Billings is pointing at Jordan Cox next to him. I think he's pointing something out there. He's very animated. He's explaining something to Jordan Cox, who's, I'm sure, taking it all in. Wicket-keeper himself, of course, but mostly has been a very fine fielder for Kent in his Kent career so far. Here's McCurr then to Yates, goes for a pull there. That's a lovely shot. That is scorched across the outfield, and that is 4 runs from outside off stump as well. It's not that far back of a length either, is it? He just leapt on that, pulled it away for 4. He goes on to 78, 135 for 2, Warwickshire.
Yep, you can see he's a guy in form here. He's getting onto anything but it's not on a length, really. Bowler's margin for error is tiny now. It's really showing Yates hasn't made any dangerous shots. He hasn't made any high-risk shots. He's just played what's been there, and he's racked up 78 as of yet.
He's done really well. I gave Leap next door for an update. That 4 has taken too much time out of the game. So if you don't mind taking through the rest of the over, Chloe, and Mike Taylor will join you.
We have another change. There we go. As the ball's just being given a little bit of a shine there. Past Batson McCurr, who's bowling across the left-hander here. So he's steaming in from the city end, and it's just full of length, and it's tempted by that was Yates, but decides to leave it alone. And as that ball's been delivered, the ground staff are making a way back inside. So blue skies, everything's flying.
I think there has been, I've seen reports, people in the comments on the side of the YouTube feed and 1 or 2 tweets and things, there have been little bits of rain around the local area. Though it's raining with you. Our friend in Sturchley, who got in touch earlier, he'd be able to tell us.
McCurr again just on the left, and that's left alone by Yates there. That brings the interview over, and Warwickshire 135 for 2, Yates at 78 and Haynes 24. The floodlights have just been turned off as well, so we're in for a good bit of weather now, good spell.
Save a bob or 2. 78 to Yates. The first time they've bowled him anything short since lunch, and he seized on it really quickly, getting that over.
Yeah. No, he definitely doesn't miss out on that short ball, does he?
Enjoyed himself today. 13 fours and a 6 in 78. Not much running.
Sometimes the best way, just stand and deliver.
All for that. Joey Everson's going to start a new over from the pavilion end, and back in the crease goes Hayne and defends this with great certainty up to mid-on. There's no run. But better conditions now, the best we've had since lunch. Picking out all the buildings we can see, and every year or two another tall building goes up as we look across from this position. There are quite a few cranes visible over the centre of Birmingham at the moment. Everson bowls again, and forward comes Hayne, defends out into the leg side. So it's a changing view across from here with every year. Some things don't change. There's the church just on the Persia Road, looking resplendent, red brick structure in the sunlight peeking it out. Off goes Everson, and bowls slightly shorter, and she's played restily by Hayne, trying to guide it between the close-in man at wood wicket and the square leg fielder, who's just round a few yards from the umpire, but he can't find the gap. I always think that's when he looks as though he's getting into rhythm, though, Hayne, isn't it? When the flexible wrists are doing all the work.
Yeah, just get the wrist through it. A little bit of flair there, but you can see now we've loaded the leg side, so.
Yeah, reinforced the leg side field. Forward comes Hayne to defend the next one up to mid-on. But a 5-4 leg side field at the moment, so they've now got the leg gully in, and the mid-wicket is probably, 15 yards from the bat? There's mid-on. Square leg, who's maybe 2 strides round towards mid-wicket from the square leg umpire, and there's a long leg who's miles from anywhere down in front of the scoreboard. Everson bowls full, and forward comes Hayne and defends. Back to the bowler. He's 24, hasn't really been fluent today, Sam Hayne. Made 100 last week at Taunton, but batted a long time for it. Not that there's anything wrong with that, but it's rather out of the current vogue, isn't it, these days, to do that. 5 or 6 hour 100. Yeah, this is Everson bowling onto the pads of Hayne, and he's found a gap in the leg side field, guides it down backward of square leg, and he's going to get 2. Controlled stroke. 137 for 2 in 40 overs. Warwickshire 26 now to Sam Hayne and 78 to Yates.
I think as well Hayne's identified his role within the partnership. Yates is cracking on really well here. He's getting onto anything was not on a length, so Hayne's real job here is just to support him as he goes on. Obviously keep ticking over runs and hit what's there, but he doesn't need to score if the other end is scoring.
No, there's no value in forcing it.
No, absolutely not.
Change of bowling. Michael Hogan is going to bowl for the first time since lunch. 10 overs, 2 maidens, none for 24 in 2 spells this morning. So the Australian veteran, I always feel unkind when I use the word veteran.
He's a bit savage.
42 next month, so, you know.
In comes Hogan from the city end, and that's just defended by Yates off the back foot mid-on, coming around to pick it up as Hogan's returning to the top of his mark.
You would have thought that one of the reasons for signing him, as well as the fact he's still a very good bowler, is that he ought to be able to pass on some useful knowledge. I mean,
yeah, definitely.
Imagine by the age of getting on for 42 and a long, although he was quite a late comer to first-class cricket, but nevertheless he's put a fair shift in.
Yeah.
There must be a lot of knowledge to pass on.
Definitely. As Hogan's coming in again just back of 11. That's just past Gully there. I was just found his outside edge. He's tried to create himself a little bit of room. Wasn't that wide, but he's ended up getting a boundary for it. It's 4 in the scorebook. Yeah.
He does play that stroke a lot and plays it very well. A bit like Ian Bell used to play it a lot and guiding the ball down Gully. That was a bit close for comfort, though, I think. I don't think he was quite in control of that.
Slightly too close, but it's okay. He's got away with it, and he progresses on as Hogan's in again to bowl, just straighter this time, and it's passes back to him by Yates there. I think as well, if Hogan's around younger bowlers, he'll pass on a lot of knowledge. It's always good to have a combination of older players and younger players together, because younger players will learn a lot quicker. Just seeing how, say, Hogan's going about his business, really. As Hogan's running in from the city end again, and it's just on a length and defended by Yates there.
So are you looking for that? I mean, you've moved clubs this year to come up to Central Sparks, but as, you come in as one of the younger members of the squad. So are you looking to the leaders in that group of players? There must be players who you look at and say, well, I can learn from you. Some good, some very, very good players in the Central Sparks squad, played international cricket, whatever. So you're looking to learn from them.
Definitely, yeah. I'm just starting my career, really, so.
Yeah, don't rub it in.
Hogan in again, and it's patted back to him. I say it's always great to just sit and pick people's brains, really.
Yes.
It's interesting as well what different people see, because you can't see everything as a batter, and you definitely learn from other people quicker than finding out mistakes yourself, that's for sure. And it's just good having conversations with people, really. Hogan coming in again, just short of length. He's picked up very well, and that will sure find a boundary. Yates really not missing out on that short ball. That's another 4 to his name. He moves on to 86, and that will be the end of that over. So Warwickshire 145 for 2. Yates is 86 of 134. He's going ever so well, and Hayne is at 26 of 54, 64, 64, I believe.
I was going to say that they keep feeding him the short ball, but I don't think that was actually all that short.
No.
But he was in position on it really early.
Yeah, it's definitely. I find with batters, if you can get onto the back foot quickly and pick up a ball that's not traditionally there to pull, but is short enough to be on the back foot. Oh, why not? It makes the bowlers' errors so much smaller. They have to bowl in such a tiny area that they can bowl to. It just makes it impossible, really, to maintain pressure.
2 more boundaries in that over, taking Rob Yates to 86, 145 for 2. Everson's going to start a new over, and Hayne is forward. A fidgety forward stroke here, with the feet moving quickly, and he pushes the ball firmly back to the bowler. Not quite the silent partner in this partnership, but certainly the slower scorer of the two. But I'm sure there'll be part of him thinking if he's still batting at 6 o'clock, then he'll have batted Warwickshire into a pretty good position, chances are. He gets a fuller straight delivery here from Everson, and he's defending it in front of his front pad up to mid-on. Just 2 slips now, the attacking fielder. There is a leg gully and a fairly close in mid-wicket, and against Hayne you might consider them attacking positions in a way. He's played wristy strokes in that direction. Everson bowls and Hayne does it precisely that, but he's over the top of this and guides it past the short mid-wicket and out for a run midway back to the boundary. So he's 27 and it's 146 for 2, but he's finding the gaps.
Yeah, it's always a key when you're batting is look at the gaps, not other fielders.
Yes.
If you look at the fielders, you're going to start hitting them, and that's not what you want. really.
Off goes Evison. Modest approach, about 12 paces, and then balls to Yates, who is forward defending sturdily back down the pitch to him. It's a quiet scene for once today. The wind has, well, I'd say the wind has dropped. I'm looking at those tarpaulins to the side screen, but the bare and ragged staff flag is being stretched on its pole on top of the old press box now. Off goes Evison and bowls on the pads of Yates, who turns this firmly to mid-on, and there's no run. Third slip comes in for the left-hander. But so far, he's not played too many false strokes to keep the close catchers interested.
Yeah, that's the thing with early season as well. Your judgment can sometimes be slightly off, especially with April wickets.
Bowls wider of off stump here, Evison, and Yates isn't having anything to do with that. So it's the end of another over, just one from that. And 146 for 2 Warwickshire, who were put into bat this morning and lost Davis, who made an attractive 23 before cutting a ball from Evison onto his stumps, and Will Rhodes, who scored 6 before hauling a ball from wide of off stump off a top edge to mid-on for off Connor McCurr. So Evison and McCurr, the 2 successful bowlers, but it's been hard going for the Kent seamers. We've only seen the 4 seamers so far, but haven't really created too many opportunities.
No, they haven't, but they have bowled a lot better this afternoon.
Yes.
After lunch. We've definitely put himself, I'd say, in a better position to take wickets. Definitely producing a little bit more pressure, although that's been alleviated in the past few overs as Hogan's in again, full of a lamp. It's defended by Hayen there.
Yes, it's been tighter. They've got more accurate lines. Certainly the first spell from Quinn at the start of this session, from this end in particular, was giving nothing away to begin with.
Yeah, absolutely nothing. So they've definitely had a chat with themselves or a chat with coach to just tighten up slightly, and they've really slowed the run rate down. So it's good from their part. Hogan again full, and that's defended by Hayen there, who's 27 off 69 deliveries. So he's knuckling down here. That's as Hogan's just going back to the top of his mark. He's taking his time to get back down towards the city end. So he's chucked the ball, only 2 slips in from this end as he's striding in from the city and just full of length, and that's left alone by Hayen. Did not fancy that one at all, as that's flown through to the keeper.
Yeah, but Evison, Hogan rather liked it, didn't he? Suggested it might just have swung back a bit. Certainly Billings was taking it going back to his left. Sometimes the ball does that after it goes past the stumps, doesn't it? It seems to
just moves
move away, which maybe adds to the illusion.
Yeah. No, potentially. But there wasn't much movement of ball this morning, was there?
It hasn't really been all day.
No, Hogan. And again, full of length, defended by Hayen there.
Well, I don't think that'll test Hayen's patience, or they'll have to go longer than this if they do. Batted more than 6 hours for 119 at Taunton last week,
Oh, wow.
which used to be unremarkable, but in the current climate, it doesn't feel that way quite so much.
It's a testament to character, that, isn't it?
Yeah.
Batting for 6 hours. So Hogan's in again, just worked into the leg side off the back foot there, and it's chucked back in by mid wicket. Another dot ball there.
I wonder with Sam, I mean, he made a lot of runs last year. I think he was the 3rd highest scorer in the championship. But I spoke to him a couple of times after games when he seemed to be slightly thinking, oh, I should have made more there, you know. So if he's come out with a mindset this season that I'm not going to give it away,
Yeah.
I That's not a bad starting position.
Absolutely not. That's for sure. Runs are runs. That's Hogan comes in again, just on a left, defended by Hayne there. And that will bring the end of the over. So Warwickshire 146 for 2. Yates 86 and Hayne is 27. So building a very strong partnership here, looking hard to break.
Yeah, but 42 in 16 overs since lunch, so they were clipping along at 4 and over before lunch, but that's what, 2.5 thereabouts since the break, which is testament to the more accurate lines that Kent have bowled.
Yeah, definitely. They've definitely tightened up, so made it a lot harder for the batters here, for sure.
And now Edgbaston to bowl again to the left-handed Yates on the pads. Didn't want to be there. And Yates is going to pick him off for just 1 run in the end. Down to deep backward square leg, and it's smartly fielded.
I think the can't see a number or name, but he's got a jumper off. That's the first arms in the field, not of a bowler, that I've seen all day. First person to brave taking a jumper off. It must be slightly warmer out there. Some would say tropical.
Yes. All things are relative after the long winter. Off goes Edgbaston. And passes umpire Saggers, and there's a run here from Hayne, just working it between the leg side fielders, and he's slightly playing with them a bit at the moment by pushing that between the mid-wicket and leg goalie, not for the first time, and very deliberately placing it there and taking a run. He looks in control for now, Sam Hayne. He's 28 and probably enjoying, as all the Warwickshire supporters here have today, and I dare say those of you online as well, enjoying the way Rob Yates has been batting. He's 87 and he drives here from Edgbaston. For a moment it looked as though he might have found the gap between extra cover and mid-off. It's smartly fielded and there's no run. An email has flooded in from Anthony, from Tony, I beg your pardon, you can't have Anthony on the screen. Hello Tony, from New Hampshire, an expat Brummie watching on YouTube. Nice to have you with us, Tony. Trust all is well there. Crisp spring morning in New Hampshire. She's driven firmly down the ground from by Yates, and Edgbaston not something on it. Jag a fingernail on the end of that, but he's managed to knock it down. And there's no run. He's a new signing, isn't he, Matt, from Kent, for Kent, Edgbaston. A youngster, just 21. Previously of Notts, out of Stamford School in Lincolnshire. And he bowls wide of the off stump here, and Yates drives elegantly, and he's going to get at least 2 runs. It's gone out to the long extra cover boundary, and they are content with 2. And Warwickshire moved to 150 for 2. That's the applause in 43 overs. Well, this is the 44th over. And that was delicately stroked by Yates to go to 89. And all the touch he had a couple of years ago seems to have been back in this innings. He lets that one pass outside Edgbaston's off stump. It was harder last season. Average only 17 in the championship last year, having topped the Warwickshire averages the year before, and having at least been mentioned in dispatches as a possible Australian tourist at one point. He was impressed some very good judges in his first full season in the team. But last year was difficult. This is a good sign.
Yeah, it's always good. You always have highs and lows really across seasons. If you came out and get 100 every game, you'd, I don't know, it would be the ideal world, wouldn't it?
But he's only 23. So there's a long way to go for him.
Definitely. Hogan coming in again from the city end. He's just outside off, left alone by Hayne there. There's double teapot there and slips. His hands on head. It's like they're just hitting their marks now, other Kent bowlers. As the ball's just being passed back around to Hogan, who's just returning to his mark at the city end. Only 2 slips as he comes in full of length, and it's Haynes tries to work back into the leg side, but just passed it to mid-wicket there, who comes around and picks it up. So another dot ball.
They liked it behind the stumps for a fraction there. Billings thought they might have got through. But they see all sorts, don't they, wicket keepers in the slips.
They see everything. Especially
they see things that aren't there sometimes. But it's all in the... It's all the theatre of the thing. You keep oohing and ahhing, the batter's never going to know how close it is he?
Hogan again, full of length. That's driven handsomely into the offside. We'll come back with 2. Won't quite make its very long boundary out there, but she ended up coming back for 3. Quite a lot of free runs today.
Yes, I imagine it is probably a little bit slow in some areas of the outfield. And although I'm sure they're trying to equate it a bit, and we are looking on at a bit of an angle, which might be an illusion, but out towards the Holly stand side of the ground, it does look a very big acreage, with the pitch being where it is. Yeah. And there's still loads of ground left beyond the rope.
Yeah. Hogan in again, steaming in, that's just on a length, and they've decided to take a single run from it as a misfilled in from mid-wicket, so they end up safe. They weren't too sure about that one, but they ended up scurrying through anyway.
Yes, I think that's a slight second thought. But no matter how far across they put the pitch, there are always the Holly stand is a favourite spot for some people. And they're again, I don't know whether any of you have got earpieces. Hello, Holly standers, if you are. But you do get a good angle from the. But the chap in the back row of the Holly stand is probably 150 metres away from the pitch, I should think.
In Hogan again, full of length, has worked into the leg side. They scurry another run from it. You always find that people find their favourite spots to sit in the ground if they like a specific stand.
I've sat there myself many times, but I think I'd want a telescope from there, just binocular. Anyway,
you need some of them theatre binoculars.
I know what you mean. Yes.
Hogan's just returning to the top of his mark.
You'll be shopping for them online as well tonight.
We'll have a massive shopping list by the end of the day. Hogan coming in again, full of length. That's driven. Oh, it's a gorgeous shot through the offside, and that races away to a boundary. And
there's been some attractive stuff in Rob Yates' innings today. That was a very fine stroke.
It definitely was. He's really showed his class today. He's 94 off 144. And Haynes just supporting him. He's 32 off 78, so he's good dynamic within the batting partnership here. It's Warwickshire 159 for 2.
And crucially, it's been an obstinate partnership as far as Kent are concerned, because they've bowled better since lunch. They've bowled more accurately, and yet there hasn't really so far been a sniff.
Yeah, that's the problem. When you've got 2 batters in, it's going to be hard to break, even if you are hitting all your areas.
I can't really put my finger on anything that's been close to a chance since lunch. Now, that one did behave a little bit more awkwardly there from Everson, and Hayne played it into the ground, but he reacted as if he'd slightly misjudged it, as if it bounced a bit on him. But he guides it into mid-wicket all the same. They're persisting with this, the leg side fielders. So there's mid-on, close-ish mid-wicket, backward square leg or leg gully, and an ordinary square leg. And forward comes Hayne to defend, back up the pitch, the next delivery. So they've obviously got a plan for Sam Hayne. There's a long leg out there as well, who's having a chat with the 12th man. And now they're going to bring another leg side fielder in. So
it's packed over there.
Yeah, it is. I know they've changed their mind again. Ran right across the strip now. Oh, it's all shuffle houses now. Right, so mid-on is coming up, and they're going to play. Yes, They've worked out where they wanted the fielders, they just haven't worked out who they want where. So now they're going to have that very straight, close-in mid-on. Old-fashioned silly mid-on. So close to the cut strip that Rob Yates is going to have to move outside him if they want to take a run. So try and get right in Haynes' eye line. So 6-3 leg side field now. And it's on the toes of Hayne, who flicks it obligingly on the bounce to the close-in mid-wicket. But there's definitely a play. Everson has the plan. So old-fashioned leg theory. Not bouncing his man, but because that hasn't got them anywhere today. But working on the leg side. Now that mid-off is coming up now into an old silly mid-off position. He's about 12 yards from the bat, and Everson bowls, and Hayne guides it on the bounce to short mid-wicket.
Yeah, we're looking like Everson just wants to create a chance here. He's applying a lot of pressure, a lot of people around the bat here, crowding round.
Well, they're backing their judgment here. They're backing the plan. 159 for 2. Haney's 32, and Everson's trying to hurry him up here. He's already on his way to bowl, and Hayne has. He very nearly found a gap in the leg side, and a very fine stop at leg gully, diving sharply down to the left. That was a fine stop. So he thought he'd found a way through there, but not quite. 159 for 2. And another change. So that was a really good stop at leg gully. He's come out and gone to third slip. So now the only fielders on the offside now are the 3 slips. Everyone else is on the leg side. A very unusual field. And Hayne is forward defending back to, well, not quite to the bowler. The silly mid-on fieldsman reaches across and drags the ball back from the centre of the pitch. So that sort of plan grew as we went through the over, and it ended up the very unorthodox field. But in the result, it was a maiden over, and it's 159 for 2, and I think we're going to have a change.
I think this is Bell Drummond onto bowl from the City End, and I think this will probably be my last over before I have to shoot, unfortunately.
You're off doing some proper work.
You say that, I've just got to smile and not squint with the sun. I do have a net though later.
Oh, right, okay.
I do actually have to do some proper work.
Some proper work. Yes. Well, thank you. I hope we shall see you during the season.
Yeah.
And more to the point, that we shall see you on the field.
Yeah.
Because Central Sparks will be in action before too long, and you want people listening to this to go and see you.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we've got a double header here for boys as well, which will be good fun. Bell Drummond in from a City End, and just on a length worked into the offside of a cover drive as a deep point comes round to pick it up. And everyone's shuffling around again because of his right and left hand combo. Umpire's getting some extra steps in, getting across the wicket.
Yes, they've kept umpire Saggers moving. But yeah, well, I hope we shall see you in this commentary box again. But more to the point, we shall see you batting. Come and see Chloe bat and her new colleagues, who I trust have been suitably welcoming.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
Good.
Absolutely. Badman is just having a little moment at the top of his mark. As Haynes just having a little look around. And he comes from the City End, just on a lap defended. And there's a tumbling stop from, that's a silly mid-on there.
I don't think I've seen Daniel Bell Drummond bowl before in person.
I don't think I have, actually.
His build here is right on medium fast. Which is a little bit quicker than I was expecting him to bowl. But it's not really changing the pattern very much, but sometimes just changing the bowler makes a difference.
Yeah. Bell Drummond in again on the length, just worked into the leg side.
He's quicker than I expected him he was going to be. Daniel Bell Drummond.
Yeah, definitely not too shabby bowling good areas, to be fair.
There's only 24 first-class wickets, but looks as though he's been relatively lightly used in his career so far. He's 29. Where did that time go? Daniel Bell-Drummond's 29. He was like 18 5 minutes ago.
In he comes again on a length that's worked and found a man at square leg, another dot ball there. Balls it just chucked back round as he returns to the top of his mark. It's a lovely blue sky now, which is great to see. As he's just tumbling in from the city end, full of length and defended by Hainver, who remains a 32 of 88 deliveries. He's really grafted hard this innings.
But he's settling in for the day, isn't he?
He's dug in.
He's trying to.
Definitely. It's
sense that Kent are already quite well on through the alphabet of plans.
Yeah.
But it's been a good effort since lunch from Kent. Nothing, they haven't really been able to create a chance.
Bell-Drummond again for the last ball of the over. As he comes in and finishes the over with a dot ball. Now, Warwickshire 160 for 2, Yates 95, Hayne 32. I'm going to vacate the seat.
Chloe, thanks for your company today. We'll look forward to seeing you again soon, I hope. And you can watch Chloe and the Central Sparks in action. Look, Rachel Hare Flint Trophy starts 22nd of April. And they'll be here at Edgbaston and at various other venues, both locally and far and wide. You can go and see them. Thank you. So Matt Cole will be back shortly when he's updated Radio Kent listeners. I shall do the same in a moment for listeners to Radio WM and BBC Coventry and Warwickshire. And in the meantime, Joey Evison is going to start a new over. At Edgbaston, Warwickshire have now moved to 160 for 2 on the first day of the championship match against Kent. It's been more sedate progress since lunch, as the Kent bowling has been more accurate than it was in the first session. But considering the visitors put Warwickshire into bat, they would be disappointed at the small number of chances they've created. Rob Yates has continued to bat with authority, now adding some attractive cover driving to his strong work off the back foot, and he's 95. Sam Hain progressing more slowly but securely to 32, and they're taking Warwickshire to a strong position on the first day of 160 for 2. And Evison has started his new over, his 12th, and right arm over the wicket from the pavilion end, and the left-handed Yates is pushing out into the offside. 95 now to Rob Yates, and this will be a super, well, I say start to his season. He got a low score at Taunton last week, but in the first home game, if he could go on and really make the most of this opportunity, then it would be a good sign indeed. And he cover drives here, beats the man at short extra, and there is a boundary rider now on the offside, and so it keeps him down to 2, and he's 97. $162 for 2. And has looked very confident throughout. Survived an LBW shout to the first ball of the game, but not much has troubled him since then. Evison bowls and Yates defends. Back past the bowler on the offside. And there's no run. The Kent seamers have shared quite a bit of work now. This is Evison's 12th over. This is on the pads of Yates, and he wants a quick single to mid-on. He's well judged. He was quickly on his way, and Hain responded to the call, so he's through for 1. And he keeps the strike at the end of the over. 48 overs are complete. Warwickshire are 163 for 2. having been asked to bat first. And Yates, who's been there since the start, is unbeaten with 98. And Sam Hain has 32. And these two are batting Warwickshire sedately, but surely at the moment, towards a pretty strong position in an early season game when you've been asked to bat first.
Everson bowls 2. Hain down the pitch, and that'll be 4 runs on drive. Nice stuff from the right-hander. He goes on to 36. There was an expression of delight. Did that come from the dressing room or from the balcony alongside us? But lovely shot from Hain. 167 for 2, just 2 off the century partnership now, these two.
I misjudged it. I thought the over had finished.
You thought that was it?
I thought it was it.
Well, maybe that. Yeah,
well,
maybe that shout from the balcony is exactly the same. I
Yes.
might have it wrong, but I thought it was 69 for 2.
Yeah. Oh, when
They came together.
oh,
So.
for the. No, sorry, I thought the Everson had finished his over. That's my mistake.
Oh,
Leaving
apologies.
you hanging out
I've
to dry
just-
there. So, yes.
Just dived in, whatever, you know.
Well, that's the only way. Yes. 167 for 2 then.
Yeah, just in the updates for BBC Radio Kent, it just feels like this is getting away from Kent a little bit in a, I wouldn't say an ugly fashion, but but there doesn't feel much pressure on. Sam Benning's trying a bit of everything, isn't he? These quirky fields, and I won't say that shows that Kent are reaching for something here, but this partnership too well established for their liking. Yates on 98 cuts that away, and that'll be the single. So I should give you the honour as well,
not at
shouldn't
all,
I?
no,
Talk
carry
him
on.
through to a century, but he gets the single. I'll stand back should he come back to this end, but he's on 99, Hain on 36. I go back to what I said this morning, really. It doesn't feel like very much pressure on the batters, that there haven't been sort of consistent balls or overs where you could think the bowlers are really getting on top and forcing something here.
And yet they do seem to have bowled better since lunch.
Yeah.
I think they've been quite accurate, but it hasn't really felt like there's been something going to happen.
Bell Drummond then from the Birmingham end, and this is flicked wristily through at the onside by Hain. That is a lovely shot. That is superb timing through mid-wicket, and Joey Everson could barely move. That is the century stand. That's what the applause is for. 103 from 184 balls. Really has been a fabulous partnership, and that was sumptuous from Sam Hain.
Yes, he's starting to play with more authority now, without being rushed. And so I wonder whether he set himself to do that this season. Made a patient century at Taunton last week, and he's not being rushed here. There's no hurry. Yates has been scoring quickly enough anyway. They're going along quite nicely. But when there's something there to hit, he's hitting it.
Short mid-on put in now. It's this quirky onside field, but he turns that into the onside. Obviously he enjoys working on that side of the wicket, and that is a single into square leg. 173 for 2 now, Warwickshire. Definitely having the best of this first day so far.
Well, they're trying all these combinations, and yet Hain is just pushing the ball into the gaps. And not looking especially hurried, so far at least, in doing so.
2 slips. Still in, but it's Yates now.
And Drummond bowls, and Yates pulls, and fitting that he should bring up a century with another pull for 4. There have been so many of those. And Rob Yates, with all the touch he had 2 seasons ago, has suddenly come back today. Last year was a struggle, but this innings announces a return to form, and it's welcomed by supporters on their feet on the far end of the ground, and well they might. An extremely well constructed 100 from Rob Yates goes to 103, 17 fours and a 6, and the majority of them hit in the style of that one to anything even a fraction short, hit hard and aggressively through the offside for another 4.
Lovely shot from the left hand. That's 2 slips in behind him as Bell Drummond bowls now, and that we steered through the offside. Great stop, actually, that from Ben Compton. Give him credit for that, diving to his right, and has stopped the progress. as, well, one of the slips, remaining 2 slips, Zach Crawley is now dispatched to the leg side. So Kent on the back foot here. There's a slip in a very wide gully, if you call it that. Jack Leaning's there as Drummond bowls outside the off stump and through to the wicketkeeper end of the over, and there is no run. And Kent conceding runs here. They have brought the run rate down from one point during the morning session. It was just over 4 and over, but doesn't really matter, let's face it. Unless you're, I suppose, unless you're a certain England head coach. You don't need to be rattling too far on. Even that's not too bad, isn't it? 177 for 2. Yates with 103. Hayne has 41 so far.
If you've lost the toss in mid-April and you're 170 odd for 2 by middle of the afternoon, I think you're taking that all day. Yates, by the way, his century coming from 152 balls with 17 fours and a 6. The second 50 was a bit slower off 87 balls, but it doesn't matter because there have been so few false strokes in that. And he's hit everything that's been there to hit. Hasn't felt like it. There have been a lot of pull and hook strokes, and yet not once have I felt that he's been taking a risk. Change of bowling. Quinn, who bowled a very tight spell after lunch, he's coming back now from the pavilion end, and he bowls, drifts onto the toes of Sam Hayne and gets away with it because Hayne has hit the square leg fielder. It's another smart stop. It's very tidy ground fielding in this session. And he doesn't get a run from a well-timed flick to leg. They've slightly tempered the leg side field gambit. Quinn bowls and Hayne is forward and guiding this off the inside half of the bat to mid-wicket. So they've got 2 slips now, extra cover in mid-off on the leg side, and on the other side of the wicket, mid-on, mid-wicket still there, fairly close in for that flick drive. A backward square leg, and then 2 men out deep on the leg side, at long leg and sort of deepish mid-wicket, but neither of them quite back on the ropes because it is a long boundary. Quinn bowls and Hayne is forward, defending on the walk here out on the offside. Quinn, I sense he's not quite as quick as a couple of the other bowlers, so maybe with that in mind, the 2 fielders out for the pull stroke hook are not all the way back. They're probably 3/4 of the way back to the boundary, because it would be a big carry right out to the rope there. Quinn, right arm over the wicket, and she's worked by Hayne into the gap again between mid-wicket and square leg, and once more they have a single. And he doesn't appear to be in any difficulty finding the gaps, Hayne. That what would slightly concern me. I understand the policy, but they've had 5 men or more on the leg side, and at no stage have I felt that Hayne is having trouble finding the gap there.
No, I'd agree. It's hard to put your finger on. I don't think Kent are bowling badly.
No.
Well, just these 2 are batting very well on a good pitch, but
Quinn bowls and Yates defends, bat and pad together.
it seems certainly when they're going full that the batters are finding actually full or short,
yes,
dare I say. But obviously if you're striving to go full to try and, you know, bring LBW into play or go for the Yorker, that doesn't seem to be working on this pitch at all, which suggests it's quite a good batting strip, but taking every advantage.
Quinn pads into the crease again, and he goes fuller this time, and it's driven firmly by Yates to mid-on. It's the end of the over, 178 for 2. I think Chloe put a finger on it earlier, didn't she, when she said several times there's no margin for error. Well, it doesn't look like there is. Whether it's a combination of a good pitch, which I think it is, or good batters in form, which it looks like, but all that amounts to is you can't go very far wrong with your lengths or line. And after lunch, for 3/4 of an hour, Kent didn't. But they just didn't create. You would think at this time of the year, if you bowled for an hour and bowled really accurately, you'd get a nibble of something. And there hasn't been a sniff since lunch that I can recall.
I think certainly looking at what's going on at some of the other games in the country. Obviously, these are all on different pitches in, in slightly different conditions, but you're right, in April you'd think the Seamers would have it slightly more their own way. It's not working out for them at the moment. 178 for 2. Drummond's going to be into his third over. 2 slips of company for Sam Billings. Sam Hain on 42, 178 for 2. These two coming together when Will Rhodes went 69 for 2. A rather diffident looking shot. As Drummond wraps him high on the thigh pad, or maybe even, no, I think that has just hit the, maybe on the inside of the thigh. Would be sore for Sam Hain. But he's back at it. Yates 103. It's been a real pleasure to watch his innings so far. Not that I want to distract from this for Kent fans, but maybe they could do some light relief hearing about some other games. We'll run through those in a second. As Drummond comes in, bowling to Hain, just turns the bat over on that one, rolls the wrist, single to square leg, and Compton Fields 179 for 2, Hain on for 43. Hampshire 144 for 6 at the Oval against Surrey. They chose to bat there as well. Nottinghamshire 164 for 2 against Somerset at Trent Bridge. Lancashire against Essex at Chelmsford. Elected to bat there, 155 for 7, perhaps wishing they hadn't. Middlesex 149 all out against Northamptonshire at Wantage Road. This one's defensive shot by Yates up to mid-off, a good length delivery from Daniel Drummond. No play on Thursday at all at the game between Gloucestershire and Yorkshire. Bristol, that's a rain-off today. Durham 179 for 3 against Worcestershire. At Chester Street, Leicestershire against Derbyshire is on 56 for 1 in the 16th over there. Drummond bowling to Yates, rats him on the pads. A late appeal from the bowler. I wonder if that's on height, but certainly not given.
When the bowler joins in late.
Yeah.
Never
I wonder maybe it was an inside edge from that.
Yeah, possibly.
Drummond didn't think he was having a bar of it, but yeah, it's not happening. I think that's fair to say. Umpire Illingworth at the far end. Umpire Saggers at your point rather than square leg as they change over left to right. This one is a little flick into the onside by Yates. He goes on to 104 and the score 184-2.
I noticed in the last over that the umpires were staying constantly on that side, on the Pryor in Raglan side. I don't know whether the sun's glinting off a low roof or maybe they're just sort of frozen to the spot.
There's definitely a chilly breeze here.
They've done their 10,000 steps for the day.
Exhausted by 3:15. It's Drummond. That one just seemed to stick in the pitch a little bit, but it's going to be guided down through third man by Hain, and he'll come through back for a comfortable 2. Actually just rear up at 182 for 2.
There were a couple of deliveries in that over that appear to slightly misbehave, and probably the first time in a while that I don't think Sam Hain's been entirely in control of the stroke. But he's going along all right. Look, this is exotic. Let me say hello to John. Says, I'm another expat tuning in from the US, currently on a train between Boston and Chicago, watching on the live stream when the Wi-Fi allows, but en route to Portland, Oregon.
Oh.
Now,
on the
I'm not one of the great geographers of the world, but Boston to Portland's miles, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's a really long way. How long's that going to take?
Very westerly.
John, if you have the signal at the moment, I'd like to know how long that's going to take. Forward comes Yates and pushes away into to deep extra cover, and they have won. It's the first ball of Quinn's new over.
What a journey, though, that must be.
I'm very much look, I'm at the cricket, so I'm not really envious of anybody, but insofar as I can be envious of anybody when I'm here watching county cricket, then, John, I think I am a little bit of that.
I'm lucky enough to have done a few years ago, some years ago now, Chicago to Seattle and back, but 2 ways, so going south and then north on the Amtrak and then coming across Washington State, etc., coming back. Absolutely amazing.
Forward comes Quinn, bowls to Hayne, and he defends out to the offside. From Seattle to Chicago, the only trip I've ever been to the US, I flew from Seattle to Chicago as it so.
It's quite something just to see the geography as it flies by your window, and it's not everyone's idea of a good time sitting on the train for 3 days there and back.
I could enjoy that, but I'm intrigued to know how long that's going to take. John. This is flicked off the pads by Hayne and turned out to deep square leg where Beldrummond fields, and they have won.
Assuming he's doing that for pleasure and not for
it could be for
necessity,
work, couldn't it?
I suppose. Is it cheaper than flying from Boston to? Don't know. Do they have regular flights from there? There's so many questions this begs.
I'm fascinated now. Yeah.
Please tell us when the Wi-Fi's back.
Yes, wish you were here. Forward, in comes Quinn and bowls again to the left-hander Yates, who's 105, and he defends out on the offside.
Danny's been in touch on Twitter at BBC Kent Sport. He says, this Kent performance so far reminds me of the first half of the Gillingham season. Come on, Danny. It's not that bad. Is that too soon to joke about the first half of Gillingham season? It may be.
They're going to be all right, aren't they?
They're going to be fine. Yeah, yes. 184 for 2.
I think
but they scored 7 goals in the first half of the season and didn't win many games.
I think I saw them at Walsall one stage early in the season. In comes Quinn, bowls to Yates, who defends it on the offside. Yes, they went to a few months where they didn't do anything as Vonga as have a shot.
No, it was.
But they're all right now.
Yep, takeover just before Christmas.
Yes, I remember reading that. So yeah, they'll be fine now.
Some very careful signings. Good ones as well. I've added some quality to that. And yeah, they'll be fine. We think.
They'll be all right.
9 points clear of the drop zone coming into the last few games. So
that's plenty. Off goes Quinn, bowls again to Yates, who square drives out to deep cover, where Beldrummond is spending quite a lot of his time now when he's not bowling. And so they have a comfortable single. And at the moment, this is developing into a slightly concerning pattern, I would think, for Kent, in that Yates and Hayne are able to quite literally push the score along here at 3-ish and over, and they don't appear to be under any pressure at all.
No, I'd agree.
It would be, I mean, to the point that if there were to be, I don't want to jinx anything, I'm just merely calling as it is. If there were to be a wicket now, it would be surprising. That's where we've come to. These two have been together now for 35 overs.
Matt Quinn is just trotting off the field. Not sure that's anything sinister, but helmet's been brought on as well. Does that mean we might see some spin perhaps? Is that the wicketkeeper's helmet for Sam Bennings, or just one coming on? So it's possible, unless they're going to try a short leg for some short stuff, but given that it's quite a defensive field, maybe not. 185 for 2. Yates is on 106, not out, and faces now. Just defends that off stump. Good length delivery from Daniel Beldrummond.
I hope Quinn is all right. I mean, we did fear the worst for him when he went off in that first spell, and then he wasn't off for all that long, really, considering he'd stopped in the middle of an over.
Maybe an hour? I'm not sure.
Yeah, thereabouts. Yeah. I don't see enough of him to know, Matt, whether he was bowling within himself, but he bowled very accurately since lunch. There's nothing bad about that.
It's Beldrummond to Yates on his toes there, driving it through the offside. It's fielded by Compton at cover.
I just had the feeling he was being careful. I don't know, but I don't really see enough of him to be able to judge. But he was putting the ball in all the right areas.
I think he certainly has been. I mean, the game against Northamptonshire, a different pitch, obviously, but he was penetrative there, certainly, and struck at important times for Kent. So we've been looking for him to repeat that, certainly. the onside this time. Attempted drive, not quite at where he wanted it. Tucking him up a little bit, Daniel Bell-Drummond. Decent overs so far from him. And we're not calling out the roll call of excuses, but
no,
they really could have done with Nathan in a side already probably a seam ashore. They've been looking for it overseas. They've had all sorts of terrible luck with, I'll paraphrase what I've been told behind the scenes, but chasing a number of different targets who have wound up with injuries and, you know, having signed, sealed and delivered, and then players not being able to come. So this one's actually, well, I wouldn't say he's in any trouble there, Yates, but he's defended it right next to his toes. Daniel Bell-Drummond does the fielding. But then to come in the season without Nathan Gilchrist, who was the top wicket taker last year, and he's the one I would suggest, and no disrespect to the rest of the Kent attack, but he's the one that makes things happen. A little bit of extra pace, Nathan Gilchrist, and at 23 just getting better and better. In fact, is he 23? I think he might still be 22. But so 2 games without him as well. As Bell-Drummond now bowls to Yates, cuts that away, and that'll be 4 past a flying Jack Leaning. Don't think he was ever really in the hunt for that one though, and that is 4 more for Yates, who looks down at the ground almost like he's disappointed, but I think it's almost procedural at this point. It's another 4, 110. Perhaps he's just saying, yep, that's 4 more towards a ton 50 or 200 maybe. 189 for 2. Sorry, that's a dagger to Kent fans' heart when I start talking about that. But yeah, so what I'm trying to say is the rest of the Kent attack really need to be on top form, I think, to press their advantage. They did really well against Northamptonshire in a very competitive game there, but maybe just found wanting today. Short ball from Daniel Bell-Drummond, and that is pulled along the ground to Everson at deep square leg. Yates is taking, Haynes taking no chances with that. Sorry, it would have been Yates.
Yes,
it is. Sorry, it's the end of the over, that's why it's flicked over. Sorry, 111 he's on, 46 for Hayne, 190 for 2. Just to say, and just a little bit of a promotional sentence for the live text feed on bbc.co.uk/cricket, which keeps you up to date with all the games around the country as well. It's a constant company to us as well, seeing what's happening in the games around and picking out the highlights and some of the lowlights as well around the country. I did notice though, one's loath to criticise our colleagues online because they do such a great job, but running a poll whether you wanted to see Hasib Hamid and Ben Duckett open the batting for England, I've got to say, Zach Crawley, ladies and gentlemen, it goes down very poorly with the Kent audience, so I can say. That's a thumbs down from me.
Oh, okay, all right, noted.
Unless Crawley's batting at 3, I suppose.
He might. Who's to say? He made 100 here. The first time I came across it, he made 100 here about probably 5-6 years ago now, when I think he was still a teenager. And it might have been his first class 100 in difficult conditions, and he really played well. I thought, wow, he looks a player. Conor McCur's going to have another go from the pavilion end at 190 for 2. Look at this, a tremendous tweet come from Utah Jazz UK, hello to you, who sent a road map here of the way from Boston to Oregon, and it's 46 hours with tolls or 47 without. I think if I were into my 46th hour, I think I might pay it. Tremendous, thank you. It looks like it's through 9 states on this map. That's marvellous. McCurr bowls, starts a new over, and Yates defends out on the offside. Goodness knows how much it costs in petrol, but I don't think that's quite as expensive there as it is here. But in the meantime, at the same moment, our friend John gets back in touch with an email to say it's 3 nights on the train. 1 night between Boston and Chicago, and then another 2 between Chicago and Portland. 46 hours on the same train. Never be at the buffet, can't you? Off goes McCurr, runs past us, shortish ball, and it's cut by Yates, I think over the gully, or maybe into the ground, and it bounced over. Hard to tell from here, but he gets 1 down to 3rd man in any case. So he's 112 and 191 for 2. I'm working remotely while on the train, says John, and bought a USA rail pass for $300, which includes all the train travel. $300, it's about 250 quid, isn't it, thereabouts? There's food for thought. Thank you, John, and safe travels to you. And, well, maybe we shall hear from you again as this game goes on. Somewhere en route. But that sounds absolutely marvellous. And I can tell how well your work's going because you're taking time out watching the stream to email us. That's the sort of work we like. Good man to you, John, and thank you. And thank you to Utah Jazz, for our friend, for that roadmap as well. It's very good. If you want to train anywhere, or even if you aren't, wherever you are, then it'd be lovely to hear from you. You have Mr. Ball. McCur's been taking time to set the field for Hayne, and he hits Hayne on the pad here with a ball of full length. And it dribbles away into the leg side. One of the very few tense moments Hayne has had since coming to the crease. His very first ball after we had that odd delay when he first came in about his helmet not being right. And the very first ball he got from McCur was full. I think it was probably just about a full toss, and it hit low on the bat, bounced into the ground and popped up to third slip. So maybe he's looking for that length again. And he bowls not quite as full, and Hayne defends back on the offside. We've got a different flavour of unusual field now here for Hayne on strike to McCur. There is one slip, but he's quite wide, so he's where second slip would be, but there's no first, if you follow me. There's a third man, extra cover, and that's it on the offside. In goes McCur, and Hayne is riding the bounce here of a ball that's wide of off stump, and he guides it into the ground. On the leg side, there is a shortish leg, in that he's not right up close, but he's maybe 5-6 yards back, which would be close enough for me and you, I suspect. But there's a fieldsman under the helmet there, so just a little bit back from where you would imagine short leg would be. Then there's a close-ish mid-wicket, but has gone round a bit squarer than earlier on. Mid-on has also gone a bit squarer. McCur bowls a bouncer, and Haynes letting it go. It fades down the leg side. There was also a deep square leg, a long leg, and a deepish leg gully. But it's all to no avail in this over, which has gone past with the score 191 for 2. Hayne now 46, and Rob Yates has extended his century to 112. His first century of this season. He got one first-class 100 last season, but otherwise it was a largely forgettable one, averaging only 17 in the championship. 4 first-class centuries in 2021. And he's got a fair bit of power to add here. His 7th first-class 100. And now he's going to face Bell Drummond, who's bowled quite an accurate spell here so far. 4 overs, none for 20, not entirely flattering. But he's not given much away, and he's going to bowl from the Birmingham end to the left-handed Yates, who defends firmly back up the pitch. The floodlights have come back on in the last few moments. There's just a little bit of grey cloud, and quite low cloud moved in from the left-hand side, but part of the ground is still in sunlight. It's very much a checkered sky today. In comes Bell Drummond running towards us, and Hayne off his pads turns this to mid-on, and there's no run. Bell Drummond, who is quicker than I imagined he was going to be, although not the quickest of the bowlers today, has now got 2 men out on the pull for Yates, but I'm telling you that Yates is going to have to absolutely nail it to get it to either of them on the bounce or on the full, considering he's not the quickest of the bowlers on view. He bowls again on the offside to Yates.
Just before lunch, he did loft one, but that went way over the boundary, didn't it?
He did off Hogan. He went a bit finer than that.
Yeah.
But he just timed it, didn't he? He sort of half pulled out of the stroke, and yet it still flew all the way. So he's either hit the sweetest of sweet spots or he's got a very good or heavy bat. I don't think he has a particularly heavy bat. Anyway, Drummond bowls to him, and we haven't seen a short ball yet. It has Yates forward defending, bat and pad together.
I'm loving the US travel chat.
It's great, isn't it, that? 3 nights on the train.
Yeah, Luke saying on Twitter, £239.62, which coincidentally, I've looked it up, is the fare from Canterbury to Birmingham one way if you don't book 6 months in advance. So there we go.
No.
Sorry.
Thank you, Luke.
It's 4 different train companies that goes through as well.
Is it really? That sounds like the voice of bitter experience. Is Yates forward and defending into the onside.
That was unfair. I do apologise. I've no idea. It may be way cheaper than that.
I sense the mailbag opening at this very moment. 191 for 2.
I'll get one from the bosses there when I...
Deep square leg has had enough.
Be taken aside.
Let's come up to just an orthodox square leg. And in goes Drummond. And Yates checks a drive, plays it carefully to extra cover. And there's no run. A tidy over from Drummond, who has bowled very neatly. 5 overs, none for 20. Doesn't really think it does him a service because he's been right on target rather than just looking like the sort of 5th seaman we turn to when we run out of ideas. He looked a bit rather better than that because his first-class record as a bowler, he's somewhat modest.
Yeah, I mean, he's just not bowled very much.
Yes.
And when he has, it's to come on for a couple of overs as a partnership breaker. But just last season and this season, and long term, and Kent fans will know this. Well, it's not a story, but it's sort of progression. Is a promising bowler at academy level, but had a couple of injuries and a couple of back injuries, sort of niggling things during the early part of his batting, and understandably, the Kent staff thought it's not point in putting extra strain on him when what he's doing predominantly for us is batting. And McCurr now, that's a lively delivery from Kerr. Actually withdrawn the bat did Hayne, and actually ends up going down the leg side, but quick. 46 for him, 112 for Yates. But I agree with you. I've always thought he's deceptively quick because he sort of trundles in. He's not going particularly, but
he was a lot
skiddy.
He was a lot quicker than I thought he was going to be.
And respectable, I would say, for as you say, a 5th seamer, a part-timer. As McCurr to Hayne, ducks underneath that lowish bouncer through to the wicket-keeper. So good take actually by Sam Billings down the leg side, low.
I'm a little concerned about Quinn again. I don't know whether we can pick him out on the field, but I bowled only 2 overs in that last spell, and although they weren't bad overs by any means, but it really looked like a fella bowling within himself and being careful. So I don't want to cast aspersions, but given that he went off the field this morning, I'm a little bit concerned.
Is he still off? Sorry, I'm just on the update and not sure entirely. Rising delivery, played down to the man at short leg, but comfortably into the ground by Hayne. There's no run.
Yeah, because he went off after the second over, didn't he? And I haven't spotted him emerge. He may have done, but
I'm wondering if that is him or whether it's Clarkson. They're quite similar builds down at 3rd man to Hayne. Matt Quinn always has his sunglasses on the back of his cap when he fields, but then so does Clarkson. So if it goes down to them and they throw with the left hand, it's Clarkson. If it's right, it's Quinn. Here's McCurr. Again, that's a good delivery, that one. Rising off for length, but perhaps not really threatening Hayne, and it's coming onto the bat well. And this pitch does look a good one in terms of batter's confidence, but has some carry as well for the Quickers. 191 for 2. A couple of emails coming in on kentcricket@gmail.com. Kester, good afternoon, Kester. Great to have your company from Budapest. After the heady win at Canterbury over Northants, are we being given a taste of hard reality by Warwickshire? I'll leave that as a ... Here's McCurr to Hayne. Very similar delivery. On a length, bouncing up towards the midriff over middle stump and played down into the ground by Sam Hayne. An early comment, Mike saying, there's a Matt Cole on BBC News, he says. Never heard of him. and then goes on to sing a football chant. There's only one Mike Colt. There are actually two of us. Yes, he's much more famous than me, Mike. Well, that doesn't take much, it has to be said. He says if Mike is in charge of time, this is your...
Oh, yes.
Your
my alter ego, yes.
Has... well, I'm going to leave that just hanging, I think. Is McCurr to Hayne. This one's Fuller. He tries to get forward. Does Hayne can't get forward. It's a dot ball, 191 for 2. Good over, actually, that by Conor McCurr. 112 for Yates and Hayne on 46. Now, I don't know why this is. I'm probably missing something really obvious. Can I have Wednesday the 22nd of March back, please? Rubbish date. I want a refund or a rerun, says Mike. There's a wink there, so I'm hoping that's a...
I should say so. No, when I joined the BBC, you see, just, you know, back days when it was all coal-powered, and we were at the old Pebble Mill, which, for anyone of a modest generation, was a great landmark in broadcasting. It was literally round the corner from where we are now. Before we moved to the current BBC office in the centre of Birmingham. And at that point, apparently there were 4 Mike Taylors on the email system. And so the first year I was there, when it got past either the time of the clocks going forward and the clock going back, there was a guy, some fella in the maintenance department whose job was to go and change all the clocks, because they were all sort of old clocks. And if he didn't, I got a load of emails about it. I don't know why I felt the need to tell you that. Here's Denley starting a new over. The first over of spin we've seen today, one of what I suspect are going to be very few of them in the match. And Yates has driven it away wide of mid-off for 1 run. 113 to Yates. And I say I think there's going to be relatively few overs of spin in the match because Warwickshire have left out Jacob Bethel. So they've got 5 seamers. So I think at best... And again, I don't want to do Joe Denley a disservice because I don't want to say part-time spinning because I think he's a bit more than that. But nevertheless, that's not his #1 reason of employment. Bowls now to Hayne, a ball that Hayne looks at closely but allows to pass outside the off-stump.
I think I'm right in saying that is Fred Clarkson on the field now.
Okay.
Who's fielding at mid-wicket, by the way. So I think you're right. Matt Quinn has gone off.
I hope he's all right because they'll need him. Denley bowls and Hayne, he's called through for a single by Yates. Is it just in front of square on the offside? But he was looking really, I think, to see whether Yates was coming, and Yates was. So they take a single. And that's the sound of the hover cover being started, which is usually the harbinger of trouble. And sure enough, the Stumps have been pulled out. So I think discretion being the better part, the covers come on in anticipation of it raining, I assume. But yes, when you hear that noise,
yeah, people are taking cover as well, aren't they?
Yes, on the far side of the Wyatt stand, there is no roof, so they have to take cover. So the umpires have taken the hint, and for the first time today, that's the sound of the hovercraft cover being moved into position. And it's obviously been on there for a day or two because around the fringe of the pitch, there's a sort of a highlighter. There's a rectangle right round the fringe of the cut strip where it's obviously slightly affected the way the grass has grown and sort of almost luminous by comparison. And they park it on exactly that mark. I imagine it's quite a skill to drive that thing, because it may have a mind of its own once it gets moving.
You don't want it getting away from you, do you?
Not
Crikey.
really, no. But anyway, there it is. And having been placed into position over the cut strip, there is something of a lack of urgency then about getting the rest of that. So maybe it is going to be a brief shower. We are in sight of tea. So they could call tea at this point, couldn't they? Because it's 3:45. There are still 39 more overs to bowl after this one, which seems like rather a lot at this time of the day.
So we would be going to 32 overs, wouldn't we, for the final session? But
anyway, well, they are now unfurling the hover cover has sort of wings on the side, which are an unroll of a roll of tarpaulin that can be hauled out by 3 guys each side with a long belt. So that's now being put across the rest of the centre of the square, which means that probably is going to be it for a few minutes at least, even if the shower passes, because they'll have to roll that up. So it might be that they will call T at this point. That would seem the logical thing to do. So I think we'll take a pause pending that announcement. Oh, they have taken T. Well, there we are. So T is taken slightly early, so brew up. 193 for 2. It's hard to tell sometimes from in here, but I think it is now raining, although not very hard. Hard enough to scatter one or two of the spectators, but not especially hard. So T is called with Warwickshire 193 for 2 in the 57th over. Yates 113 and Hayne 47. We'll call you up for at whatever, in 20 minutes or whenever they are ready to come back out.
And in reply, Northamptonshire on 21 for 1. At Chester District, the match between Durham and Worcestershire. Worcestershire won the toss and elected to bowl, and Durham are currently 201 for 4. At County Durham Championship, the match between Essex and Lancashire. Lancashire won the toss and elected to bat, and are currently 185 for 8. The match at Bristol between Gloucestershire and Yorkshire, there's been no play at all today. At the Upton Steel County Ground, Leicester, the match between Leicestershire and Derbyshire. Derbyshire won the toss and elected to bowl, and Leicestershire are currently 91 for 1. At Fenbridge, the match between Nottinghamshire and Somerset. Somerset won the toss and elected to bowl, and Nottinghamshire are currently 184 for 4. And finally, at the Oval, the match between Surrey and Hampshire. Hampshire won the toss and elected to bat, and are currently 161 for 6.
Bexley Cricket Club chair. I thought, oh goodness, this is something from Kent. Well, now do we go and try and explore it next? I've been a bit of German stories. Then I saw Paul Downton retreating down the corridor. I thought, oh, this, I don't want to be caught. Industrial espionage. Yeah. It's probably best not to know, I think, in some circumstances.
This is Mike Taylor at Edgbaston, where on the first day of the county championship fixture, Warwickshire's progress against Kent has been interrupted only by a light rain shower which sent them off the field slightly early for the tea break. They reached that interval at 193 for 2. Rob Yates and Sam Hain batting uninterrupted through the afternoon session. Yates bringing up his first century of the summer with a 17th boundary, most of them crunched to the leg side. He's 113 not out. Hain has 47 and Warwickshire 193 for 2 at tea.
Please welcome to Warwickshire batsman Sam Hain and face the first ball of the evening session, Rob Yates. And to continue and complete the over on the Birmingham end, go David.
Well, the players have regained the field, so I think we will have, with the cover now having gone, we will have barely lost a moment there, because they went off 3:43 on my sheet. It's now 4:06, so the tea interval should be 20 minutes, so it's so short a delay as to make no difference, I suspect. And we'll resume mid-over for this third session of the day, with Warwickshire 193 for 2. Joe Denley was bowling the first over of spin in the match, and he's going to continue it now with 3 to come to bowl the left-handed Yates, who's 113, and he goes back and takes a run here past square leg. It's a deep square leg out, and that's easily dabbed away by Yates, who was batted with such confidence today. I think that's the thing that glows through from a young player who has had, as so many young players do, had a terrific breakthrough, then a dip in form last season, but my goodness, he's played nicely today. 194 for 2. Denley is bowling outside Hain's off stump, and Hain just stepped away from that, just to suggest he wasn't remotely interested. There's just a slip, the only close catcher. Denley, his leg breaks, has Hain forward in defence, and that completes the interrupted over. 194 for 2. 114 to Rob Yates and 47 to Sam Hain. The wickets fell a long time ago. Alex Davis for 23 and Will Rhodes for 6. But the second wicket fell with the score 69, and it's now 194 for 2, Matt.
Kent will need to strive pretty hard in this final session. Could be a long one as well. 39 overs remaining for them. Jack leading, it's going to be double spin for Kent. So Sam Billings trying everything here just to make the breakthrough here. I mean, Leaning and Denley are both very decent spinners to have in your top order, but not frontliners. And the seam hasn't worked. Warwickshire obviously feel this is a pitch that's going to benefit the seam bowlers as well with the lineup they've picked. Round the wicket comes Leaning to Yates. Just a little flick forward of square, low on the ground, and that will be a single. I think this is Fred Clarkson still on the substitute fielder, so it looks like we might not be seeing Matt Quinn for a while, unless he's on for someone else. Clarkson, I don't think so. Good fielder, Fred Clarkson, as well, for a tall left-arm bowler, but that doesn't really make up for losing a seam bowler out of your attack. 195 for 2. Hayne has 47. He'll face now. Short leg and a slip in as Leaning bowls. One bounce to that man at short leg. I think that's Compton under there. Is it Compton or is it Everson? Yeah, I think it's Compton, because Everson's doing some turns and side bends. Might be coming on as a bowler shortly. Leaning full toss, and that will sting the palms of Joe Denley. Hit very hard at him at mid-wicket by Sam Hayne, because Denley's made a sterner stuff, much sterner stuff than me. Barely a grimace, just tosses it back to the bowler. It's warmed his hands though, he's rubbing them together. That's Leaning with the blue backs on his white cricket boots. Bowls to Hayne into the onside. I say boots, they're not really boots anymore, are they? Oh, it's like trainers.
Yes, they're much more lightweight than I think they would have been once upon a time.
Boots of yore. 91, 95 for 2. Hayne on 47. Near to following his century against Somerset, up with at least a half century here. Leaning bowls to him on the full again, and that's straight back at Joe Denley. I'm not sure Joe Denley will be entirely happy with that. He's had another one slammed at him, and this time he does react a little bit, just feeling the fingers of the wrist on the right hand. I think if he could have a word with Jack Leaning here, it'd be, can he just stop tossing the ball up on leg stump?
He's a bit in the firing line.
Yeah, he's just been, I mean, it's great field placing. It's hit straight at him, but this one's a little shorter. Does pitch and just comes off the pad on the leg side, and that's the end of the over. 195 for 2. Over from Jack Leaning. Not really showing any penetration now. 115 Yates, 47 for Hayne here on BBC Radio WM? Or BBC
yes,
WM?
we've had a radio back.
Ah, radio, they are. BBC Radio Coventry and Warwickshire.
Yes.
BBC Radio Kent. You're representing more than 2 stations.
Well, anybody will have me, frankly, at this time.
We just might have missed one out. I don't want to miss out any stations.
I don't mind. We're available at all ports. Denley's going to bowl, and back goes Yates. Guides this down. Denley liked that. Guided it down to backward point. And Denley had his hands on his head. He was very excited by that. But bound to say nobody else particularly seemed to react. He tries again, whips this through a little bit quicker. And Yates goes back and, with a short arm jab of a stroke, hits it to short mid-wicket where it's very well fielded. So he doesn't get a run. Stays 115. The larger share of Warwickshire's 195 for 2. Denley bowls. It's driven down the ground, but not past mid-off. The ground fielding has been very good today, and that was smartly stopped. So, again, there's no run. They're a bit behind the clock on the overs, which I don't know is that the prime reason why we're seeing spinners bowling, but it's not going to hurt. Now, Yates sweeps. How was that? And Billings has got his hands on his head and he's walking back up the pitch to pick the ball up. Denley's down on one knee. An umpire reeling with who's seen it all before.
Well, that's the most convincing appeal we've had, I think,
since the first
probably
ball
all
of the match,
day.
yes.
The one that you feel the whole of that the fielding side think is out.
Yates drives the next one, and it's also well fielded in the covers.
I'm not saying it was, of course.
No,
it may be hope rather than expectation, but
they liked it.
Yeah.
195 for 2. Yates goes back and defends the next one from the crease. So that was a quick over. So I just think I'm going to see a replay here on the stream. No, that was a different delivery. Oh well, 195 for 2 at the end of a maiden over, hurried through by Denley. Yeah, there's the replay. I've seen worse shouts, I'll be honest with you.
I think
it might have bounced. It might have bounced over, but I don't think it was that far out. I don't know.
Encouragement, perhaps, for Kent.
Yes, I would say so.
I'm saying it's a bit of a...
Maybe Yates won't try the sweep again.
Replay is just... It's doing the buffering thing, so... well, very much... Take your word for that, Mike. That's at least at least maybe a glimmer of hope, because there's not been much in this since Will Rhodes went at 69 for 2 for Kent. Leaning, there's a slip in on the short leg, and it's just played with the spin to the right hander Hayne into the onside to Joe Denley. This time it's not hit like a low guided missile, so cut away, and it's one bounce past the man at slip, and it's absolutely shot past Crawley. No chance for him at all. Will he pick it up before it goes to the boundary? He won't. It's really well engineered down there by Sam Hayne, and that is 50. And a beautiful stroke to bring it up. All wrists and deft touch into the ground. 51 from 122 balls. And they go from strength to strength here at Warwickshire. This is already an imposing total. 199 for 2 they are.
Well, I mentioned earlier that he made 119 in 6.5 hours at Taunton last week, which is not the fashion these days.
It's leaning bowls to him. Just defends that elegantly off stump. There's no run.
It showed application, and that's very much the way he's played today, Sam Hayne, that he's making runs in his own time. And nobody has hurried him up, not even the funky fields. He just worked the angles like Ray Reardon. He's just nudging the ball all over the place. He's looked in control.
Leaning to... oh, it's a lovely shot. He's beaten Denley with this one. He's beaten the man at a wideish mid-on as well. And that is another ball caressed through the leg side this time. Mid-wicket, 203 for 2, the 200 up, and that is gorgeous, I have to say, from Sam Hayne.
There was a very narrow angle there to find the gap between the fielders. And yet, I mean, it went not more than 5 yards either side of those fielders, and neither one of them knew that had any chance of getting it.
Perfect placement from Sam Hayne. If there's anything in this for Kent, you'd say, is that this does look like a decent pitch. They're both playing with a lot of confidence, these batters. He just leans back and cuts that one away for 4 runs. And, I mean, that looked like almost a one-day shot. He's got so much width to play with outside the off stump that he's done it beautifully. Actually spins almost like a snooker cue ball after it's pitched out around about gully. If there was a full corner slips there and a gully, you might think that's a bit of a loose shot, but he knows exactly what he's doing there, Sam Hayne. He's just putting the ball in the wide open spaces. 4 more for him. He's on to 59, 207 for 2. A shout from Sam Billings trying to encourage his fielders and bowlers. But at the moment, it's not much to play with. Driven up to mid-on, and that'll be a single. Hayne takes the strike. He's on 60. Yates is on 115, 208 for 2 for Warwickshire, and almost ominously for Kent. 36 overs remaining in the day. Already 200 on the board. And they're going at... well, 3 3/4, about that and over. They start accelerating. This could get a pretty unpleasant scoreline for Kent later in the day. They have to find a breakthrough.
For the record, Sam Hayne's 50 from 122 balls in 2 hours and 50 minutes with 5 fours, but of course he since hit fours number 6 and 7 in the course of that over. And he's on strike again to face the leg spinner Denley, and he'll score another run here, pushing it in front of square on the offside. And now we find umpire Saggers on the offside, but the other side of the wicket. There he was earlier. 61 to Hayne, 209 for 2, and Yates is down the pitch and driving, and he hits it through the legs of the non-striker and away down to long off for 4 runs. And, well, it was good work together there, because Hayne had to do the splits over that pretty quick. But it was the first time that Yates has really shuffled out of the crease to try and get at the spinners, and he absolutely collared it. So he's at 119, and Warwickshire suddenly into a bit of a sprint at the moment. This that one slightly came off the outside half of the bat, and it ran down to gully. By the way, I saw a slow motion replay a few moments ago of the LBW show.
Yeah.
It turned, and it turned off the middle stump, and it might have been missing leg stump. That's probably what saved him. He goes back here, Yates, and doesn't quite beat Drummond's dive at backward point with a forcing stroke. 2-1-3 for 2. So Denley at least turned it, but I think that that might have been what inadvertently saved Yates before. This time Yates is forward, pushes out into the offside. He was thinking about a run, but there was never going to be one. And he stays 119. In sunshine now, floodlight shadows starting to creep across the ground. Yates balls, drags across that one a little bit, but hits it hard to mid-on. And it's the end of the over. It's a little bit more intent about Warwickshire to try and push the rate at the moment, at least against these 2 spinners. 2-1-3 for 2, 119 to Yates, 61 to Sam Hayne.
Emails coming in on kentcricket@gmail.com, mike.taylor.02@bbc.co.uk. Also, if you want to wax a bit more lyrical, as I like to say, than whatever characters you get on Twitter these days, I'm not quite sure.
You get all sorts of characters on Twitter, that's half the problem.
Hey! Boom, boom. That's excellent. Leading. Stop me in my tracks there. Probably a good thing for everyone. Here's Hayden just pushing forward, and there's no run. John, our friend from Stepney Green. John, great to hear from you. Saying, Kent should have batted first. Are we afraid to face Mr. Wokes? He says, come on, let's... well, I'll paraphrase. Let's beat Warwickshire. They only escaped the drop by the skin of their teeth last season. There we go. Could be said the same of Kent, actually, at one stage. I think barring those 2 wins to get them up to 5th, it was looking a little bit trepidatious at one point, but it was very exciting at the end of that season. Single taken off the ball, propelled to square leg. Jeff's very positive. I think Daniel Bale-Drummond is the new Darren Stevens, says Jeff.
Well, everything.
Fantastic! That would be a thing.
He'll keep doing work for a few years if he is.
It was post 30, wasn't it? Darren Stevens started bowling seriously, so could be. Love the idea of that. This is in the air. Is it going to be caught? No, it's going to fall short. Actually, well short of the fielder on the other point boundary. Bit of a scoop outside the off stump from
Yates. Yeah.
Oh, it was from Yates. Beg your pardon. The off stump, wasn't it?
He started to look a little bit fidgety, actually, if he's trying to force it. There's no need. He's found enough to hit during the days he did.
Genuine miss-hit, that one. Yeah. This one's back from Hayne, trying to drive it past Leaney, but can't. So the spin duo, the spin twins, although Danny and Leaning hardly identical. Bowling now up towards Denley from the bowling of Leaning via the bat of Sam Hayne. We've seen that a couple of times. But driven to him. Well fielded again by Denley. Ben saying on the emails about the weather in Kent, giving us an update. Here's Leaning, and that's again, it's just farmed down through third man by Hayne. He'll take a single on this occasion, fielded by Compton, coming back to the wicketkeeper, and that's the end of the over. Ben saying we have thunder, lightning, and hail in East Kent. He says, so your small break is less dramatic.
Well, it was.
It's not a competition, Ben, but no, appreciate it was a very well timed break, really. I would say there are some quite ominous looking clouds over the city of Birmingham right now.
Yes, well,
I don't know if they're coming directly at us, but
a relative of mine in Sussex has put up a photograph of hailstones in his garden, so there's a fair bit about. But for the moment, we're playing on.
Yeah, I think it's darkening skies in the distance, but as you say, we're on the field. And, I'll go back to what I said earlier. The forecast says that there's not going to be a shower, but as my wife often says to me, you can just look out the window when it's
Where's
where
the
you
fun in that?
when it's where you are. But on the internet, it says it's sunny.
On the internet, nobody can hear you scream. Here's Denley going to start a new over and bowls a skidding leg break that has Hayne pushing it away into the offside while at the same time reversing back outside his leg stump. But it's all very stylish. And there's no run. There's now a line of 4 fielders across the offside as a sort of a barrier. And Denley bowls a ball that in his mind was very close to the off stump. But in Haynes' mind was missing the off stump, so he leaves it alone. Denley's quite an entertaining bowler to watch from this end, as he has Hayne coming forward to defend the next one. In that he's got an emotional reaction for every ball so far. And looking at him running towards us, we can see his arms going up. And every time he's near, blows the sweat off his hands, and now runs into bowl to Hayne, who drives into one of that offside barrier. And there's no run. Denley rattles through the overs quick enough, that's for sure. So massaging that over rate, currently showing -3 on the board. Back goes Hayne. He plays that walking backward stroke again and guides it backward of backward point. Backward of backward point? And he gets 1 out to the boundary instead. You know what I meant. 64 to Hayne. And it's 217 for 2. And now Yates, who's been, for the first time today, but a bit of a cat on hot bricks for the last couple of overs. But he's forward securely defending this one out into the offside. And 217 for 2 at the end of 63 overs. And it feels like Kent are trying to hurry things along a bit, although I'm not sure to what, other than to lower the over rate problem. We're still quite a long way from the new ball. It's sort of marking time a bit.
I was thinking exactly the same thing. I'm 17 overs until the new ball. You don't want to be just procedural through the overs until then, do you?
They might be a bowler short, in fairness,
yeah,
which is
that's
not
true.
helping.
Haven't seen Hogan for a while. I mean, he's on the pitch, but we haven't seen him.
He's bowled 13 overs today. Quinn 11, just about. McCurr 15. Evison 12. So it's been shared out, but Hogan bowled 10 overs before lunch, only 3 since then.
Be great for Kent if these 2 spinners could pin them down a little bit. It doesn't seem to be working. Hayne again takes a single out to square leg, and that's one taken. Not quite sure who that square leg fielder is. Is that? I'm not sure he's the 13th man among the party. But in my defence, my eyesight's not that great, and it's a long way away. Denley round the wicket to Yates. Jab back at him. Does feel like Yates. I won't say he's getting loose here, but all that he's getting anxious. He just seems to want to get on with it as well. 120 from 194 balls. It's a very fine knock indeed. And that he just opens the face slightly, cut out towards the offside boundary. And there's a single. There's a little ripple of applause for the 150 partnership. It's gaining momentum. It's now in full effect. Sort of a Mexican wave of applause there.
Yes,
that's
it's
such
sort
a
of
thing.
followed its way around the ground.
There's leaning to Hayne, drives it up to long on. Michael Hogan fields. It's a comfortable single.
If you, like me, are an occasional member of the union of people who applaud when they're not quite sure what they're applauding for,
you'd be in for that one.
I think we were in company there, because I think I sensed there were a few people there who were applauding. We're not entirely sure what we're applauding for yet. Oops, Daisy.
Leaning just. Is that a?
He got halfway through and changed his mind.
I just thought for a moment he's warning the non-striker, but no, I think he just lost his thread. I don't think
balance.
It's not that kind of game, is it? Way outside the off stump, that one. I think Rob Yates just looks down at umpire Saggers, but I think he could have reached it if he'd stepped outside and aggressed it.
Wanted to.
No, he didn't want to. That's a very good point. Goes wider of the crease there, lean to get an angle. It's just bat and pad. No, just bat out to backward square leg. Joey Everson fields. And they'll take themselves a single. 2-2-3 for 2. Better news on the Kent bowling front is Nathan Gilchrist is bowling for Kent's second 11 against Sussex. So I very much hope he's ready for the next game at home to Essex. A little flick of the wrists there by Hayne, and he goes on to 67, takes a single off leaning. But absolutely no pressure on the batters here. Leaning and Denley doing their best, but as Mike was saying, the over rate is coming back to them. Well, actually, it's quite low, isn't it? They're 3 down.
It was at -3, but I
yeah,
assume
it's
it
still at
will have
-3. Yeah,
been massaged a bit in the course of that.
yeah, it does feel that had this before. They bring the spinners on, and it's gone from -3 to level. Within suddenly it'll flash back up. It doesn't seem to be a gradual process. So
there was a no ball in the middle of that over, by the way, which is, always feels a tad careless.
yeah, quite.
Denley starts a new over, and Hayne leans, comes forward and has time then to go back. He's that much in control, and he guides it out to mid-wicket for 1 run. And without any great effort being expended, Warwickshire are pushing the score along here at a very tidy clip. Yates comes forward and defends. I think that's the troubling thing, isn't it, from a Kent point of view? It doesn't feel as though Warwickshire are having to, I don't say they're having to try very hard, that's a bit disrespectful because they're trying very hard, but it doesn't feel they're having to force it. Yates drives down the ground for no run on this occasion. Hits it to mid-off. They're not having to try anything drastic. And yet they're still scoring quite comfortably at 5 and over in this little section of the game. That skids through, it was fullish outside off stump, and Yates sort of dangled the bat in its direction without really going to play at it. So there's no run. 225 for 2. That's pushed through quicker by Denley. He does do that occasionally, and Yates plays that and pushes it away on the offside. No run. .225 for 2. Now Yates drives down the ground. Is he going to beat mid-off? No, it's another good piece of field on the dive. And they have 1 run. 226 for 2. 2 runs from Denley's over. 5 overs, none for 11. He's been pretty tidy so far. Leaning 4 overs, none for 21. And no joy again for Kent. The last wicket fell at 12:15. And it's been quite a slog for Kent, who did put Warwickshire in this morning after they won the toss at 10:30. We might have 1 or 2 people joining us maybe after work at this point. Entirely been across what's happened today. He's leaning to start a new over, and Yates is driving into the offside. He's been the central figure of the day, Rob Yates, unbeaten now with 123. Hayne is with him on 68. And leaning, his off breaks round the wicket, and Yates almost popped back a return catch then, I think. Leaning dive forward, but I think it was short of him. So there's been no great fuss afterwards, but it just wasn't quite over the top of that. Round the wicket he comes again, and back goes Yates and cuts hard out to deep square on the deep square cover. And he gets 1. Just been the occasional false stroke of late from Rob Yates. He's been out there all day. And both teams made 1 change from the teams in their first championship game. Warwickshire bringing in Chris Wokes and leaving out Jacob Bethel. This is driven firmly by Hayne, just playing through the line and hit it down to long on for 1 run. Kent also made 1 change. Grant Stewart injured. Conor McCurr took his place. But Matt Quinn's first spell was interrupted by an apparent groin strain. He has been back and bowled a couple of short spells since then, but we don't think he's on the field at the moment. Leaning bowls, and this is square driven by Yates for 1 run to deep extra. And they're accumulating quite comfortably here. 229 for 2. With 250 runs required for the first batting point this year. That's a change in the regulations. But Warwickshire well on their way to that. Still a potential 30 overs to bowl today. I think we might be doing well to get that, given the way the light looks to be going. Hayne turns his 70th run away to mid-wicket. And they've taken 4 singles from that over without doing much more than nudging. Into the spaces, 125 to Yates, 70 to Hayne, and 230 for 2, the Warwickshire total. So the 2 wickets came in the morning session. Alex Davis, who'd batted very brightly for 23, a couple of very fine drives down the ground, but look at a cutter ball from Joey Everson that maybe wasn't all that short, under-edged it onto the stumps. And Will Rhodes made 6 before trying to heave a pull from a ball that looked wide of off stump and got it off a top edge that flew to Quinn at mid-on. Denley's back and so is Matt.
Yeah, indeed. I'm just telling you, I was going to say the good news to the good people of Kent, but there isn't really any. Since Will Rhodes went, I would suggest it's been some hard yards out there. Denley to Hayne. Ooh, just dropped down that late. Has he cut that past his stump?
Seemed to scuttle through a bit.
Yeah, it did. It just hurried him at least. Maybe I'm over-egging it about the alarm, but just got big on him for a second. Just wondering. No, the ground stuff aren't out, so all's good with the weather. Just basically a little nudge into the onside there. Then he goes wide to field, and it's a single for Hayne. Pretty procedural, that one for him. Given that tomorrow might be rain affected. What a platform this is anyway for Warwickshire. Here's Yates, goes almost down on one knee to cut away. A bit of bat and pad there. It sounded like an awkward contact. But if you can say this about a man on 125 in a stand of more than 150, I think this is probably the roughest period for Rob Yates.
Been a little bit scratchy of late.
He defends that one on off stump. It's an ooh from behind the stumps there. Perhaps more kidology than anything else. But yeah, maybe, I don't know how much of the strike he's had. It feels like Haynes had a lot more in recent overs, and maybe it's just getting back into the swing of it. Though he drives that one out to Everson, just forward of point, and they take a single. Nothing for Warwickshire fans to be alarmed about, I would say. It's just a he was so fluent early on, wasn't he? The ball was disappearing off the middle of his bat regularly to the boundary. He has 126, 71 for Hayne, 232 for 2. And maybe that big dark cloud is just moving to our right now, which is great news for the cricket. And looking towards the Birmingham skyline, see lots of cranes there, which means lots of building, presumably.
Yeah, there's all sorts.
See new buildings going up all the time.
It's a big new central area called Paradise Circus, which has been built for quite a long time. So that's still going on, but there's also still, well, you can see at least 2 or 3 actual tower blocks in construction. So I'm not quite sure what they all are. I think they suspect that they're more, or some of them will be sort of like, you know, the flats that you get in the centre of cities. And perhaps some office space or something like that. I imagine there is too much office space being built there post-pandemic. Doesn't seem to be as much call for it. But no, there's a lot of construction going The all-spin attack is going to take a break in that leaning is coming off, and he's being replaced by Joey Evison, who was running enthusiastically all the way through in 12 overs, 1 for 53, and he's going to bowl to the left-handed Yates, who defends the first ball of a new over back to him.
If they're a bowler down, which they, I mean, Quinn's been off the field for some time.
Yeah,
There's 13 overs to go until the new ball. I see Hogan's warming up as well.
I think we have to assume they are a bowler down
Yeah.
there, at least for today. I mean,
Quite,
maybe
yeah.
they can sort him out.
I mean, this is Billings' conundrum, isn't it? With how he rotates his seamers now.
It's very difficult because if the light holds, they are going to get a go with the new ball tonight. Yates defends back up the pitch to Evison. But it's odd, only because, I don't know the first thing about being a physio or anything like that, so I'm casting no aspersions, but for him to come back and then bowl another couple of spells, and then be off, it just seems an unusual pattern of things. But anyway, we'll no doubt find out more in the fullness of time. Yates drives attractively and low into the covers, and well fielded.
Zach Crawley taking the plaudits from, well, at least Joe Denley. Going to pat him out on the back. But no, I take your point. I was just talking about the rotation of seamers here. As we've got 13 overs. If you say that's then 5 or 6 from a seamer at each end, who does that leave you with to bowl a new ball? Because they're although we don't know who's going to be on at the far end.
We
so
don't.
I'm leaping ahead, but
in comes Evison, and Yates pushes out into the offside. It just feels like we're marking time here from a Kent point of view. And that's all right. I mean, there's times when you kind of do just have to hang in there. But all the time, Warwickshire are picking up runs without it seeming as though they're under pressure. And it's a tough watch at the moment from a Kent point of view. There's runs here on the leg side for Yates. Only one, in fact, because he's hit it a little bit too closely off his hip down to deep backward square leg.
by no means am I saying this is a mistake to have Everson on. I'm just trying to get into the captain's mind and think, you know, how a seamer down and at this position, what on earth do you do, really?
We could keep Denley going until the new ball, in that, you know, he's at least been steady. You know, they picked up runs a bit easily off leaning, but not so much off Denley. 6 overs, no wicket for 13. And he has almost snuck the odd one through. He's been as close as anybody since lunch, you might argue.
I like your captaincy there, Mike. That's a good idea.
So, yeah.
Keep the spin all at one end. It keeps the over rate down a little bit as well.
Yeah.
Or up a bit, I should say.
Yeah, well, Denley doesn't hang about. Oh, here we go. It's time for the creative fields again for Hayne. They've got to, they clearly think the leg side is where they need to pack.
Yeah, crikey.
So there's 2 short mid-wickets now and a square leg. So it's just different variation on what we saw earlier. And he's hit it obligingly to the squarer of the 2 short mid-wickets on the bounce, though. So it's the end of the over.
I mean, he likes to play it there.
He does.
Yeah.
But so far, he's been very adept at, when the mood takes, to hit it either short of or round the fielders.
We've not had a hint that a batter is going to edge a ball since very early, though, have we?
No.
I think nothing's past the outside edge for
very seldom.
Nothing, I would say, after lunch. Perhaps I'm glazing over. Mike's called it exactly right. Keep Denley on the far end, at the Birmingham end, and he bowls too. Yates, little punch into the onside. That'll be a single. And they're 234 for 2. Hayne has 71. Yates has 128. These two coming together at 69 for 2. Seems an age ago because it almost was. It's Denley now to certainly in game terms. Hayne takes that on the full. Just use the wrists to repel that square on the onside. Daniel Drummond comes from backward square to field. His faded Kent cap, almost a light brown at this stage. Sun bleached. As Yates is trying to move that one from outside the off stump into the onside. Can't do it with any great force. Fielded by Clarkson, the substitute fielder, and there is no run. And more from Denley, driven straight at the man at mid-on, and it's Jack Leaning who takes the catch, and Denley has made the breakthrough for Kent. It's at long last for Warwickshire. It undoes a massive stand and a fantastic innings by Rob Yates, 128. That is 217th ball. It's 2-3-5 for 2. Ends an innings of great quality. Kent do make the breakthrough, but at huge cost to them, and a weight of runs, a century from Rob Yates.
Yes, Neil get a very good hand for this. He was out of form, averaged only 17 in the championship last season, but there were much better signs in this innings. He was fit the last 20 minutes or so. Maybe he's just tired a bit. I mean, it's probably the longest innings he's played for a good long while. And just seemed to lose concentration. It's a rather tame way to go. But temper any criticism of that, because he played so well earlier in the day. And particularly against the seamers, and especially when they bowled short, looked in command all the way. 19 fours and a 6 in that innings. And I'll try and do a reckon up later of how many of them were hit off the back foot through the leg side between mid-wicket and deep backward square leg, but I would suggest more than half of them. Anything that was short, I don't really remember him refusing anything either. Hayne ducked the short ball, Yates took on just about all of them and clobbered most of them straight to the boundary.
So, wicket falls. Down Mosley? Mosley.
Mosley, I
Mosley.
think.
Oh, crikey.
Do you know, I asked this
I got it wrong 3 times.
A couple of years ago on the outfield at New Road before a game, and I called over the then Warwickshire press office and I said, what do we call him? I want to nail this once for all. And he shouted across, he said, Dan, are we going Mosley or Mousley? And he sort of raised an eyebrow in a rather tired sort of way, suggested I might have been only the 438th person to ask that. So I resolved not to ask again. But he's a good young bat.
Dan Mosley then. My apologies to all of that clan and Warwickshire supporters who know it only too well. He faces now 80 on his back. Oh, there we go. There's the ramping up of the volume in the field as he plays that quite deliberately down to third man, but to everyone behind the wicket there from Kent, that's very nearly an edge.
Well, look, on a day of few openings, really, you've got to make the most of one when there is, because there is just a...
They want to keep some, absolutely want to keep some intensity there. This one's driven gently up to mid-on. End of the over, 2-3-5 for 3. Kent at long last and make that breakthrough. 166 partnership between Rob Yates and Sam Hayne. Yates departing in that over for 128 in the 69th over. They're making very, very good progress, Warwickshire notwithstanding. And
let's say that Joe Denley is doing precisely the job he was asked. 7 overs, 1 for 15. That's precisely what he was asked to do. Keep it quiet, and if you can nip a wicket out as well, so much the better.
So prodigious talent. I'm just paraphrasing his biography in under-19 cricket.
Mosley, yeah.
Yes, sorry, yeah.
No, he's done very, very well. They really
another young gun.
Another one they have high hopes for, yeah. Everson is going to start a new over, and he bowls to the right-handed Hayne, who's made 72, and he turns this into the leg side for no run. And with the exception of that one volley of 3 boundaries in an over off Leaning, it has been a very quiet accumulation of 72 by Sam Hayne, and the thing that's marked him out has been just the classy way he's nudged the ball around and placed it. It's been a study in placement rather than in any way brute force. He drives the next one down to mid-off, and there's no run. But you know, you look at the score and say, wow, he's got 72, and yet you can hardly remember him playing a shot in anger, if you know what I mean. He's just guided the ball wherever he likes.
As you say, it's a steady accumulation. Yeah. 72, 150.
Everson's next delivery's guided here past leg gully, and down to long leg for 1.
But it's hardly a dead slow either, is it? I mean,
No, that's the point.
He's just, yeah.
He's just ticking along.
As inexorable as the tide, it feels. Yeah. Something like that.
Yeah. I'll tell him. 2 slips. 2 slips. And a 3rd slip is coming up, actually, for the new batsman.
Jack Leaning, having taken that catch, is installed. So Mosley.
In the 3rd slip, and Everson once mid-off moved around a bit squarer. In comes Everson to bowl for the first time to Mosley, who moves darts across the crease to defend into the offside. 236 for 3. Again, it has just gone a little overcast. We've had some nice sunshine since tea, but it's a little overcast again right now. And there are showers in the area, I gather. Off goes Everson, and Mosley on the walk, or the shuffle rather. He's pushing this down to mid-on.
He's not having Everson then. He's just aggressing him. Straight off. Like a bit of that.
Yeah, I don't think Mosley is he's not shy. Played in 4 championship games last season, without really making a substantial score, but batted quite a bit down the order. He drives up to Beldrummond at mid-off, and that's the end of the over. Everson's 14th, 234 for 3. Mosley's yet to score. Haney's 73, and Everson now pulling his figures round a bit. 14 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 55. Quinn none for 17, Hogan none for 41, McCurr 1 for 59, Everson 1 for 55, Beldrummond no wicket for 20 in 5 overs, Denley 1 for 15 in 7, and Leaning no wicket for 28. And Denley's earned himself another go.
Sam Haines surveys the field as a slip in, no short leg from him anymore, as a man at backward square leg. Joey Everson is there. Three fielders fairly on the walk on the saving the single on the onside. One of them is Michael Hogan just trotting in. He has mid wicket, wideish mid on and mid off. Extra cover. Sort of, well, backward point, I would say, and a deep point, sweeping the entire boundary on the offside. Defended again back to Denley. He's not taking any chances with him, but Denley has kept the scoring down well. 1 for 15 off his 7.2 so far. And that in the 1 column, very important for Kent, just to make a breakthrough. 236 for 3. And good length delivery. That one driven up towards Ben Compton at that extra cover position. And he just backs away. Just asks the bowler to hold for a second while he looks round the field. Denley over the wicket now, driving again to Compton, I think that is, at extra cover, and there's no run. Bit of chat now out there from Kent. Want to capitalise on the 1 wicket, make it into 2 or more. As Denley comes into Hayne, working that behind square on the onside. Single. 237 for 3, he's on to 74. Mosley has 9 off 5 so far, the left-hander. And a short sleeve jumper. Number 80. Where did they get these numbers from? I mean, I know where they come from, but I'm just wondering.
Obviously a reason for it.
Yeah. Second slip goes in. Daniel Beldrummond joins Zach Crawley. Back foot drive by Mosley, that'll be his first runs. And is that Jordan Cox going out there to field? I think it is. Just a single, Mosley will take the strike for the next over. 238 for 3. You're on BBC Radio WM, BBC Radio Coventry and Warwickshire, BBC Radio Kent with Mike Taylor and Matt Cole. Heard from Chloe Brewer earlier. She very selfishly went off to do her actual job, which, you know, take a dim view of that, don't we? doing media duties for Central Sparks today. Great to have her company. I think we're due to be joined by Grace Ballinger tomorrow.
Yes, I believe so.
And Saturday as well.
2:38 for 3. Everson is still going to have 3 slips for bowling to Dan Mosley, who has 1. And off he goes now to bowl to the left-hander, who's forward, pushing out into the covers. And Hayne had come quite a long way down the pitch then, and had to scamper back, as there was the throw at the non-striker's end. But he was safely home, and the throw was wide anyway. He got into such a good rhythm, batting with Yates. Maybe they're just not quite in tune yet. Now, Mosley takes a stride down the pitch here to Everson and guides the ball out into the leg side. But he has come out with a bit of intent, hasn't he?
Like that aggression.
Well, we could be in for some fun.
Yeah.
Sun's just trying to come back out again too. Off goes Everson, runs in and bowls a short ball, and Mosley pulls it hard for 4 runs. And I think the game's on here between Everson and Mosley. 2 young chargers. Because Everson, we saw earlier on, he's not shy of bowling a short ball if he thinks he might get something of it. And Mosley has taken on the first one he's got and collared it to the mid-wicket boundary. 2:42 for 3. Off goes Everson, 3 slips awaiting, and Mosley's forward, 1 hand off the bat as he pushes this into the covers. Again, there's no run.
Obviously might possibly give Kent a chance as well. He's going to throw the bat a little bit here.
Well, he's
though at 2-4-2 for 3. Warwickshire have the luxury, I suppose, perhaps, of laying down Mosley just to go out there and try and crush spirits, I suppose, to an extent on a long day in the field.
Rub it in a bit.
Yeah.
Everson bowls and Mosley down the pitch and hits him in the air for 6 over long on. And Batley's well and truly joined now.
Fair play. Yeah.
That was a lovely clean hit. Okay, what's Everson's response to that going to be? Because that was disdainful. He's 2 strides down the pitch when he hit that.
Yeah.
So he hit it from about 18 yards. Well, I don't know what Joey Everson's like, but I don't think if I were trying to bowl quick, I'd be very impressed with that. One of the slips has come out. Everson bowls and Mosley defends from the crease. 2:48 for 3. Mosley's won that round. He's 11. And Haynes 74. And quite content to watch.
Yeah, I was just checking out Dan Mosley, played in the International League T20 on that sort of batting. Will go down very well in the shortest form of the game. Sorry, it's not the shortest form of the game anymore, is it?
No, well, he did.
Lest we forget.
He did get in the 100. He managed to get a go in that. So
powerful hitter. Taking on the bowlers. Hayne will face Denley, 2-4-8 for 3. And dare I say it, about to creep up towards a batting bonus point, which you now get at 250, don't you, your first one?
Yeah.
Kent have a bowling point already for their 3, but way behind here so far on this first day, you would think. Hayne just deflects that gently into the onside. Daniel Bell-Drummond fields at square leg, and there'll be a single. Now, I wonder if Mosley will start to charge Denley. This could be interesting. Changing the field. Obviously right to left anyway. But I don't know, I'm starting to hallucinate like getting mirages, but I'm wondering, is that Matt Quinn just jogging to mid-wicket there?
Might be.
I think it might be.
Well, it's good for Kent if he's back on the field.
Yeah. I think it possibly, but maybe he's under the physio every time he goes back in there. They're just, was it massaging, getting the foam roller, bit of strapping, knee brace, I don't know. You can tell I don't know. I'm just
Don't want to look
acupuncture.
after him,
Yeah, quite. Yeah, it's early in the season. That's the reason that. Well, one of the big reasons Nathan Gilchrist hasn't played in the first 2 games. It's a long season. Driven back at Joe Denley, and there's no run. So there's a slip. Backward point. Boundary rider on the offside. Mid on, mid off. Mid wicket. Not 2 mid wickets really. As Mosley gets down to it, but can't find anything meaningful to do with it. So it's a little push into the offside and fielded by the man I think is Matt Quinn. As I said, it might be like a thirsty man in the desert at this point. I'm just looking for, hopefully, for Quinn's arrival. It's a backward square and a deep backward square leg, if that makes any sense. At different angles from each other. 249 for 3 then. It's a little bit gloomier, cloud coming over, but no problem with the light. It's fairly high, this cloud. Then I think just something flew into Joe Denley's eye. Maybe just holding his hand up to his face. Just settling himself. Mosley having a look around the field. Denley thinks about coming in. Thinks again. She just twitch there as he comes in to deliver the ball. Driven on the back foot into the offside. And that's a 250 up for Warwickshire. 250 for 3. In 72 overs. You Bears, I think.
That's it. That is that's the cry here.
Is the cry, definitely, yeah. 2 balls to come for Denley. 1 for 19 so far off 8.4 overs. I'll nip off and do an update for BBC Radio Kent. I can bring the joyous news in the last half an hour. There has been a wicket. As Denley bowls now to Hayne, who's on 75. Just pushes forward studiously to that one. Soft hands, plays it back up the wicket. And there is no run. 1 to come.
I think Denley wants another crack at Evison, doesn't he?
Yeah. Over the wicket, driven. And Compton misfields, but fields enough. So it's a dot ball. 250 for 3 at the end of the 73rd over.
Mind you, I suspect that Evison, because he looks like he's up for the contest, probably wouldn't mind another crack at Mosley either, so perhaps that's what we're going to see in the next few minutes. No, we're not, actually. Sam Billings has stepped in and said, let's make a change. So Daniel Bell-Drummond is going to bowl from the Birmingham end, from the Pavilion end for the first time. So it was only a 3-over spell from Evison. And we'll see if Mosley is going to take the same approach to Bell-Drummond, who bowled 1 spell from the Birmingham end earlier, which I thought was quite tidy. 5 overs, no wicket for 20. And off goes Bell-Drummond. Runs in now, right arm over the wicket to the left-hand Mosley. Defends into the leg side. And there's no run. Shortly going to have an update for BBC local radio listeners in the West Midlands. .250 for 3, rather overcast now. Floodlights are back on. Bell-Drummond bowls, and off the pads from Mosley. He's going to get at least 1, in fact, only 1. See the fielder running round the mid-wicket boundary. He manages to haul that in, so there's no prospect of any more. 251 for 3, and Mosley is 13. Back goes a deep, long leg. Two mid-wickets quite close together. They're going to try this leg side biased field again for Hayne. Bell-Drummond bowls to him, and it's heading it around the hip, and he turns this away to deep square leg. They have 1. Mosley was thinking about a second, but Hayne says 1 is plenty. So they stay where they are. 252 for 3, and Mosley comes back to the strike. Here comes the update for the local radio listeners in just a second. This is Mike Taylor at Edgbaston, where Warwickshire's progress on the first day of the County Championship match against Kent continues to be good. 252 for 3. They have in the last hour lost the wicket of Rob Yates, who batted splendidly for a century, 128, before a rather tired stroke saw him caught at mid-on off Joe Denley. He batted with great authority in the first 2 sessions, pulling in particularly impressively against anything short. And he had good company from Sam Hain, who's continued his steady progress to be unbeaten with 76, joined just now by Dan Mosley. Still 22 overs potentially left today. Warwickshire 252 for 3. And off goes Daniel Bell-Drummond to bowl again to Mosley, who's down the pitch and driving, square driving, out to deep cover point, and they have 1. Mosley on the fidgets again, wanting to get down the crease to the seam bowlers. He's made so far 14 from 19 balls, just trying to push things along a bit, while Sam Hain scores runs in his own time. .253 for 3. Just see if I can run through the other scores. I haven't done that for a little while. I know a lot of you see them online anyway, but for those of you who may be listening, walking around or whatever, try and run through. It's a short ball from Bell-Drummond to end the over. It's harmless. Hain lets it bounce through, and it's 253 for 3 in 74 overs. Okay, elsewhere in the First Division at the Oval, Hampshire recovered a bit against Surrey to 212 for 7. Keith Barker, once of Warwickshire, is unbeaten with 40, but Ben Brown made 95. Was out a short time ago. So Hampshire at 212 for 7. At Trent Bridge, Nottinghamshire, who started very well at a century partnership before lunch after being put in by Somerset, but they've declined now to 224 for 7. Duckett 75 and Hamid 65. But Lewis Gregory has taken 4 wickets to wrestle things back there for Somerset. Denley bowls and Mosley's down the pitch and clubs him over, well, between long on and mid-wicket, and it's 6. And gosh, that's a big hit then. I lost track of that in the rather gloomy light now. But it cleared the boundary by quite a long way, and it's a longish boundary. So Mosley taking the long handle now to Joe Denley's bowling. And hits his second 6. And it's 259 for 3. He's up to 20. And here's Denley again. And back goes Mosley this time and cuts ferociously hard. But only to the man at deep backward square leg. That was a full swing of the bat. But he just gets 1 run. 260 for 3. Whatever happens while he's in is going to happen quick. Denley's ready to bowl again. And to Sam Hain this time, the right-hander, who goes back and just dabs the ball out to deep backward square leg. He's content to take a single and watch the fun from the non-striker's end. At Chelmsford, Lancashire all out for 207 against Essex. George Bell made 60 to pull Lancashire's first innings up a bit. 5 wickets for Sam Cook, perhaps pushing for England's selection soon. Back goes Mosley to the next ball from Denley that was a little bit short, and he guides it with a straight bat out to deep extra cover for 1 run. In reply, Jimmy Anderson took a wicket in the first over. Of course he did. But Essex are 12 for 1, replying to Lancashire's 207. Denley to Hain. Trotted approach. Hain goes back, plays that walking backward stroke again, guiding the ball through deep extra. And he takes a single. In the second division, Durham 278 for 4 in 70 overs against Worcestershire. David Beddingham unbeaten with 100. Alex Lees made 70. Denley to Mosley, last ball of this over. Mosley's defending correctly from the crease. 10 from the over, 263 for 3. Moseley's up to 22 and Haney 78. The other second division scores quickly. No play at all today at Bristol, where the outfield was too wet for any play between Gloucestershire and Yorkshire. At Grace Road, where they made a late start, Leicestershire 166 for 2 against Derbyshire, with Lewis Hill 47 not out. Earlier, Sol Buddinger made 72, and is that it? I think that's the lot. So we're not quite a full programme today, or at least not quite a full programme of games in action with no play at Bristol.
Just been no one bright spark for Kent today to Wanda Mayeye, who's hit 100 for Kent. And the second 11 game against Sussex. Big old total there. 269 for 3.
Simple as the score here.
Good grief. Yeah, pretty much. Much the same. Daniel Bell-Drummond as a glance from Hayne, and that looks... No, it's not going to go for 4. It's a long boundary out there. Jack Leaning makes a long run around from backward square. And it'll come back for a comfortable 2. Moseley has 22 off 23, including that 6 off the first ball of the previous Joe Denley over.
That was a fair old clobber, that.
It was.
Because that's a big boundary there.
It's hit with some force, some intent. 80 for Hayne, 164 balls. Bell-Drummond bowls to him now. The drive, that's a little low on the bat, but comes up to a mid-on. Everson Fields, there's no run.
There's 2 different games going on at the moment, isn't there? In both cases, the batter's looking quite in control. But Sam Haney's just pushing the ball into the gaps wherever he likes. And Moseley's taking a rather different approach.
He certainly is. It's
but nonetheless effective for it.
Bell-Drummond bowls to Hayne, engineers that out to the leg side boundary for a single. Some gulls just skirting the outfield now of the stands. They obviously pretty much know when the spectators are going to leave, don't they? So they're thinking about 5. That'll be some people making a move now.
It might get a bit cold now, I think.
Yeah, that's a very good point. Some spectators might be on their way.
I don't think it's quite as windy as it was earlier.
No, you're right. Actually,
it's chilly.
The Warwickshire flag is fluttering much lower. Oh, the hover cover comes on, or coming on. Well, they don't have much choice, do the umpires? If they bring the hover cover on, they have to come off, lest it sweeps players. And Ben Compton made the international mime for, what, is it really raining? Actually, it is really raining.
Yes.
That was great anticipation, because I'm not sure it was when they started to bring it on, but it certainly is now. The players will come off the field, at least for a short break. I'm not sure this is going to be a meaningful shower, although in the distance we can see over the city there's some rain there as well. Maybe a shower rather than persistent rain. Warwickshire's day so far, no doubt about that. 266 for 3. Dan Moseley's hit 22 off 23 balls. It's been entertaining. Sam Hayne, 81, entertaining in a different form for those that perhaps like their, I don't know, their literature in novel form rather than in tweet. In Twitter form. 266 for 3. It's a terrible analogy. I will tell you it's raining. And I guess we'll take a short break now, Mike. But I would think they'll be on sooner rather than later. At the moment, not losing any overs from the day. 75.5 of the 96 scheduled to be bowled so far. So, from me, Matt Cole and Mike Taylor, we will be talking to you soon. I can't guarantee it, but I think so.
name is Errol Sims, General Manager. I've been in connection with the club since 1967, 68. So, you know, I'm got some years in, basically. My mum came to this country when I was 5 years old. She said, well, when things are right, I'll send for you, which she did. So I actually got to come when I was 13 to join my mum. My mum told me, probably get called names, whatever, you've got to stand up for yourself. She said it's pretty tough, but it's better than where you were. I was the first black person in my school. That was pretty frightening. I was thinking, Christ, where am I, you know? Had some tough times. You have to learn self-discipline. And then you learn around that respect. For me, if you haven't got self-respect and you're not respect others and respect where you are, then you're going to struggle in life. To do this job, something that you love, it's a dream job, to be fair. You know, I look forward to getting up and coming here every day. I'm a bear through and through, spent nearly half my life here with the Bears. My ambition when I first started, obviously as a youngster, was to play cricket in the middle out there. I got close. When I was fully coaching, I worked in schools. Then I would come in here, I'd do one-to-ones. I worked with the county age group. Part of my main job was to coach the Warwickshire women as well. Always used to say to the girls, you know, one day some of you will play out in the middle. Now look at where women's cricket's gone. It's a much different women's cricket. When I started this job, the then chief exec said to me, well, we've got this ground and you might as well take on Portland Road. I was a bit emotional really, because I think, yeah, you know, I played a lot of cricket here. To be involved in the development of it to where it is now, and it's very pleasing. Once bear, always a bear. It is a place where people look after each other. So as I mentioned before, you have to have that respect in life, and for me, you have to drive yourself and you have to see those avenues. I'm 69 now, so I'll just keep going.
Today is our first Bears Business Club sustainability event of 2023. We've got some excellent speakers from Net Zero Now and from Drax. Also Lydia, our sustainability manager here at Edgbaston, talking about our journey and how we're going to get to net zero.
I'm Emily Trad and I'm joining you from Net Zero Now. We're a carbon accountancy and carbon reduction certification platform, and our goal is to help SMEs reach net zero. So today I'm presenting just a bit about the company as a whole and how we are providing a tool for SMEs to get to net zero, what the barriers to entry are and how we're meeting those and creating a sector-specific approach.
My name's Fee Bush and I work for Drax, which is a renewable energy generator supplier, and we're now pioneering BECCS, which is bioenergy with carbon capture and storage. I'm here today to talk about carbon removals and the use of technology in the fight against climate change.
I'm Lydia Carrington. I'm Sustainability Manager here at Edgbaston Stadium, and we have lots of sustainability targets in place that we need to push forward and communicate out to our wider business and network, and really trying to get conversations started around sustainability and getting people talking and engaged.
A little bit of good news for those of you listening on the stream, by the way. We're not playing yet, but they have had the full covers out, and now they're taking them off again. So, with a bit of luck and a following wind, and my goodness, there's plenty of that today, we might get some cricket again shortly. So, stand by at all ports. Well, not much has disrupted Warwickshire's batting since they were put in this morning. The noise you can hear there is the hover cover, which is being removed, because the only thing that's really held them up is a shower of rain in the last 20 minutes. But the players are coming back out with Warwickshire 266 for 3. The mainstay of that has been Rob Yates, who was out about half an hour after tea for 128. A splendid effort. He seemed to tire a little towards the end, but hammered the short ball regularly before that. He had excellent support from Sam Hain, who's continued untroubled on 81 following his century in Taunton last week, and Dan Mosley giving sprightly support on 22. They're resuming just now at 266 for 3. And the players are now back out in the centre, with the exception of Sam Hain and Dan Mosley, and right on cue, here they come. Out to the centre to continue. Warwickshire's first innings, which is so far worth 262 for 3. 266 for 3, I beg your pardon, which would be well above, I think, expectations from the start of the day, and certainly above where Kent would have expected when they chose to put Warwickshire in. There are still 20 overs remaining according to the scoreboard, which would mean that they haven't deducted any for the interruption we've just had. We've lost 25 minutes. I reckon we lost just under 5 minutes after the pause at tea earlier. But I think I'm right in saying, before I dive into the rules and regulations, that you can make up half an hour. So if that's the case, then we won't necessarily lose any overs. Getting these last 20 in, given that it's already 5:20 to 6, might be a challenge, but it's decent conditions now. And Daniel Bell-Drummond is going to bowl. He's got 3 balls to come in this over. He bowls to the left-handed Dan Mosley, who drives hard into the covers, and there's no run.
Yeah, light might become a factor, I suppose, later, mightn't it? But at the moment, it's pretty much as good as it's been since lunch, I would say. The sky's opening pleasantly and blue in front of us.
20 overs, given the new ball's likely to be taken in that time, would be an hour and a quarter, probably.
I'll just stay here. We've got enough biscuits to last us overnight, I think.
Yes, we're willing. Bell-Drummond bowls a short ball, which was already on its way down again, I think, by the time it was going past Dan Mosley, but he wasn't looking to get it anyway.
The rain break has thinned the crowd out, I've noticed, but it's pretty chilly, I think, out there, isn't it, for
it is.
Those who've stuck around for a great period of time.
It's not exactly warm in here, I'll be honest with you.
No, it's not. I'm trying to leave my coat till last, so I'll feel the benefit.
Feel the benefit, which is where you listened well. Here's Bell-Drummond bowls Fuller outside the off stump. It's gone through to Sam Billings. No addition in the remaining half of that over. 266 for 3. With Mosley 22 and Hain 81. Bell-Drummond has now bowled 7 overs for 26. Successful bowlers today have been Evison, McCurr and Denley. You got the wicket of Rob Yates for 128. Not all that long before the interruption. But I think that is probably going to be where the spin ends for now, as with 4 overs still available to the new ball. Denley's giving way.
It's Matt Quinn.
For the lesser spotted.
Yes. So when he takes his jumper off, you can tell it's Matt Quinn because he has the characteristic sweatband halfway up his left forearm.
Well, if he's taking his jumper off, I'll have it.
Also have 64 on his back, which will be which will show, won't it? So I don't know why I'm saying that. It will be obvious when he takes his jumper off, but you're right. The cable knits, which I seem to remember arrived on the hottest day of last year, having been much postponed by ships in the Panama Canal or whatever it is. This is Do you remember that? Was last year, wasn't it? As Matt Quinn bowls to Hayne. I think it was last year, wasn't it? When global supply or whatever of everything.
Yes, the world's most expensive bath plug. Sort of stuck.
Was that in the Suez Canal? Is that right? Where the thing got stuck and suddenly, and Kent's jumpers were on one of the ships that was queuing to get through.
Okay.
Yeah. So Matt Quinn bowls to Sam Hayne, but as irony would have it, yes, indeed, it's 35 degrees and the ball played into the offside. It's not now. During midsummer, and we're gasping for air in the greenhouse, which is the commentary box at the Sarah Lawrence ground. And great news, say the Kent media team. The cable knits have arrived.
Splendid.
So yeah. I mean, they're traditional, aren't they? I think they look very fine, but obviously for player identification, make it a little bit more difficult for spectators and the media alike. Quinn bowls to Hayne, runs that down through the vacant gully area. Zach Crawley loses his cap as he runs after it, throws it back in. Something else comes off the apparel of Zach Crawley. That might have been a hand warmer in the pocket there, actually, just disappearing out that. He's got the... How did Dom describe it? I still can't remember, and it was still the neatest way of describing these American football kind of hand warmers. Dom will have to remind me. Here's Quinn then bowling to Hayne. Oh, bouncer! Did he get the edge? If he did, it was dropped by Sam Billings. There's a shout from Matt Quinn, but obviously...
Well, if he did touch that, and also with the naked eye, I didn't think he did, but
no,
Quinn's reaction suggested that...
Did he hear something as it went
It looks
through,
like it went past him at chest height. But if he took the glove, but if he did touch it, then it really is the most basic of drops.
Well, he certainly looked behind very quickly, but it doesn't look like it's close to the
Didn't
back.
look as though it was close, did it? We're seeing another replay now, and...
I suppose it could have flicked off the glove.
Possibly.
Plays that one securely enough, does Hayne. And, well, Sam Billings, his body language at the moment, he's got his arms crossed across his chest. I don't know if that's an indication of anything, to be honest.
If he did, then I'm sorry to say, it's an extraordinary drop.
Yeah.
For a wicketkeeper. But I remain unconvinced from the replays that we've seen that he did. It's only the reaction of everybody. It's a strange one.
Quinn, that's cut away elegantly by Hayne towards the offside boundary, and there'll be a single, and that's the end of the 77th over, 269 for 3. If normal reactions are anything to go by, I mean, there's a shout from Quinn. It might just have been excitement that perhaps he got close to it. The ball goes down, but there wasn't any great hold after that, in...
Slip fielder had his arm up as well.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. I mean, it's...
Crikey, yeah.
From here, we can't tell on the basis of that replay.
Circumstantial evidence.
I hope not, in a way, because it was a rotten drop if it was.
Yeah.
So I think the kindest thing all round would be if it wasn't. Bell Drummond's going to bowl.
So 3 overs until the new ball's available, which they surely must take.
They've got to. I mean, although there'd be some pretty weary legs to take it. The only consideration, I suppose. Off goes Bell Drummond, and he runs into the right-handed Hayne, who pushes from the crease out into the offside. And there's no run.
Hogan and Quinn then, maybe? Or maybe they'll turn to... Actually, it's been a while since Conor McCurr has bowled as well. I think he's the man sweeping the boundary on the leg side at the moment.
He would be, to my eye, the quickest bowler on view today.
Yeah.
Not that that's necessarily the qualification of getting the new ball, but Bell Drummond bowls, and Hayne, with an economy of movement, just checks this back to the bowler. He's very low wattage in the way that he bats, Sam Hayne, if you know what I mean, in that when the ball is coming to him, he makes only the necessary move towards it. It's all in the wrist. It's all touch and feel. But gosh, he's looked a good player today, manoeuvring the ball between the fielders. He defends from the crease. There would have been times, some of the strokes he picked through that packed off onside field. I think if you were the bowler, you would swear that he was bending the ball around the fielders. But he managed it somehow. And he's 84 to add to 119 at Taunton last week. And he has many supporters here, Sam Hain, and elsewhere. I think the day might yet still come where if he gets higher honours. Works this into the leg side, but there was no opportunity for a run this time. Again, there's a leg side weighted field, as there has been almost throughout his innings. But he's continued to bat at a steady pace. Standing tall in the crease until he flexes his knees just as the bowler's about to arrive. And then Drummond bowls a short delivery, which he easily sways out of the way of and allows to pass his shoulder. 269 for 3. He's an interesting case, Drummond, because notice what you were saying earlier on about it. They didn't use him to bowl much when he was a younger man because of the fear of injuries. Because he's quite a strong guy, isn't he, Drummond? He's not a big man, but he's quite strongly built. And it's a muscular approach as he bowls to Hain, and this is a little short, and it's guided by Hain again with the economy of movement. It's all timing, and he's timed it away through backward point just well enough to beat the fielder away for 4 runs. 88 to Hain, 273 for 3 at the end of the over.
Yeah, big day for Warwickshire, big score as well. It's like Conor McCurry is warming the shoulders up. I think you're right, it makes sense to have McCurry as the quickest of the Kent, I was going to say quartet, but quintet, including Daniel Drummond.
He's also done the most bowling today, as it happens, but he's not stinted for effort. I mean, Kent, I do think Kent have been very tidy in many ways. Putting aside that questionable whether that was a chance to Billings or not, and I'm inclined to think it wasn't. But the ground fielder, I think, has been first class. Been very few misfields that I can think of.
So Quinn from the Birmingham end to bowl to Mosley. And is that an edge? It's come back at him. That's the old ball, isn't it? Just checking. Well, that's a very decent delivery from Matt Quinn. It's pitched outside the left-hander's off stump. He's coming over the wicket and come back at him a little bit. Had some reasonable nip on it as well.
It's very close to the off stump.
Yeah.
Properly beaten there.
Never mind the new ball, keep this one. Turns out it's brilliant after that evidence. And Leaning's brought in at second slip, well, that just means that Everson's moved out there. A more natural position for Jack Leaning alongside Zach Crawley in the slips. Just gets a bit caught up there. It's a big appeal from Matt Quinn. He's scratching the chin now. Is it not? He says to the umpire. He sort of started and then got more and more excited.
I think he pitched outside the line of the leg stump.
Yeah, it didn't. From here, I mean, it's a ridiculous place to judge an LBW.
Yes, I'm looking at the screen to aid that, but I suspect...
Yes, sorry. I'm not saying you're ridiculous, I'm saying for me.
No,
I'd always decided it wasn't out.
But I don't think that had a lot going for it. But he's a good appealer, he's Quinn.
Yeah.
If you're going to appeal, you might as well give it plenty.
Comes into Mosley once more, advances down against the bouncer. Yeah, that's not one to run down the track to, I would suggest.
No, he saw Mosley.
I was going to say, Quinn saw him coming and dug it in. And he's quick enough that will be an uncomfortable delivery. I can't see enough from that replay.
I think it's probably pitched outside.
Bit of a zoom out on the replay, but no criticism of those doing the pictures. That'll be my.
No, there was when you were looking. Oh, there was an earlier replay for a bit closer in. Yeah, but oh,
that's a looping bouncer, and that. Yeah, I was going to say that's a no ball. There's no way that Mosley can hit that. He need the proverbial step ladder there, wouldn't he? Or maybe standing on Sam Hain's shoulders, not quite sure, but that has... Bit of slow-mo there. Yeah, maybe just pitching outside leg.
Yeah. It wasn't miles out.
No.
But it was...
He liked it. Did Matt Quinn bowling now to Dan Mosley. Little sort of half squat as the bowler comes in. A lot of batters do that these days, don't they? As they're getting to the rhythm, it's just their address to as the bowler comes in. And he takes himself a single. 276 for 3. He's on to 23. Haynes on 88. His partnership's now at 41 between the two of them. Mostly done some damage. 23 of them. Pugnacious runs, but as Mike was saying before, Sam Hain has just been accumulating. 2 men on the drive on the onside. Well, reaches for that actually. We just kept a little bit low outside the off stump, but a push into the offside. McCurr fields and he comes back for 2. Hain goes on to 90. And is that a landmark? I don't know, sort of prolonged applause. Maybe someone just liked that shot from Sam Hain. No reason why not. Pleasant sunshine out there, still a bit of a breeze going across. Here's Matt Quinn coming toward us from the Birmingham end. Up on his toes is Hain. It's a open of the face out towards Conor McCurr point, and a single taken at the end of the 79th over. So none for 30 for Daniel Bell-Drummond as he comes on from this end. Does he continue? He does. Takes off the jumper and he jogs up to Martin Saggers. I was going to say he's not a former Kent teammate, but Daniel would have been coming through the academy at a time when Martin Saggers would have been bowling for Kent, would he? Maybe I'm just getting my timings completely wrong. Maybe too much.
I suspect he might have been a bit before that. I'm trying to think.
Well, now you've told me that Daniel Bell-Drummond is actually 46. I was very surprised by that. When you were 29, you said.
29, yeah. It was,
I mean, that just seems unreasonable.
I still thought of him as as a real youngster.
Oh yeah, 20.
I mean, 29. He's a youngster from my position, but you know what I mean. He's on his way again. He passes umpire Saggers and bowls fullish wide of the off stump, and Hain allows it to pass.
Bit of a stretch, possibly. If Daniel was in the under 11s. No, I'm not sure. No, I think too much.
Saggers had a really good career, didn't he? And he was certainly close to England's selection for a little while. Got a lot of championship wickets in the middle of his career, if I remember. In a good Kent team too. In goes Bell-Drummond and bowls a short delivery, and Hain just barely flinches out of the way of that.
Did play for England. I was just checking.
I couldn't quite remember off the top of my head when I was saying that.
But yeah, just the 3. But yeah. But late bloomer. Sorry, I'm just.
Took a lot of championship wickets.
Yeah, so 30.
That era.
He was over 30, I think, when he got his debut. I was just checking out the stats, but yeah.
Yeah, but had a very admirable career in county cricket. Bell-Drummond bowls, and it's turned into the leg side for Hain for no run.
Out of that hotbed of cricket, Norfolk. It's a bit of a torturous process. I mean, probably not these days when counties are scouting all over the place, but. Or maybe not in the past, I'm not sure. Minor counties, I suppose, feeding into some. Get some good performances for the old minor counties, perhaps getting attention from the county scouts.
Off goes Bell-Drummond, bowls to Hain. That maybe came off a bit of an edge, that, but it's gone fine down to third man for 4 runs anyway. So, not his most assured stroke, but a productive one. And Hain is 95. 283 for 3. What so far has been, if they can just finish it off tidily, a thoroughly satisfactory first day for Warwickshire. Had the better of the draw at Taunton last week, and on the last afternoon there was a possibility they might have forced a win after losing the first day of that game to the rain. Hayne. Oh, he's hit here. I know that was an awkward delivery by Beltran. It hit Hayne on the chest as he tried to sway out of the way of it. It's gone off his chest over the wicket keeper, and it's leg byes, 4 leg byes, presumably.
Yeah.
That was. He's awkward, isn't he, Beltran? Just occasionally, and that one made life difficult for Sam Hayne. Put him on his back. I don't know how many batters in the past Daniel Beltran has managed to put on their back.
No,
but
certainly that's deceived him, isn't it? He's back up. Does he need a helmet check, or is that only if it hits the main part of the helmet and not the guard?
I think it just.
Does it just hit the grill?
I felt it hit him on the chest, I think.
Oh, it's chest. Sorry.
Well, I don't know. I'm looking at the.
Because they would.
Oh, it might have been a bit higher than that on the shoulder.
Oh yeah. Sorry, he's just. Actually, he's just mimed that to the umpire. That's the umpires, maybe Martin Saggers asking as well, making absolutely sure that he doesn't need a concussion check.
Somewhere off his chest. Shoulder. Nasty though. This is turned into the leg side by Hayne, and he gets 1 run. So it's the end of the over. 288 for 3 in 80 overs. And that was one of the more troubling incidents in the first 80 overs with this ball, and yet it might conceivably be the last over with this ball. 96 to Hayne, who's kept the strike, and 23 to Mosley. And Beltran has shown that his bowling is, notwithstanding the modesty of his first-class record, he's not to be taken so lightly after all.
Oh, there's a couple of overs there with the old ball which have been quite lively. Strangers, we seem to be waiting for the new ball since about over 45.
Well, Quinn wobbled one back near Mosley's off stump, didn't he, a few moments ago? So, anyway, he's going to bowl to Hayne next.
Again, I'm assuming this is the new ball. The field's still quite spread, isn't it?
I haven't heard an announcement.
No,
I don't think it is.
No. I was going to say, he doesn't need a, obviously he doesn't need a warm-up with the old ball. So perhaps they're just finding this one's doing something for them. As Quinn bowls to Hayne. It's a step forward and defends it up to mid-on, no run.
Well, once you've changed it, you've changed it. So if it's doing a bit at last, then you might as well give it another couple of overs at least. If it stops doing it, then change it.
Quinn to Hayne. He's on 96 now. To 88 for 3. Quite happy to let you have the commentary on Sam Hayne for his century if you'd like.
Okay, all right.
I'll take Mosley for the moment.
Well, there's been plenty of sport in him, although he hasn't done much of the strike since we came back out.
Though, okay, ball in pocket. He has taken.
They're changing it now. This looks like it.
After deliveries,
80 overs and 2 balls then. Yep, there's umpire Illingworth. He's giving the signal. And there's the announcement from Mel Smith. So, for the second time today, Quinn is going to bowl with a new ball. He'd be relieved at least he's not still bowling it to Rob Yates. Remember, he hit Yates on the pad and had quite a big LBW appeal from the very first ball today at 11 o'clock this morning. And here he is at 6 o'clock tonight with another new ball and still without a wicket today, Quinn. And he bowls to Hayne on 96, and Hayne is defending into the leg side. And there's no run.
Well, that one didn't do anything, did it?
No. Well, you can have it back.
What was the point? You have the option of taking the old ball back and just going between the two.
Somebody will suggest that.
Yeah, I'm sure they will.
Change.
It'll be in the IPL before you know it.
Oh, for sure, most things are. Here's Hayne turning this off the pad. Again to mid-wicket.
Maybe just coming a smidgen quicker. I'm probably just projecting. Quite often, as we say, it comes off the bat quicker, doesn't it?
Yes.
Which is not always a good thing for the fielding side.
If I were Daniel Beltran, I think I'd be having a word to the Come on, Skip.
Yeah.
I've just put a guy on 96 on the deck. So I think the least you could do is give me the new nut. Here's Quinn bowling to Hayne, a shortish ball, but he plays it with plenty of time. Guides it away backward of point towards the boundary fielder, and they have won. Hayne is 97.
Well, this might be interesting if Mosley takes on Quinn with the new ball. In terms of economy, Quinn's been more or less the pick, hasn't he? Well, certainly of the seamers.
None for 27 in 13 and bits of overs. We had an interrupted over earlier on.
I'll graciously take one more ball and then go. Off to do update for BBC Radio
yes,
Kent.
of course, it's nearly
289 for 3. If they'll have me, I've just been trying to check with the evening show whether we're over the yard arm, as it were, at 6 o'clock.
Don't you know who I am? Also.
Yeah, I still have trouble remembering sometimes when I wake up. Here's Quinn to Mosley, and just push into the onside, and well, no alarms or surprises there. 289 for 3 at the end of the 81st over. Hayne has 97, Mosley on 23.
So, see who's going to get it. The new ball from the pavilion end. Guess McCurry. Here's Bell Drummond. He's coming, look, I'll give it to you. He's taken his sweater off, so he's... Well, this is... I don't know how many times he would have taken the new ball for Kent. Not very many, I'm going to venture. This might be the first time he's taken the new ball since he was a teenager. Who's to say? There must be some age group game in which, you know... He was probably the opening bat and the opening bowler when he was 12, I expect. So... Well, he put Hayne on the floor in his last over, so let's see if we can do it again. Daniel Bell Drummond with the new ball. He's moving his marker. I wonder if you'd said to Kent that Daniel Bell Drummond would be taking a new ball at 6 o'clock tonight. That would have been an odd turn of events to get to that. Hayne has timed this, but he doesn't quite get it past mid-on. A good diving stop for a moment. I think he thought that was going to be the 100, but not quite. .289 for 3. Still 14 overs potentially available tonight. Shadows starting to come across the pitch. This is drifting down the leg side, and there will be a run of some description. I don't think Hayne touched that, so it's going to be a bye. First bye of the day. Not that it gave Sam Billings a great deal of chance. Such is the nature of things. So one bye, 290 for 3. Hayne goes to the non-striker's end on 97. And Mosley now against Bell Drummond with the new ball. Mosley's hardly really played a shot in anger since we had the resumption. See what he does now. He drives square on the offside, but quietly, and takes one to deep backward point. Just going to update our listeners to local radio. At Edgbaston on the first evening of the County Championship match between Warwickshire and Kent. Warwickshire back out batting in sunshine after a short interruption, a 291 for 3. Rob Yates made a splendid century earlier in the day, and Sam Hayne is very close to one now, unbeaten with 97, with Dan Mosley, who's already hit 2 sixes in 24 for company. They're continuing to build Warwickshire's excellent position after they were put into bat this morning and lost 2 wickets before lunch. But the partnership of 164 between Yates and Hayne has given them the best of the first day. 292 for 3, Warwickshire. And during that local radio update, there was a single push by Hayne out to deep mid-wicket, so he's 98. And now Bell Drummond, right arm over the wicket to the left-handed Mosley, who turns this off his hip, timed it well, out to deep square leg, fielded on the rope. 1 run. 293 for 3. And back to Hayne on strike. In comes Drummond, his chest on approach, bowls full to Hayne, who defends. He's been patient all day and he's going to be patient again now. 293 for 3. Dan Mosley has 25. Hayne is 98. And we've had 82 overs. So that means 14 more available, potentially, if conditions are sufficiently good. And back to Matt Quinn, who at least that's one good sign for Kent, the fact that he's able to bowl again, because at various times today he's been off the field for what we can assume to be running repairs. But here he is, now Quinn from the Birmingham end, and Mosley is defending out onto the offside. And there's no run. Again, it's bright now, there are 1 or 2 clouds drifting around, so we're going to get some of these remaining overs in, might not get all of them. Drummond is battling his way through with lots of new gear that's arrived down for him by the boundary. He's put on a short sleeve sweater, he may put on another sweater in a minute. Mosley's down the pitch, and new ball or old, they're all coming alike to him, and that's hit for 6, another one over long on. Well, he takes them all as all the same.
Well, that was a punisher, wasn't it? Yeah, Kent hoping for a breakthrough with the new ball. It's like more like broken windows, doesn't it, at the far end?
His third 6, and he got there in so much time. 2 paces down the pitch and flicked it over long on. 3 6s in his 31 so far. 299 for 3. So Warwickshire on the verge of another batting point. And Quinn bowls to Mosley, who is defending from the crease.
It's like he can play a bit, this boy, then.
Yeah. No, he's a talent. It's a well-trodden path he comes to Warwickshire. One from the local area. They've had him in the production line here for quite a few years. But he's still just 21. 2 slips and a gully weight. Quinn bowls a really high, loopy short delivery, and Mosley shapes to hook that and then realises it's just too big. So it goes over his head. Not so far to be called by the umpire, but far enough. It stays 299 for 3. Off goes Quinn. Mosley's pushing into the covers, and he gets 1 here. And 300 now raised, the second batting point for Warwickshire, with plenty of power to add. 300 for 3 in 80. This is the 83rd over.
Yeah, and a partnership of 65 already between these 2 batters as well. Imposing stuff from Warwickshire all round. Like you were saying earlier, Mike, even more now. You look at winning the toss, putting the opposition in, staring down. 300 for 3. With that about an hour to go of the first day. It looks pretty ugly. But Warwickshire have batted very well. Don't think Kent have bowled that badly.
But they made nothing happen really for too
true.
long today. Quinn bowls, and Haynes' 99th run turned through square leg. He's not going to rush. He will not be rushed today, Sam Hayne, and they've tried all sorts to knock him out of his stride. And at no stage has he really looked in much discomfort, with an asterisk on the Daniel Bell Drummond one that hits him on the chest.
I take your point about the bowling. I mean, they've been consistent for the most part, the bowlers, but perhaps just missing that X factor today. That's something extra. Daniel Bell Drummond has been withdrawn from the attack, and Michael Hogan will take over at the pavilion end. Shadows lengthening. I say that during the last hour of play and think, well, this is going to happen, isn't it? Of course the shadows are lengthening as the day goes on. I guess a natural phenomenon. But it's a lovely sight from here. We understand, obviously, that people muffled against the cold at the far end. There's a little sun trap, isn't there, next to the sight screens. Trying to get the sun there.
It's going to be pretty hardy to be in the shadows there, I think.
It's all character building, I think, isn't it?
Maybe one way of putting it. Oh, in this Hogan, Hayne has 99, and he waits to let the first ball of a new over from Hogan push outside the off stump. I'm not qualified to comment, but I imagine there are some batters who, on 99, would be a little bit fidgety with that. But I don't think Sam Hayne is going to be that.
Yeah, many of us not qualified for that. Remember that.
Frankly, if I was on 9, I'd be really fidgeted about that.
That
really.
Kevin Peterson quote of, you know, the hardest runs are between 150 and 200.
Yeah,
and, yeah,
that'll be right.
That's a very small group of people experiencing that.
Word for that. Hayne, he's going to get his 100th run now. 2 centuries in the first 2 championship games for Sam Hayne, turning this in the style of so many of his other runs, just leaning on it, guiding it round his front pad down to long leg, and a stylish and yet very calmly made 100 from Sam Hayne, who really has made that look straightforward. 302 for 3, and for the second time in 2 games, Sam Hayne is the second century maker in Warwickshire's first innings.
Big runs for the home side here, and Mosley just goes to embrace him. He just asks the umpire how many balls there are left. Maybe he's looking to launch towards his 50. And the balls left the Hogan over, I'm not quite sure, but piling on the runs, piling on the pain. All class from Sam Hayne today. He's Hogan, and that's a lovely clip through the onside by Mosley. Well, I was only half joking. Well, I was joking about the getting to his 50 this over, but that's 4 more to the total. He goes on to 36, and the score 306 for 3. Conor McCur's warming up on the boundary, but he has been doing for a couple of overs yet. Hogan's been dispatched.
That was a good stroke, just leaned on it. Haynes 100 off 198 balls with 9 fours, by the way.
Hogan once more to Mosley, solidly behind that one.
And in 2 innings now, he's up to nearly 11 hours of batting already this season in the county championship, which is a skill that may not be as highly prized as it used to be at certain levels, but my goodness, Warwickshire are delighted that they've got him there and setting off for the season in such good touch.
Hogan then to Mosley, 2 slips and a gully in behind him as he defends that into the off stump. And Matt Walker, as I think most of the, I'm sure the head coaches were asked about the England ethos and the new point scoring rules, the bonus point scoring, whether it would make a difference to how they, well, basically, well, they told their batters about approach, but Matt Walker is very much to the thought, and particularly with someone like Ben Compton, that just play a natural game. We're not going to change overnight, and I'd imagine Warwickshire say much the same about Sam Hayne. It's certainly not broken. He's Hogan just clipped off his hip, and that's just straying onto the leg stump, and will that be 4? Good effort by the fielder, actually. No, it won't be. And Fred Clarkson, who's on as a sub, throws it back in. Left arm, and that'll be 2 for Mosley to end the over. He's on 38. Haynes on exactly 100. 308 for 3. And the last man is Rob Yates, is on the bottom line of the scoreboard on the right-hand side as well, just showing how much they've done today in terms of run scoring. Sheer weight of runs. And 308 for 3, looking to pile it on, bat long, bat once or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, if a lot of tomorrow is lost, as the forecast suggests it might be, although it would be fair to say that the forecast at one stage suggested that most of today would be lost. So, you know, we'll see. It's April, weather is changeable. However, it's still going to take a fair bit of winning on what would seem to be a pretty good pitch. But Warwickshire have a high-quality seam attack in this game. So they'll be confident. McCurr bowls and Hayne guides this again on the top of the bounce, just steering it wide of gully, and he's going to get 2 runs this time. He took some of the pace off it, which, oddly enough, helped him to get a second run because it meant that the boundary fielder had further to go. So 2 runs from the first ball of a new spell from McCurr, who I don't think we've seen bowl since tea.
No, it's been a long time, I think.
Yes, last bowled at 20 to 4, so he's had a bit of a break since then. 1 for 61 now, and he bowls outside the off stump, with Hayne playing no stroke. He's had plenty of vigour in his efforts today, Conor McCurr, who looks a very strong man. It's all on the shoulders, isn't it, with him?
He's tall, but as you say, he's very broad as well.
Yeah.
And well, certainly early in his career was proper quick. I'm not sure what the speed gun would have him on us now, but
yeah, I would say he's been the quickest on view today without necessarily being terribly quick. Slightly abbreviated run here. And he has Hayne a little bit discomforted. Slightly off balance as he turned that into the leg side.
I take your point about the Warwickshire seam attack. Obviously, there's international quality with the likes of Wokes and Hassan Ali, and then Alan Dalby is a consistent performer as well, isn't he? So that sounds like I'm damning him with faint praise.
Well, no, but I mean, Hannon Dalby has become more influential here, especially in the Redbourne game, as time has gone on. You know, with every passing season, he was undoubtedly the leader of the attack last year. He's turned off his pads by Hayne for 1 run out to deep square leg. Not least because he stayed fit, but he did a lot more than stay fit. He got 50-odd championship wickets at something like 23. So,
crikey,
without him...
Last season, that's extraordinary effort, isn't it?
Yes, and especially, I mean, it was made all the more obvious because I don't suppose he had the same set of colleagues in any 2 games. Because such were players coming and going, and obviously Norwell got all the headlines at the end, but he only played 4 championship games, and he's injured now. That's why he's not available now. In comes McCurr, and Mosley drives into the gap at point, out to the boundary fielder. 1 comfortable run. So yeah, if they're all fit, I mean, Craig Miles was around a lot last season, but never fit. Ollie Stone was here, but hardly ever fit. So they needed somebody to depend on, and that man was Ollie Hannon Dalby. So although he's not, when you look at the list now, he's not necessarily outside of this county the most eye-catching name there, as Hayne drives up to mid-off, and there's no run. That's the end of the over. 3-12 for 3. What he has been is enormously dependable for Warwickshire, and he's well worth his position in this team, even with Wokes and Hassan Ali and Rushworth obviously signed, and Ed Barnard. And 53 wickets at 23 was...
Say last summer, when, lest we forget, it was an absolute run fest, wasn't it, for a lot of the, the campaign.
I mean, if you talk, without that contribution from him, Warwickshire would have been completely sunk. In fact, I think he took the first 5 wickets in an hour here against Kent, but only for Kent to go on and win the game eventually.
As Hogan, with Mosley coming down the pitch to him, has had a swing and a miss. Well, that's wide. Maybe Hogan saw him coming and has just sprayed that, but yeah, it looked like an odd position that Moseley ended up in, but that's mostly because he'd advanced at least 2 paces down the pitch at Hogan, and then Hogan has almost baseball style has thrown it for a ball rather than a strike outside the off stump. Well, I'm mixing all sorts of sports there and equipment, but you probably know what I mean. Here's Hogan to, if you know baseball, it's a straight drive, or cricket. Danny Beldrum picks it up at mid-on, and there's no run. I have to stop doing that. I do appreciate. But you can't sort sports, and if you don't watch much baseball, which, let's face it, not many people in Britain do, it won't make any sense. He went wide anyway. That's what I'm trying to say. Here's Hogan to Moseley down the pitch again. That's much better on the mark from Hogan, and flies through high, chest high, in fact, to Billings. There's bounce and carry in this pitch. There's no doubt about that.
I think it's a pitch that there is something there. And you know, the Kent bowlers not stinted for effort. They've run in and reliably done it. Put the ball. But they've just never looked to have the penetration, I think was the word you used earlier on.
Yeah, consistency is one thing, but not wicket-taking balls. It's pulled away towards the boundary. Good stop, actually, by Compton on the leg side. And they'll just come through in the end for a single. 314 for 3. Hayne goes on strike on 103.
There is, of course, there's pressure, isn't there, in if Warwickshire get 400 plus on the board, that in itself brings attention into the game.
You go in as a batter knowing you're going to have to occupy the crease for hour upon hour. Not that that's a daunting prospect in itself, but yeah, that scoreboard pressure is Hogan to Hayne. Leaves it outside the off stump. Notice he's not taking 3 paces down the pitch and swinging the bat at it. He's just let it go. It's a lot less effort. Moseley has 40 though from 47, and has helped. Well, the grind here for Kent.
It's been pretty textbook progress, really.
Yeah.
This is.
You couldn't want for more, I don't think,
No,
as a
ideal.
Warwickshire coach, could you, or as a player or captain? As Hogan to Hayne, leaves it outside the off stump with a flourish.
No, if they can see it tidily up to the close, then it will have been a very good day all round for Warwickshire. And the close may still be some time away, with 10 overs remaining on the board. How far into those we're going to get? Once the shadow gets beyond the middle of the ground, and given that there are some clouds about, maybe we won't get all of them in. But we'll get a few more, I think.
Bright sunshine at the moment as Hogan bowls to Hayne and drives it to a misfield, an awkward bouncing ball for Everson at wide mid-on. End of the over, 314 for 3. This in stark contrast, I have to say, to Kent's game against Northamptonshire last week, when it was a pitch where it was doing something consistently throughout, more or less throughout the match. It levelled out a bit towards the end. But, you know, the thought of how easy it will be for a couple of batters to bat through even half a session, let alone a whole session without loss. But at the moment, would you bet against Moseley and Hayne being there at the end of play? I think it's probably quite a decent bet that they will be there.
Got a fair shout. Start of a new over, McCurr, and it's clobbered off the back foot by Moseley. Hard through cover point for 4 runs. Didn't move, just hit it.
That's an oof moment if ever I saw one.
But a few strokes today that just resounded around the ground. And you do get that sometimes here with so many seats and the bowl of them. The sound just rattles. That'd be a good feeling, wouldn't it? Moseley's gone to 44, and he looks like he's enjoying himself.
Yeah, 44 or 48. It's his highest first class in the, I think, a check, early 70s, somewhere around there.
71, yeah.
Oh, there we go.
Here he goes. We dangles the bat at this. How's that? Says McCurr. There's a bit of a follow my leader appeal, and it doesn't impress umpire Illingworth.
Yeah, I think wicketkeeper and slips were excited about it, but I think that's about as far as it goes, isn't it?
Yeah, it was
Excited about the delivery, I think, and understandably so, is that it's flirted with it outside the off stump.
And goes McCurr. He's in sunshine. Mosley is in shadow, and he drives out through the extra cover gap. And it's a sprint round the boundary here. It will be stopped, and they have 2. So Mosley keeps the strike. He's 46.
Not sure he's going to replace those divots, Michael Hogan, but he's cut some turf out there just inside the boundary rope.
He's right in front, literally in front of the ground staff there.
Yeah.
So, you know, there'll be
perhaps
words.
at least tutting, you would think.
Oh, I should think so.
But no, he's going to get a drink, understandably so.
Mosley turns the next one into a big gap on the leg side. Mid on running round, they get 1.
Ooh.
47 to Mosley, 3:21 for 3. Good effort by the ground staff, I think, to get us on today.
Yeah.
There's been a lot of rain around just lately. I know part of the outfield, certainly down here, they had that sort of wheeled heat treatment lamp. You see quite a bit of football grounds these days. They had one of those going before play this morning.
I saw those at the Wolves, was it, when Gillingham were there earlier in the season in the Cup? Yeah, they come on straight away after the play.
They do. Here's Hayne. Oh, that was a slightly awkward delivery from McCurr. And he seemed to recoil slightly away from that. It took the outside half of the bat, but it dropped straight into the ground on the offside, so it was harmless. But a slightly jarring delivery.
Pressed a couple of deliveries ago by the online stream pictures. They went a bit arty up towards one of the floodlights.
Oh yeah, no,
closing in on the seagull. Rather like
good.
that.
Yeah, that's good. Hayne nipped through for a single, 3:22 for 3. And now McCurr again, with 2 slips still waiting to the left-handed Mosley, who is getting a run off his hip out to deep mid-wicket. So productive over for Warwickshire. 9 more runs added on, and Mosley is 48. Hayne 104. 3:23 for 3.
Strange time in the season and the timings of European competitions where I see a goal flash come up from a European competition
20 past 6.
as we're still playing cricket, which just seems...
Yes.
I'm not going to dignify that with telling you about it. But it just seems completely incongruous. I can hear people muttering at home, shouldn't be playing cricket in April. Again, perhaps they shouldn't be playing football in May, I don't know.
There are some of us who think that 8 months ought to be enough to sort out the football season.
Spoken to Mosley, you'd think, wouldn't you? 48. He goes on to 49 now with a single into the onside. Yeah, it just goes on longer and longer, doesn't it?
I can think of relatives of mine who would say, look, if you can't sort it out with one after 8 months, it's like the world's longest game of Monopoly. You know, then...
They've got all those competitions to fit in, and the international bodies want more and more and more, don't they? International club competitions and goodness knows what. Here's Hogan to Hayne, who turns it behind square. They're coming back for a very well-run second run, actually. Hayne running to the danger end, but was absolutely safe. It's a long throw for the longest part of the ground coming in from that deep fine leg.
Bit of a hamstring stretcher at this time of the day, that.
Yeah, quite.
A statement from Sam Hayne. Look, I'm 106 and still fresh here. That's for a quick sprint.
Keeping it moving. As Hogan's back to his mark. I'm going to have to withdraw, I think, after this one. Off for a late update for BBC Radio Kent. It's not going to be great news. This one is it's a wristy flick out towards the leg side boundary. Single. Joe Denley does the fielding. It's 3:27 for 3.
And there are singles now more or less anywhere they want them. We're into the 8th over with this new ball, but it has not really had the effect so far. Anything would be a bit of a bonus for Kent at this point. Let's give them a start when we come back tomorrow. If we do start tomorrow on time, of course. The weather forecast is not the greatest at the moment, but we'll see. Whatever cricket there is tomorrow, then wherever you've been able to pick up the commentary today, or the stream if you're watching that, then we should be with you at the same time tomorrow. See whether Warwickshire will continue to build their first innings or how they'll go about trying to win the game. And what response Kent might have. That's the sound of Dan Mosley whacking the bat into the ground and scoring his 50th run, turning it wide of mid-wicket. 50 to Mosley, and a sprightly contribution it's been as well. 3 sixes and 3 fours to bring his half century in 55 balls. And this hugely talented young player, his second first-class 50. And he's eager for more. He'll want to make sure he's still around in the morning. This is a short delivery from Hogan, but it doesn't trouble Hayne much. Lets it go through. He remains unbeaten with 107. Mosley 50. Third half century maker of the day. The other two have gone on to make very impressive hundreds. Tough shift for Hogan, and he's not alone. McCurr, who's done more bowling than anybody else so far, is going to start again from the Birmingham end with 8 overs still potentially available today, and Mosley drives but not wide of extra cover. Another good stop. It's as well, the ground fielding has been as good as it is, as good as it has been. That at least has shaved a few runs off, but they've been very tidy. The only queried one would be that whether there was a drop by Billings off Hayne, but I'm not convinced there was. But the ground fielding has been efficient. Mosley drives, and there's another example. And McCurr himself, in his follow-through, bends down to his right to grab a firm push back down the ground. Three, 2, 8 for 3. Back goes McCurr to the top of his mark. And the left-hander Mosley is waiting for him again, and he gets a bouncer, which is fading away down the offside, but Mosley was having nothing to do with it anyway. McCurr continuing to give it every effort. .50 to Mosley, 2 slips, they're quite well spread out. Just update our local radio listeners. Well, an extended first day, and Warwickshire continuing to make the most of it in the evening sunshine at now 329 for 3. Sam Hayne, the second century maker of the day, following Rob Yates, who scored 128 earlier. And Hayne has been unhurried throughout in making an elegant stroke-filled 107. He's been joined by Dan Mosley, who's hit 3 muscular sixes already in his 51, his second first-class century, and they are continuing to power Warwickshire, who were put into bat into a very strong position. 329 for 3, and potentially still 7 overs to come today. Inbounds McCurr and bowls to Hayne, who's forward defending into the leg side. I think during that update of Mr. Mosley's single, it was nudged off his hip. So he's 51. And McCurr looking a little bit weary now, walking back to the start of his run. It's been a long day. He's getting ready to bowl to Hayne, standing bolt upright as he waits for him, then just bends his knees slightly, and as he turns the ball away backward of square leg, almost runs into the bowler as he goes through to complete a single. And he's there safely. 330 for 3 in 89 overs of their first innings. Warwickshire. Hayne up to 108. And Mosley now 51. I think it would be not unreasonable to say that Kent would be quite happy for the umpires to call time any time. They've still got a newish ball there, but they must be feeling pretty weary. Here's Michael Hogan to start a new over, and Hayne drives, reaches for this just a fraction, but hits it firmly out of the middle of the bat to extra cover. And there's no run. Are you wrecking the joint, Ed? Come crashing back in there.
Subtle as an elephant. Just dropping everything everywhere.
They quite want to get off here, I think, Kent, don't they?
Yes. This has been a long old day, hasn't it? Hogan bowling to Hayne on 108. He doesn't show any signs that he wants the day to end, as you said that. Breakneck second run in the previous over from this end. 330 for 3. Maybe even get themselves up to a third batting point.
Well, they're still going to have some
Good time as well
to sprint for more batting points if they so choose, whenever, you know, so whether it's tomorrow or whenever.
Hogan to Hayne. Just plays it into the ground slightly outside the off stump for the wicket. This is Compton with the ball, 2 slips in.
I don't think they'll go overboard on that. I mean, the first objective is you do what you need to do to win the game. If you get bonus points, that's fine. But if you win enough games, then you'll be fine. But it's nice to be in that position, because Warwickshire haven't always been in that position very often in recent seasons.
It strikes me that the 3 fewer points for a draw will affect sides more than the tweaking of the bonus points, but trying to get on the front foot there. Hayne to drive, but Hogan's a decent length from him.
I mean, that keeps changing, doesn't it? One way and then the other. You know, it's gone from 5 to 8 and back to 5 in recent years. So I dare say there's competing logic on offer. You know,
I think it went to 8, didn't it? Because the ECB didn't want result pitches, basically.
Yes.
Well, I think you know what I'm saying. Quick result pitches, certainly this time of year, as Hogan bowls to Haney, ducks underneath it, and there's no run.
But the logic is always chasing, you know, one way that they say, well, if there's not enough points for a draw, then, you know, batsmen don't apply themselves enough, or the pitches aren't good enough, so we'll have more points for a draw. If we do that, it rewards the draw, it penalises going for a win, and you can't have it both ways.
No, I mean, it's such a delicate balance to strike, isn't it? It's Hogan to, that's squirted away, Pine Square.
Yeah.
I don't think Sam Hay knew where that was for a second. I certainly lost the track of it. I think he's closer to the ball than I am. 109 for him, though. He does take a single. Still safe. 3-3-1 for 3 at the end of the over.
He's inside edged it past the stumps, I think.
Yeah.
But it's one of very few false strokes today. So not much luck for Hogan, who's no wicket for 56 in 17 overs. I mean, I did read a waggish thought on that topic recently that said, well, why don't we just go back to when the championship first started, which is you're 1 point if you win and -1 if you lose. And then there's no room for argument then. Not entirely averse to that, I'll be honest with you. But in these more sophisticated days.
Well, as you say, it feels like they're reinventing the wheel every season.
occur to some people that maybe there are some things about cricket that just aren't broken. I don't know. Perhaps when the test team's playing really, really well, and then the county championship might be all right.
Well, now, come on. Everson's going to start a new over, bowls wide of the off stump, and there's no run here. Haynes not interested in going for that.
Or is it? Some might say it's a bit of a stretch to think that, you know, a 100-ball competition comes in and suddenly England become the best test team in the world.
Correlation is not causation.
I think that's what I'm trying to say. Thank you very much.
And you know,
I know it's controversial.
Forward comes Haney, drives out square on the offside, and he gets another run, 110. 332 for 3. I mean, look, you and I shall be long gone, and there will still be people arguing about what's the best format of cricket.
Yeah.
In comes Everson, bowls the left-handed Mosley, and he guides the ball backward of point for 1 run. 333 for 3.
Yeah, it's a very good point. We can argue the toss as much as we like about bonus points, but that does mean that there is a championship to have bonus points in.
Yes. Look, I watched a lot of county cricket when I was a student. I didn't spend much time with many other students, but I enjoyed myself tremendously. Everson bowls to Hayne, who scores 4 runs here with a little hop in the crease and just levers the ball past mid-wicket for 4. It was, again, an entirely unflamboyant stroke, he says, reaching for a word, because it was with an economy of movement. It did the muscle movement that was required, expended as little energy as possible to time the cover off that for another 4 and raise a century partnership in 22 overs. So they've really kept it moving nicely, and Haney's 114. Everson's going to bowl to him, and it's 337 for 3, and Hayne square drives for, he timed that nicely too, and it's fumbled a bit on the boundary. First fumble, I think that's cost a run all day, and I think probably Kent can be forgiven that, because the fieldsman was looking into a low sun as well. So they do get back for a second run that they probably wouldn't have had otherwise. So Haynes 116. But my point was going to be that all I really wanted once I started working life is that there would still be a county championship for me to go and watch and do the same thing again once I was old enough to give up work. Everson bowls, and it's wide enough of the off stump for Hayne to let it go. 339 for 3. So I'm hopefully about halfway there, and it's still here. So despite every year people saying that it'll never last any longer, and here it still is. And if you were the sort of person who's watching or listening to this, then I reckon you must be glad about that too, because that's kind of what this is about. 339 for 3. So say all of us.
Good points, well made.
Thank you.
I hadn't even thought about what happened when I get a chance to watch cricket as a spectator.
By the time I go that far, I'll have forgotten.
Yeah. I mean, this is a absolutely fantastic job to do, and I don't we make no bones about it, do we? But
of course it is.
But yeah.
Well, I hope everybody
sitting watching it isn't so bad with your friends either, is it?
If you're following this game at this time of the evening, then you must love it as much as we do.
Yeah.
Because you wouldn't trip across it by accident if you didn't.
Hogan to Mosley, goes for a wild swing at that one through to the wicket keeper. He's trying to smash every ball for 6, so that was a little bit flat batted, that idea, but he's rehearsing that again. It's what he intends, and there's no run through to the wicket keeper, and why not? Mosley's already got 52 using this this same method.
Well, when he's decided that the ball is there to be hit, he's fully committed to it.
Even when the ball's not there to be hit, he's going to have a jolly good try. It's Hogan trying to test him and trying to reach the edge. He's swinging a miss, that one. Goodness me.
That one very well.
That was that was a powerful, in his mind, that was a massive stroke over mid-wicket, wasn't it? Feet still, swinging through the ball. Only slight problem, ball wasn't there. It's gone through to Sam Billings, but again, it's no criticism of Mosley.
I
he's
bet you
trying to
suggest he was nowhere near that.
it didn't feel like it, did it?
But my goodness, he wouldn't have gone a long way if he had.
Oh, yeah, it might have been top tier of the stand-over mid-wicket at that point. Finding to him now. It's a more considered stroke and tries to split the field on the onside. Doesn't quite manage that, but gets himself a single on the ground anyway. So he's kept his powder dry on that one. Or drier, I would say. He's on a 53, 340 for 3. Goodness. 4.5 overs remaining. Could be 7 o'clock, couldn't it? I think. It's good to see, yeah.
Looking that way.
As you say, that the main problem will be the shadows stretching across the pitch, but the batters don't seem to be having too much of a problem with that one. As I say that, actually Sam Hain looks just slightly surprised by one just back of a length outside the off stump and defends it in the end to Zach Crawley at point. And there's no run. Hogan none for 57 off 17.4 overs so far. The floodlights in on full beam at the moment. Hogan to Hain, leaves that outside the off stump through to the wicketkeeper. I like these floodlight pylons, they look like they're leaning with interest towards the field,
Yes.
don't they?
They do angle in. You can see them from right across
from the hip.
Across the city. It's quite high over on the inner ring road as you come round that part of the city, Highgate, and you can see right across to Edgbaston, a couple of miles away. And if the floodlights are on, it's hard to miss.
Hogan to Hain, now in complete shadow, the pitch guided out through your offside. I think it's only running about a second there. This time there is not a headlong, hurtling second run. They settle for the single. Hain will take the strike for the next over. 117 for him, 53 for Mosley. They came together at 235 for 3. Crikey, we thought that was a big partnership between Yates and Hain of 166 when Yates went for 128 himself. These two have put on another ton between them, and a hard day in the field for Kent. There'll be some weary faces, I imagine. I'll go to the dressing room door tonight to ask someone from the camp to have a quick word.
Form a queue for the ice bath.
Yeah.
Have all that.
Sounds like torture after a day like this, isn't it?
341 for 3. I forget a Wolves training ground quite often to talk to them. They have one of the thing on the front that's forever bulging out steam. In comes Evison, starts a new over, and Hain coming forward, just taking on the outside half of the bat there. But again, he keeps it down. He plays it so softly, so there's no harm done, and it stays 341 for 3. And it's the cryotherapy unit.
Okay.
So you go in there and
get very cold.
Yeah, get really extraordinarily cold. So, you know when you have your central heating on and there's that sort of vent that puts the...
Yeah.
I'm using technical terms here, you know what I mean. It's like a souped up one of those, bulging this sort of white steam out. Hain drives backward for cover, and they get 1. And I don't know how bad your injury would have to be okay for going in those. I don't think I've ever strained anything that much.
No,
I'm not sure I'd be queuing up for that.
There's the science behind it that it puts your body into a sort of emergency mode.
I think it would do that. The very thought. In comes, you thought it was cold here today. In comes Evison, and Mosley's down the pitch and hits this past them. I thought for a moment Evison had stopped him, but it's gone rattling past him and up to the rope in front of the Birmingham end for 4 runs. When he goes, Mosley, he's all in, isn't he? He's down the pitch and whack. 57 he's got now. And been 57 very watchable runs. In an entirely different way to Sam Hain's 118 very watchable runs. It's been 2 entirely different approaches to the same task. 346 for 3. Evison bowls, and Mosley gets a short ball when he pulls it with plenty of time. But he's hit it out to the long leg fieldsman, so they'll have 1.
listening to Stephen Finn talking about ice baths, and I think that the wisdom on that has changed slightly. That it's ice into hot, so not just ice itself. So you go from one to the other and maybe back again as well, which just, that was in some ways sounds even worse. But
can we not find a happy medium? I think I'd settle for that.
Just a nice warm bath or something like that.
Tepid bath.
Yeah.
Everson bowls and Haney's forward and wants a run here. He's placed it forward of point, so he gets an easy paced single.
Perhaps some nice salts in it or something like that. As you say, just lukewarm.
So.
Surely that's the same. It's the same difference, isn't it? If you're going hot to cold. But
yes.
Apparently, you're just trying to shock the body, as you so
Well,
rightly said. It would do that.
Pretty confident it would do that.
Oh dear.
Just one slip now for most. It's been a pretty lonely job fielding it slipped today, and she's turned away to mid-wicket by Moseley for one more run, and that is 3:49 for 3. The scoreboard is exceptionally quick here these days.
It is, isn't it?
Years ago, it wasn't the fastest scoreboard, but oh my goodness, these days it's very, very fast. So 3:49 for 3, with Moseley 59 and Hayne at 119.
It's one of those quirks of cricket, isn't it? As you say, the slip, but Jordan Cox has been the remaining slip for a lot of the day. He's barely touched the ball in 6 and a bit hours.
Not in action, yes.
No.
Just when he's thrown back.
Yeah,
no,
absolutely.
When I said it was a lonely job today, that's not quite the right word, because they kept 3 slips in all morning.
Yeah.
But they haven't had a sniff. Not a sniff. All day. I said at least there would be some ironic comfort if it was 3:40 odd for 3. I think, well, okay, 4 or 5 chances have gone down, or we had a couple, but there's been next to nothing for long stretches of the day. It's been a real tough one for Kent.
I don't think in the first game that slips had very much to do either, to be honest. But Hogan to it wasn't quite like this. What a lovely shot that is! Straight back past the bowler, offside the stumps, and a punch back at him with force. Matt Quinn is doing his very best to get his knees up and down as he runs after it, but it's no more than a cautious jog. 3:53 for 5. There we are. That's your third batting bonus point for Warwickshire. They are thundering on here, well, particularly Moseley, 63 from 67 now. He's enjoying his time out there, hitting the ball very, very stoutly. Onto the back foot, and just tries to look for a gap on the onside again. They'll come back for enough for a 2. It's Ben Compton running around the boundary. And Compton's usually scampering after it, but just a hint of weariness as he picked that up and just threw it short to Daniel Bell-Drummond to relay to Michael Hogan. None for 64. But again, as you say, with the lack of action for the slips, you look at the bowlers and think, those figures don't really reflect what they've done today. Hasn't been sort of pressure on the batters. They've not been scrambling. It will be very interesting to see what Warwickshire make of this, or whether it is just a good flat deck. Back at the bowler from Moseley.
Looks in complete command now, Moseley, doesn't he? When he wants to attack, he attacks and crunch. When he wants to defend, he doesn't look hurried.
It's like a matter of, as you say, a matter of choice rather than Kent trying to put what pressure they can on. Jordan Cox standing at a sort of third slip position and leaning his gully, the only close fielders outside the off stump, and that was left by Moseley. Zipped through pretty quickly. Got men at mid-wicket as Zach Crawley and cover. And that's Connor McCurr, mid-on, mid-off. A long leg and a deep point. But after the jubilation of last week's win, we get down to earth today. What a long day in the field. And more to come probably tomorrow with only 3 down. Unless they do something extraordinary tomorrow morning. Hogan to Moseley, straight back at the bowling, there's no run. What am I saying? They've still got 2 overs to go after this one. They can do all sorts then, but the odds are against it.
We are not the only game still going. They're still playing at, they've just finished at Chesterley Street, where Durham 363 for 7 against Worcestershire. just rattle through the other scores one more time. Beddingham 118, the top scorer in there.
It's Hogan outside the off stump. Mosley leaves through the wicketkeeper, end of the over. 2 to come then. Looks like we will get through our full complement today. Wait a minute. The umpires coming together? Oh. No, they're not. 3-5-5 for 3. Trying to put some jeopardy into it.
Mosley and Hayne would be quite happy to carry on. Hayne doesn't look as though he's only just started. Quickly, the other scores. No play at Bristol between Gloucestershire and Yorkshire today. They'll try again tomorrow. But looking at the forecast, wish them luck with that. Leicester against Derbyshire, they had 2/3 of the day there. Leicestershire 243 for 2. Buddingham made 72. Hill 75 not out. Ackerman 79 not out. So they're nicely placed, Leicestershire, having been put in. In the first division at the Oval, Hampshire all out for 254 against Surrey. Here's Evison here to bowl to Hayne, who gets a run to deep backward square leg, just turning it as he has so many times off his hip for one more. Hampshire 254, Ben Brown 95, Keith Barker, once beloved of Warwickshire, 58, 4 wickets for Tom Laws, Surrey 37 for no wicket in reply. 3-5-6 for 3 here. And Mosley with 65 is on strike. He's doing a bit of gardening to keep Evison waiting. Evison still charging in. He's to his 18th over today, and Mosley goes back and cuts hard, but he hits it in front of square and fielded at extra cover. At Trent Bridge, and a switchback day there. Nottinghamshire batted through the whole first session without losing a wicket. Duckett and Hamid made 125 for the first wicket, but they were all out for 256, with Duckett 75, Hamid 65, and Lewis Gregory 7 for 84. In comes Evison, and Mosley's down the pitch, and he hits him in the air for, I think, 4. I don't think that's... Oh, no, it's plugged just short of the boundary, and they're going to have to run. Mosley's nearly lapped Sam Hain. He's coming back for a third before Sam Hain's finished his second. And after that, they get 3. Mosley, they were both admiring it for a while. But it's only, in fact, carried for 3 in the end. Somerset 28 for 2 in reply to the not 256. So an interesting day it's been there. Good day's cricket. But Lewis Gregory's real competitor, isn't he, for Somerset? 7 wickets today. At Chelmsford, we'll do that in a moment because Evison's not hanging about. He bowls again to Hayne, and he gets 1. He's not even running them now. He's just walking it off his hip for sort of an agreed single. Lancashire 207 at Chelmsford, which was a bit of a recovery. George Bell made 60. Jimmy Anderson with 2 early wickets, including Alistair Cook. LBW, Essex 98 for 3. Well, that was a moment. Here's Evison, and 1 more run for Mosley. He's 69th, down to long leg. And there's 1 more, Middlesex, who's, oh dear, overthrows here. Hang on a minute. And an untidy one there. Is it going to be fielded on the far end? Yes. And it gives Mosley 3 runs in all. 1 plus the 2 overthrows, which takes him to equal his highest first-class score of 71. So what's been a rare lapse in the Kent ground field. The one of the scores, Middlesex 149 all out, and that was a recovery. Ryan Higgins made 70. They had been 11 for 4. Their top order completely malfunctioned again, as it did twice last week. Northants 111 for 3, well placed. That's at Northampton. 3-6-3 for 3. Everson bowls. Hayne gets another run. Just leaking them all off onto the leg side here, Everson. So 1 more to Hayne. He's 122. And Mosley's 71 at the end of the over. And we've got 1 more over before Kent can call it quits for the day.
I might have to leave you shortly, actually. Is it going to be... I think Leaning was warming his arm up. Is this chap Leaning here? I think it is. So it might be a short over.
I don't really sense any of the seamers forming a queue here, do you?
No, It's been
with good reason.
It's been a very long day, and an attack that was has been diminished during the day as well, with having Matt Quinn off the field for periods of time.
Yes.
So it's been tough for them, isn't it? So I'm going to have to leave you, but
you will be back tomorrow.
We'll reconvene.
Yes.
Well, we'll be here for an 11 o'clock start.
11 o'clock or nearest offer tomorrow, depending on the weather. Thank you, Matt. Right, so leaning to finish off a tough day, but in which, to be fair to Kent, their enthusiasm has never flagged, and their fielding's generally been very, very good, notwithstanding that lapse. And Leaning's going to bowl right arm round the wicket to Hayne, who is getting one. Oh dear, and they nearly had a mix-up. But they get one out to deep square leg. So 123 to Hayne. And it's 3-6-5 for 3. And now Mosley. Well, he's up against the spinner. Last over of the day, level with his highest first-class score. He'll know that, even if nobody else out there does. What a temptation. He defends back to Leaning. He'd quite like to be back there tomorrow, I'm sure, to try and run up some more. And he's going to defend back to the bowler. 3 to come. All the centre of the playing area in shadow now, just a shaft of sunlight across a vacant part of the outfield. Leaning round the wicket, Mosley goes back and cuts hard, and that is his highest first-class score. So whether anybody else in the ground knows, but I'm absolutely sure he knows. He's 72. Well played, young man. And he's helped Hayne build on all the good work that was done before. Leaning bowls and Hayne just stands up straight and lets that go on with the arm outside the off stump. And this will be the day's final delivery. Round the wicket comes Leaning, and Hayne dabs it into the leg side. They will have a run to finish things off. And at the close of a first day that went about as well as it could have done for Warwickshire, they are 367 for 3, with Hayne 124 not out and Mosley 72. After a stand of 164 between Hayne and Yates, they have these two have now added a further 132 to cement Warwickshire's position. We will be back tomorrow morning at 11 o'clock if plays on at that point, and fingers crossed, despite the weather forecast, that it will be. But between now and then, this is Mike Taylor on behalf of all our commentators today, wishing you a very good evening and see you in the morning. Players leaving the field at Edgbaston, with Warwickshire delighted with their first day's progress. 367 for 3 in the end, in a full 96 overs after a fair bit of overtime to get them in, but Warwickshire enjoyed every minute. Rob Yates with 128 and Sam Hayne 124 not out. Dan Mosley with a rapid unbeaten 72, his highest first-class score, powering them towards the close. They were put into bat at 10:30 this morning. They'll have finished in a much better position than they would have imagined, at 367 for 3.